Within a secretive and heavily guarded hall in the underground world was a giant formation that was releasing resplendent five-colored light. Around a dozen black armored guards were busy at work in the formation, quickly placing one top-grade spirit stone after another into the slots on the formation. At the same time, there were other people standing in the hall outside the formation. Among them, there were only 5 Grand Ascension stage beings, while the rest were mostly comprised of body integration stage beings, and only 7 or 8 were of a lower cultivation base than that. The Blood Soul and Zhuguor were naturally included in that final group. Han Li was standing in one corner of the hall with the 2 women and Patriarch Hua Shi, calmly appraising the busy guards inside the formation. The 12 fragrant maidens naturally couldn't be teleported to the Blood Sky continent with them, so the Trade Guild was tasked with sending them to the human race. The other Grand Ascension stage beings in the hall were clearly very proud, and they were split up into distinct groups with their respective entourages, displaying no intention to communicate with one another. The other foreign beings didn't even dare to look at Han Li and the other Grand Ascension stage beings as they also waited in silence. All of a sudden, the sound of footsteps rang out and Ming Zun strode into the hall with Fairy Fei Yun. All of the Grand Ascension stage beings immediately directed their attention toward the duo, and Han Li also did the same after gently tapping a green bracelet on his wrist. This seemingly ordinary storage bracelet was none other than Tian Fei'er. Fellow Taoists, this teleportation formation can generally only be used once every century, so I came here in person to ensure that nothing goes wrong with the teleportation, Ming Zun said with a smile, and his gaze lingered on Han Li momentarily before he looked away. With you here person, I'm sure nothing will go wrong here, Brother Ming. An extremely thin and tall Grand Ascension stage being said with a smile. Everyone else also offered some words of gratitude with smiles on their faces. Ming Zun was one of the most powerful figures in the Trade Guild, so no one dared to show any disrespect toward him. Ming Zun spoke briefly with the other 4 Grand Ascension stage beings one after another before finally getting to Han Li. He cupped his fist in a salute and said, "I've heard much about you, Brother Han. If it weren't for the mishap that had taken place during the auction, I had planned to pay you a visit in person. Please forgive me for failing to do so. You're far too kind, Brother Ming. I was quite honored to have met so many fellow Taoists of the same cultivation base as myself during the auction." Han Li replied with a smile as he returned the salute. The other Grand Ascension stage beings were quite surprised at the attitude being displayed by Ming Zun toward Han Li. One had to realize that Ming Zun was one of the most renowned powerful beings on the Tianyuan continent. The fact that he was treating Han Li as an equal indicated that Han Li was clearly no ordinary Grand Ascension stage being either. "I believe an introduction is in order, Brother Ming," the tall and thin Grand Ascension stage being said. Before Ming Zun could give a reply, Han Li gave a self-introduction. "My name is Han Li. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Han Li, you're the human Grand Ascension stage being who ventured into the Elder Devil realm and slew the Stemborer Queen." All of the Grand Ascension stage beings' expressions changed drastically upon hearing this. At this point, it was apparent to all of them that Ming Zun had most likely come here solely to see Han Li. Otherwise, there was no way that someone of his esteemed prestige would come here in person. "I did indeed go to the Elder Devil realm, but I didn't kill the Stemborer Queen on my own. All of the rumors have painted me in far too flattering a light," Han Li replied. All of a sudden, the other Grand Ascension stage beings became far more hospitable toward Han Li, and they all made self-introductions before engaging in conversation with him, with Ming Zun occasionally interjecting on the side. Shortly thereafter, a faint buzzing sound rang out within the hall. All of the spirit stone slots on the giant formation had been filled, and the formation lit up as countless 5-colored runes appeared all over its surface. "The spirit stones have been installed. You may all enter the formation now," Ming Zun said after taking a glance at the formation. "Take care, Brother Ming, I'll be taking my leave now." Han Li cupped his fist in a salute before making his way toward the formation with his small entourage. The other Grand Ascension stage beings also followed suit. Thus, all of the people waiting in the hall quickly entered the formation, then vanished amid a flash of dazzling light. "They're finally gone. Master Ming, was that true dragon really among them?" Fairy Fei Yin asked after heaving a sigh of relief. There's only one way to find out, Mingzun replied before making a grabbing motion toward the giant formation, upon which a round formation plate immediately flew out of the formation before landing in his grasp. This was a translucent formation plate with spirit symbols akin to the markings of a compass running along its edge, and most of the markings were flashing with faint light. Fei Yun took a glance at the formation plate before an elated look quickly appeared on her face. There are 57. As expected, there was an extra person's worth of teleportation energy expended than expected. I wonder how she managed to do it. None of the restrictions in the hall were able to detect her. The true dragons possess unfathomable powers, so it's no surprise that she had some type of cultivation art or treasure that could allow her to escape our detection. This was her only opportunity to return to the dragon race in the near future. Now that the nightmare dragon blood has been taken out of our hands, we can all heave a huge sigh of relief, Mingzun replied with a faint smile. It's a good thing a close friend of yours from the dragon race informed us that it was nightmare dragon blood rather than ancestral dragon blood. Otherwise, if it had been sold or we had enforced stronger measures and harmed the dragons performing the heist, it would have spelled a lot of trouble for our trade guild, Fei Yun said with a wry smile. Given the properties of the nightmare dragon blood, it would definitely have been a ticking time bomb if it had been sold. However, handing it over to the dragon race would have been a display of weakness that would have placed our trade guild in a bad light. Even though allowing those two to get away would also affect our guild's reputation, it's the better alternative in comparison, Mingzun mused. That's true. It was too late to employ any other course of action anyway, so this was our only choice, Fei Yun replied in a respectful manner. All right, that brings this matter to a conclusion. Keep the bounty for those two, but it'll just be for show. I'm sure everyone will forget about this incident in a few years. Let's go back. The auction may have concluded, but there are still some things that must be taken care of, Mingzun said before departing, followed closely by Fei Yun. Han Li was naturally unaware that the Nightmare Dragon blood heist had actually been partially orchestrated by the He Lian Trade Guild. Even if he did hear about it, he wouldn't have thought much of it anyway. The white light around him faded, and he quickly recovered from the rush of teleportation dizziness, but upon which he immediately identified that he had arrived in another giant formation. There was a spacious area around the giant formation that was paved with bluestone, and only a man and a woman were situated in the area. The man had a round face and appeared to be around 30 years of age, and he cupped his fist in a salute with a benevolent smile on his face. Welcome, seniors and fellow Taoists, to the Blood Sky continent. My name is Fang Jin, and I'm the supervisor of the He Lian Trade Guild here. If anyone has any questions, feel free to direct them toward me and I'll be sure to answer them to the best of my abilities. In contrast, the young woman beside him was much more cold and forbidding, and she was appraising everyone in the formation in silence. These two both at the body integration stage, so most of the people in the teleportation formation hurriedly returned their salute, and one of them immediately asked, "Fellow Taoist Fang, do you have a map of the nearby area with annotations of the powers that we need to look out for?" "Of course. Those who require such a map can receive a copy from me," Fang Jin immediately replied before sweeping a sleeve through the air, releasing several tens of jade slips of different colors. Everyone was quite pleased to see this, and they each took a jade slip for themselves. Some of the more eager individuals only briefly inspected their jade slips before quickly departing, while the others also left after asking some questions, including the 4 Grand Ascension stage beings and their entourages. Thus, Han Li was the only Grand Ascension stage being left near the formation, and he was joined by several foreign beings who seemed to be from the same group. The group of beings were currently discussing something quietly among themselves. "Let's go." After briefly inspecting the contents of the jade slip, Han Li also prepared to depart. Of course, he hadn't taken a jade slip in person. It was Patriarch Washer who had collected jade slips for everyone in the group. The Blood Soul and the others naturally didn't offer any objections. Yet just as they were about to depart, the woman suddenly called out, "Please wait, fellow Taoist Han. I was sent here with the sole purpose of welcoming you, and I hope you can come with me." The woman's voice was surprisingly sweet and pleasant to the ears. "You were sent here to welcome me? By who?" "Someone from your He Lian Trade Guild." Han Li was quite surprised to hear this. "I am indeed a member of the Trade Guild, and I was instructed to come here by the manager of the Trade Guild on the Blood Sky continent, Master Bai Ying. He would like to see you, Senior Han, the woman replied in a respectful manner. Bai Ying? This is the first time I'm hearing this name, but seeing as he's the manager of your guild on this continent, he must be quite a renowned figure. What would he like to see me for? Han Li asked. At this point, it was already apparent to him that Ming Zun had to have told this Bai Ying about him. Otherwise, why would this woman be here specifically for him? I'm afraid I don't know the answer to that. I was merely instructed to invite you to meet with Master Bai Ying. If you have any questions, you can ask Master Bai Ying in person, the woman replied. Did fellow Taoist Bai not tell you anything when he instructed you to come and see me? How is he so sure that I'll agree to meet him? Han Li chuckled coldly in response. Master Bai gave something to me prior to coming here, and he asked me to deliver it to you in person, the woman replied. Oh? Go ahead and show it to me, Han Li prompted as his eyes narrowed slightly. Yes, please take a look, Senior. The woman immediately summoned a crimson scroll, which she offered up to Han Li with both hands. Han Li swept a hand through the air to draw the scroll into his own grasp, then swept his spiritual sense toward it, upon which his brows furrowed slightly. He opened the scroll to discover that there was an inky black image of 8 ghosts devouring a Buddha etched on the scroll. The 8 ghosts were extremely vicious in appearance, and they were wielding different types of bone weapons as they surrounded a monk with a blurry set of facial features. The image was extremely lifelike, and it seemed that the monk was on the verge of being dismembered and devoured. Han Li's expression remained unchanged as he appraised the image, but he was feeling rather perplexed internally about why he was being shown this image. Right at this moment, a burst of crimson light suddenly flew out of the scroll before hurtling directly toward Han Li. Han Li faltered slightly upon seeing this before instantly sweeping his spiritual sense toward the crimson light. Upon determining what the crimson light was, he made no effort to evade and allowed himself to be swept up by the light, upon which he was drawn into the image in a flash. The Blood Soul and the others were naturally very alarmed by this, and several bursts of black chi immediately erupted out of Patriarch Hua Shi's back. The burst of black chi then transformed into giant black pythons that were over 100 feet in length, while Patriarch Hua Shi appraised the woman with animosity in his eyes, preparing to strike as soon as she made any suspicious movements. Rest assured, fellow Taoists, Senior Han is fine. He was merely drawn into the image by a wisp of Master Bai Ying's soul for a private meeting, and he'll return soon, the woman said in a calm manner. Is that true? If something happens to Master Han in there, don't blame me for turning on you, Patriarch Hua Shi threatened. If Senior Han doesn't come out soon, then you can hold me accountable, the woman replied with a smile. She seems to be telling the truth, Brother Shi. Let's wait here and see what happens. With Senior Han's powers, I'm sure he won't be in any danger, the Blood Soul said. Patriarch Hua Shi felt this to be reasonable, and he withdrew his giant pythons before standing off to the side with a dark expression. Meanwhile, Zhu Guo'er was appraising the image with a hint of concern in her eyes. The image was currently hovering in midair and enshrouded within crimson light that was able to keep out everyone's spiritual sense. There was even a bloody odor wafting out of the strange image. The group of foreign beings nearby hurriedly concluded their discussion upon seeing this, then quickly flew away in fear of being swept up in whatever was happening. Meanwhile, Fang Jin remained present with a faint smile on his face. At the same time, Han Li was situated in a mysterious space within the image, appraising a meditating gray-robed monk in front of him with slightly furrowed brows. Judging from his attire, this monk was the same as the one that had been surrounded by the 8 ghosts in the image. However, the monk was currently as still as a statue and the malicious ghosts were nowhere to be seen. Han Li inspected his surroundings to find thick crimson mist that was as viscous as treacle all around him, only just over 100 feet away. There were wisps of baleful chi surging within the blood mist, and as soon as his spiritual sense came into contact with this baleful chi, the former would immediately become extremely sluggish as if it had come into contact with some glacial object. A hint of surprise flashed through Han Li's eyes upon seeing this. Right at this moment, a thunderous roar rang out within the blood mist, following which it parted to reveal 8 sinister ghosts, each of which was over 100 feet tall. These ghosts were wearing beast-hide garments on their lower bodies, while their upper bodies were completely bared. They had pairs of strange horns on their heads, as well as ghostly patterns all over their skin, and they immediately surrounded Han Li as soon as they emerged from the mist. "What's the meaning of this, fellow Taoist Bai Ying?" Han Li suddenly asked in a cold voice as he turned to the monk with a dark expression. The monk stirred slightly upon hearing this, and he opened a pair of bleary eyes, as if he hadn't fully woken up yet. "Oh? How did you know I was here, fellow Taoist Han? I may not have been a grand ascension stage being for long, but I've witnessed this type of spiritual sense technique in the past. I had thought that you had summoned this treasure to discuss something with me in private, so I allowed you to pull me in here, but it seems like you have some different intentions," Han Li said. "Please don't misunderstand, fellow Taoist Han. I did draw you in here as I had something to tell you, but this is a very important matter, and I must verify if you have what it takes to hear about this first. These 8 infernal ghost monarchs aren't very powerful, but they're wielding true infernal netherworld winds. If a normal cultivator were to come into contact with even the slightest amount of this wind, they would immediately be eroded into nothingness. So even the average grand ascension stage being wouldn't dare to face this wind head-on. If you can traverse freely through this wind without using any treasures for 15 minutes, then you'll have passed my test, and I'll be sure to offer you an apology, as well as disclose what I wish to discuss with you today. If you can't do this, then I'll have to eject you out of this image and pretend as if nothing ever happened." The monk replied in an expressionless manner. Almost at the exact same moment, the 8 ghosts let loose low roars before opening their mouths to release inky black gusts of winds, forming massive walls of wind that sealed away all avenues of escape before converging toward Han Li. A hint of surprise flashed through his eyes at the sight of the oncoming winds, but his expression quickly returned to normal as he said, "Opposing these infernal netherworld winds without any treasures is an interesting challenge, but aren't you underestimating me a little too much here?" All of a sudden, a layer of golden light appeared over his body, and the black winds were kept at bay around 10 feet away from him, unable to advance any further. The monk's pupils contracted slightly upon seeing this, but he remained expressionless as he said, "Your powers are indeed incredible, fellow Taoist. But don't grow complacent. This isn't the extent of the infernal netherworld wind's power. It's capable of adjusting its own power depending on the power of its foe. Is that so? I'm very interested to see this infernal netherworld wind in action then," Han Li said in an indifferent voice. As soon as his voice trailed off, a burst of incredible power erupted out of the winds, and the golden light released by Han Li was instantly compressed inward upon coming into contact with this tremendous force. Even though the golden light was only forced back by about half a foot before it was bolstered by Han Li again, he was still rather intrigued to see this. "This infernal netherworld wind really is quite interesting. You wouldn't mind if I took some for my own research, will you, fellow Taoist?" Han Li asked. The monk was rather taken aback by this request, but he replied with a faint smile, "If you're capable of doing that, then go right ahead. I have plenty of this wind in my possession." "All right. Then pardon my intrusion," Han Li said as he made a hand seal, upon which the Provenance True Devil projection appeared behind him amid a flash of golden light. The projection was over 100 feet tall with countless golden runes all over its body, and it was radiating scintillating golden light. As soon as it appeared, it raised its 6 arms while chanting an incantation, and 6 golden balls of light appeared over its palms, then sprang forth before combining to form a massive golden vortex in front of Han Li. Han Li pointed a finger at the vortex and uttered the word "gather." A loud rumbling immediately rang out, and countless golden runes surged out of the vortex alongside several bursts of enormous suction force. As soon as the fearsome wind came into contact with this suction force, it was drawn into the vortex as pillars of wind as if it had encountered the bane of its existence. The pillars of wind plunged into the golden vortex, and it was as if they were erased out of existence. The massive black walls of wind were reduced to tatters in the blink of an eye. Even the 8 ghosts that were releasing black wind with all their might were beginning to involuntarily approach the golden vortex, unable to resist its suction force. A hint of surprise flashed through the monk's eyes upon seeing this, and he immediately swept a sleeve through the air, releasing a burst of energy fluctuations that severed the enormous suction force being released by the golden vortex. "Please have mercy, fellow Taoist Han. You've already passed the test, and those 8 ghost monarchs are still useful to me, so please spare them." Upon regaining their freedom, the 8 ghosts let loose low roars before disintegration into specks of black chi. "Rest assured, fellow Taoist. I wouldn't have actually attacked those 8 ghosts. I was merely curious and wanted to examine their power. Han Li chuckled in response. The projection and golden vortex behind him then vanished in unison, but an inky black ball had appeared in his hand and he was appraising it in an intrigued manner. This was none other than the infernal netherworld wind that he had gathered with his revolving golden light. However, the wind had been compressed into this ball by his enormous magic power. Your powers far exceed my expectations, Brother Han. It seems that the rumors were true and I was foolish to have implemented this test, the monk said. Seeing as I've passed your test, can we move on to the topic of discussion? Han Li asked. Of course, you have the right to hear what I have to say. I'm sure you're already aware of who I am, the monk replied. If the woman outside hadn't lied to me, then you should be the manager of the He Lien Trade Guild on the Blood Sky continent, which would make you equivalent in status to fellow Taoist Ming Zun, Han Li said. That's correct, but how much do you know about our He Lien Trade Guild? The monk asked. I'm afraid I don't know too much. All I know is that the Trade Guild is extremely powerful and is one of very few super organizations that span across all 3 continents, Han Li replied with furrowed brows. In reality, our guild is quite a loose organization. Aside from the branches on each continent that were set up to facilitate easier exchange of resources and information, there are no set rules and duties. Generally speaking, whenever conflicts arise, the panel of Grand Ascension Stage elders in the guild will pass down their judgment. I was assigned the duty of temporary manager of the guild on this continent by the elders. If any Grand Ascension Stage fellow Taoists wish to join our guild, they'll generally become guest elders. This role won't affect their daily cultivation nor their status in their own respective races, and they'll get to enjoy many incredible benefits. Their only duty will be to assist the guild in times of peril, the monk said in an unhurried manner. Why are you telling me this, fellow Taoist? Han Li asked. I want to formally invite you to join our trade guild. Would you be interested? The monk asked as a smile appeared on his face for the first time. Did you invite me here and conduct that examination just for this? Han Li asked in a calm manner. Of course not, but if you can become a member of our guild, I'll have fewer qualms about sharing what I'm about to discuss with you, the monk replied. I have some interest in the He Lien Trade Guild, but I still want to hear what you want to discuss with me first before I make any other decisions, Han Li replied. All right, in that case, I won't force the issue. How much do you know about the infernal realm and the netherworld, fellow Taoist? The monk asked. Han Li was rather taken aback to hear this. The infernal realm? I often hear about it, but I've never heard of anyone who's actually seen it. As for the netherworld, its existence is nothing more than an unverified legend. At the very least, I'm unable to confirm whether it exists or not. Does our topic of discussion have something to do with those 2 places? That's right. Over 100 years ago, our guild unintentionally discovered the entrance to a new small world while exploring a certain spatial rift on the Blood Sky continent. A new small world? Is that true? Han Li was quite stunned to hear this. 100%. Even though it's a new small world, it's most likely already existed for many years. It's just that no highly intelligent life forms have been born in that world and it's never been discovered before. Just as our guild was preparing to dedicate a massive amount of resources to develop this small world, we discovered that beings from another realm had also infiltrated the small world. A reminiscent look appeared in the monk's eyes as he spoke. He then continued, as soon as we clashed with these new enemies, we were all given quite a fright as these were all ghostly beings like the ones you had just battled. Their powers vary drastically, with the weakest ones only roughly equivalent in power to Qi condensation stage beings, while the most powerful ones could compare with body integration and grand ascension stage beings of our spirit realm. That infernal netherworld wind was something I managed to collect after facing a powerful ghostly being in battle. And the 8 ghost monarchs were also manifested from the auras that I extracted from those ghostly beings. Of course, I was only able to imitate their form. Their actual power is incomparable to that of true ghost monarchs. The most powerful infernal ghost monarchs are beings that can rival the likes of you and me in power. According to these beings, the realm they come from is known as the infernal realm, and they serve the 10 monarchs of the netherworld. Our trade guild clashed with these ghostly beings in several major battles over this small world. But neither side could gain the upper hand, and countless casualties arose. In order to avoid further casualties for both sides, we made a pact with those ghostly beings, arranging a match between the most powerful beings of our two sides to decide how much resources each side can claim from that small world. I want to invite you to participate in this match as one of our guild's representatives. Of course, if you could join our guild, then your inclusion would be more justified. Regardless of the outcome of your battle, as long as you participate, our guild will be sure to reward you handsomely, the monk revealed. I see. Is this infernal realm the actual infernal realm in the legends? And what type of beings are those 10 monarchs of the netherworld? Will they be participating in this match? Hanli asked. Our guild conducted an investigation into this, and even though we don't have much evidence, we believe this realm isn't the true infernal realm. Instead, it's most likely just another realm suitable for powerful ghostly beings to inhabit. As for the 10 monarchs of the underworld, they are formidable beings who are even more powerful than the ghost monarchs, and it's most likely the case that they'll participate in this match, the monk replied. It's a pity that this isn't the true infernal realm. I had thought that I would finally get to explore the secrets of reincarnation, Hanli said as he stroked his own chin in a disappointed manner. This realm may not be the true infernal realm, but the abilities cultivated by those ghostly beings are vastly different from ours, and they're fundamentally different life forms. So perhaps you'll be able to glean some of the secrets of the Tao of reincarnation through battling them, the monk said with a smile. Hanli offered no response to this, and only after a long while did he ask, where and when is this match being held? And how many battles will be in this match? Aside from myself, which other fellow Taoists will be representing the trade guild? As opposed to being displeased by Hanli's thorough line of questioning, the monk's eyes lit up as he hurriedly replied, the match will take place in 3 years in that new small world, and there will be a total of 5 battles. Aside from myself, the other participants will be a fellow Taoist from the guild's Thunder Continent branch, a guest elder from the panel of elders, and a top-tier blood Tao powerful being from the Blood Sky continent. If you decide to participate as well, then our lineup will be complete. Rest assured, these battles are only sparring contests, so even if you lose, your safety won't come under any threat. On top of that, if you can secure a victory, I can allow you to enter our guild's heaven-scaling pavilion to choose any one immortal secret technique from the true immortal realm on top of the predetermined reward. A secret technique from true immortal realm? Did I hear that right? Hanli was very surprised to hear this. That's right. Our guild possesses several immortal secret techniques, and not many people know about them, but it's not the best-kept secret either. The seniors who founded our trade guild were descendants of true immortals that were left behind in the spirit realm, and the trade guild was once an extremely secretive investigative organization set up by the true immortal realm in the spirit realm. So all of its important members were also direct lineal descendants of true immortals. As such, it's no surprise that they possess some immortal secret techniques. However, due to the spatial storm, all realms suddenly lost contact with the true immortal realm. So our seniors were forced to recruit some powerful outsiders into the organization, and that's how our trade guild came into existence. As such, not only is our organization a trade guild that spans across the 3 continents, it's also responsible for ensuring the safety of this realm in the shadows, battling against threats that arise against our realm. For example, our trade guild had sent some Grand Ascension stage fellow Taoists into the Elder Devil realm to slay the Stemborer Queen. Unfortunately, all of them were trapped in that seal before they had a chance to do anything, and it was all thanks to you that they were rescued, so technically speaking, you're a benefactor to many of the elders of our trade guild, the monk explained with a smile. A contemplative look appeared on Hanli's face upon hearing this. May I ask how much the trade guild knows about the ancient altars on this continent? Hanli suddenly asked. The monk was rather taken aback to hear this. How much we know? What do you mean by that, fellow Taoist? I'm asking about how many altars your trade guild knows the location of, Hanli clarified. I'm not sure about other continents, but here on the Blood Sky continent, we should have a grasp on the location of around 70% to 80% of all ancient altars. Are you interested in these things, Brother Han? The monk asked. It was no wonder that he found this to be strange. These ancient altars were generally defunct, so they were largely useless to Grand Ascension stage beings like them. I'll have to put more consideration into whether I want to join the trade guild, as this isn't a decision to be made lightly. However, I can agree to participate in the match, But aside from the compensation you just mentioned, I have another condition, Han Li said. What is it? A hint of caution appeared in the monk's eyes upon hearing this. I wish to be able to make use of your guild's information-gathering avenues during my time on the Blood Sky continent, so I can access the information I want as quickly as possible. As for the information about the ancient altars, I would like a detailed distribution map right away, Han Li replied. The monk's expression eased slightly upon hearing this, and he nodded in agreement. That's not an issue. I agree to your request. As for the ancient altars, I'll get someone to deliver a distribution map to you immediately after you leave the space. Good. As long as your trade guild keeps its promise, I'll be sure to attend the match in 3 years, Han Li assured with a smile. I have no reasons not to trust a promise from a man of your status. Here is a token. Please keep it safe. When the match is about to begin, it'll notify everyone, and when that time comes, just go to any subsidiary site of our guild, and you'll be taken to the entrance of the small world, the monk said as he flipped a hand over to produce a formation plate. All right. I'll see you and the other fellow Taoists on the cusp of the match then. Han Li stowed the formation plate into his storage bracelet as he spoke. After that, the monk told him about some precautionary aspects of the match, then gave him an even more detailed map of the Blood Sky continent before finally releasing him out of this space. All of a sudden, Han Li re-emerged in the outside world, and shrouded within a ball of crimson light. Master Han, Senior Han. Everyone hurriedly greeted him with respectful salutes. Sorry to make you worry, Han Li said to his entourage with a faint smile. At this point, the woman from the trade guild had already received instructions from Bai Ying, and she said in a respectful manner, Senior Han, I've already sent out a message requesting the information that you want. It should arrive soon, so please wait here for now. I've already stayed here for quite some time. It's not like waiting a bit longer will make any difference, Han Li replied in a calm voice. The woman didn't dare to say anything further, and she extended a respectful bow before rolling up the scroll that Han Li had just emerged from, then stood off to the side in silence. Fang Jin also remained silent as he stood still on the spot with a respectful expression. Only after more than 2 hours had passed did a streak of crimson light appear in the distant sky, then approached everyone at an incredible speed, arriving on the scene after just a few flashes. The woman made a hand seal before raising a hand upward, and the streak of crimson light immediately descended as a crimson flying sword, attached to which was a yellow jade slip. This is the information about the ancient altars that you requested, Senior Han. The woman removed the jade slip from the sword before hurriedly handing it over to Han Li. Han Li accepted the jade slip before injecting his spiritual sense into it, upon which a pleased look appeared on his face. This is indeed a very detailed distribution map. It's getting late, so it's about time we set off now. Han Li stowed the jade slip away, then raised a hand to release a ball of black light, which instantly transformed into the mountainous ink spirit holy ark. Fang Jin and the woman were both quite startled by the sudden emergence of such an enormous object, while Han Li and the others flew onto the ark, following which it quickly sped away as a streak of black light. In the blink of an eye, Fang Jin and the woman were the only 2 people remaining on the scene. Right as the giant ark disappeared into the distant sky, the woman suddenly turned to Fang Jin before extending a respectful bow. Master Bai Ying, it looks like Senior Han has already agreed to represent our guild. In that case, our chances of securing victory will be bolstered even further. Fellow Taoist Han does indeed possess incredible powers, but against a monarch of the netherworld, his chances of victory are only around 50%. Having said that, our trade guild won't be able to find any better representative during the next 3 years. I just hope that not all of the Infernal Realms representatives will be monarchs of the netherworld, Fang Jin replied with a smile, then suddenly grew drastically taller as he transformed into a green-robed elderly man with a pair of murky eyes. This Fang Jin was actually none other than Bai Ying in disguise. He was somehow able to disguise himself and even restrict his own cultivation base to the body integration stage, but it was unclear whether Han Li had been fooled. What did the trade guild want from you, Senior Han? It's not going to affect the objective of our trip, is it? The Blood Soul asked with a hint of concern in her eyes. Rest assured, fellow Taoist, The He Lien Trade Guild is only asking for a small favor from me, and it won't affect our original plan at all, Hanli replied with a smile. The Blood Soul's expression eased slightly upon hearing this. That's good to hear. All of a sudden, Hanli flicked his wrist and said, Fairy Tian, you can show yourself now, and please keep my conversation with fellow Taoist buying a secret. Hee. Rest assured, Brother Han, I'm more than capable of keeping a secret. In any case, it's just a small world, and that's not enough to tempt our dragon race. If our dragon race wanted a small world, we could obtain any number of small worlds at any time we want. I swear on my inner vows that I won't disclose this to anyone. As soon as this voice trailed off, green light flashed from Han Li's wrist, and an elegant figure emerged before everyone. She wore a long green robe and had skin as fair as snow, creating a stark contrast with her long black hair. Her facial features were very beautiful, and she would be completely identical to a human beauty if not for the pair of short green horns sticking out of her hair. This was the true form of Tian Fair. The Blood Soul and the others were all given a fright upon seeing this, but judging from Han Li's words, they knew that this wasn't an enemy, so they didn't immediately lash out despite their surprise. Considering how wealthy the dragon race is, I'm sure you wouldn't revoke an inner demon vow over something like this, Han Li replied with a nod, seemingly in full trust of the woman. It was all thanks to you that I was able to escape from the He Lien Trade Guild, and I'll be sure to repay you during the Dao Fruit Convention, Brother Han. I'll be leaving this realm and returning to my race now, Tian Fair said with a smile before taking her leave. Han Li naturally wasn't going to try and keep her, and after exchanging some parting words, Tian Fair sped away toward a certain direction as a ball of azure light. As for how she was going to leave the spirit realm, that wasn't something for Han Li to be concerned about. Let's go. The distribution map indicates that there seems to be an ancient altar just nearby. Let's take a look at that one first, Han Li said after Tian Fair had faded into the distance. Patriarch Huasher immediately gave an affirmative response, then controlled the puppets piloting the giant ark to change directions slightly before accelerating toward the nearest altar. Fellow Taoist Blood Soul, please come with me to the hall. I have something to discuss with you, Han Li instructed. The Blood Soul wasn't surprised to hear this, and she immediately did as she was told. Moments later, the two of them arrived in the hall, and Han Li took a seat while the Blood Soul remained standing. What are your plans now that we've arrived on the Blood Sky continent, fellow Taoist? Our agreement was that I would protect you if you encountered any powerful enemies, but it'll be up to you to find and recover your true body, Han Li said in a calm manner. I've already decided that I'll be going to Blood Crane City, which was where I previously discovered some leads in the form of a mark left behind by my true body. Unfortunately, I was being pursued by enemies at the time, so I didn't get a chance to thoroughly inspect the nearby area and could only flee back to the Tian Yuan continent. I'm sure that if I were given sufficient time, I'll be able to find more leads, the Blood Soul replied. Blood Crane City? Let me check the location of that city, Han Li said as he flipped a hand over to produce the jade slip containing a map of the continent, then injected his spiritual sense into it. It's quite a distant location. If we don't use any teleportation formations, it'll most likely take half a year to fly to the city. The good thing is that there are many ancient altars along the way, so it won't hamper my progress. However, I'll have to examine all of the nearby ancient altars on the way there, and that will result in some delays, Han Li said. The Blood Soul was ecstatic to hear this, and she hurriedly extended a deep bow as she said, Of course, it's only right that you prioritize what you're doing above my quest. By the way, Blood Crow City is part of the territory of the Blood Dao sect that I made an enemy of, so we'll have to be careful once we get there. All right, if you have no objections, then you can go and rest now. I hope we can have a smooth trip. Han Li sighed as he waved a hand to dismiss the Blood Soul. The Blood Soul naturally didn't dare to refuse and did as she was told. Meanwhile, Han Li sat in his chair in silence as a contemplative look appeared on his face. Several days later, the giant ark appeared in the air above a green lake, then descended onto a barren-looking small island. Half a day later, the ark rose up into the air again before traveling along a predetermined route. A month later, Around a dozen foreign beings split up into the two groups were engaged in a fierce battle above a certain renowned mountain range on the Blood Sky continent. One group had fiery red skin with faint scales visible on their cheeks, while the other group had thick brows and huge eyes with wisps of baleful chi surging around them. Below the two groups was a secluded forest, within which were several spirit medicines that were releasing unique aromas into the breeze. On either side of the spirit medicine sat a crimson-robed elderly man and a gray-robed elderly man. The appearances of these two were similar to those of the two groups of beings locked in battle up above, but their cultivation bases were far superior. The two were locked in a battle of their own, with one of them controlling a flower basket treasure, while the other was wielding a round disc, and they appeared to be evenly matched. It was clear that these two were the leaders of the two groups, and that they were fighting over these rare spirit medicines. All of a sudden, a burst of rumbling rang out in the distance, and a mountainous black arc emerged before flying toward the forest at an astonishing speed. Even before the arc had arrived, an astonishing aura had already been sent sweeping through the air. The two groups of foreign beings battling in the air were only the core formation and nascent soul stages, and they immediately retreated in alarm in the face of this fearsome aura. The two spatial tempering stage elderly down below also hurriedly looked up with alarmed expressions. The black arc quickly sped over the forest like a tornado, causing the two groups of foreign beings to spin rapidly on the spot like spinning tops in an involuntary manner. Immediately thereafter, their bodies were sent flying back for hundreds of feet before they managed to right themselves again. As for the forest down below, a massive trench that was over 100 feet wide had been torn into the ground as if a giant primordial beast had just crashed its way through the forest, and countless trees had been felled. The two groups could only look on with astonished expressions as the giant black arc vanished on the spot as a gust of black wind close to 10 kilometers away. Even though the two spatial tempering stage beings just so happened to be situated on either side of the trench, they were also forced back in retreat by the suffocating aura that had crashed down from above. After rising to their feet again, both of them had turned completely pale, and they were looking at the giant arc in the distance as if they had seen a ghost. That was a Grand Ascension stage being. Only the arc of a Grand Ascension stage being could be this fearsome, the crimson-robed man murmured to himself. I wonder which Grand Ascension stage being that was. Ah, what about our spirit medicine? A thought suddenly occurred to the gray-robed man, and he hurriedly cast his gaze into the trench before heaving a long sigh of relief. The spirit medicines were completely unscathed as if by some type of miracle, and it seemed that the owner of the ark had intentionally spared them. The crimson-robed man and gray-robed man exchanged a glance, upon which their battle immediately resumed. As for the two groups of foreign beings above the forest, they took a moment to collect themselves before also engaging in battle again. 3 months later, a giant black arc was hovering in the air above the restricted area of a medium-sized sect. The arc was surrounded by over 1,000 high-grade puppets, which were taking up virtually the entire sky. Below the puppets were close to 10,000 foreign beings wearing the same attire, and regardless of their cultivation base, all of them were rooted to the spot with fearful expressions, not daring to move around as they pleased. Around 2 hours later, spatial fluctuations erupted from within the restricted area, upon which a streak of azure light forced its way through the restrictions before landing on the giant arc to reveal Han Li and Zhu Guar. How did it go, Senior? The Blood Soul hurriedly asked. This isn't the altar we're looking for, either. Let's keep going, Han Li instructed. Yes, Master. Patriarch Huashare immediately pulled out a badge treasure before waving it through the air, upon which all of the puppets in the sky returned silently to the giant arc. In the next instant, countless black runes emerged on the surface of the arc, and it sped away amid a resounding boom. There were several body integration stage beings among the foreign beings down below, and they were greatly relieved to see the departure of the arc. One of them was a burly man with green feelers all over his face, and he said in an indignant manner, "Are we really just going to let them get away like this? If word of this were to spread, the reputation of our sect would be swept to the ground. What do you suggest we do then? Their leader's cultivation base is completely unfathomable to us, so he's most likely a Grand Ascension stage being. Even setting him aside, just those puppets alone would be enough to destroy our entire sect several times over. Do you want us all to chase him down and give our own lives for no reason?" A hunchbacked elderly man harumphed coldly in response, and the others immediately chimed in agreement. We may be no match for them, but can't we get an upper sect to step in? We pay so many spirit stones to the upper sect every year. Aren't we doing that so that they can protect our sect at times like this? As long as the upper sect is willing to step in and teach those people a small lesson, the reputation of our sect would be saved. The burly man disagreed. Even the upper sect possesses only a single Grand Ascension stage being. Do you think they would confront another Grand Ascension stage being over something like this? Besides, he only forced his way into our sect's restricted area, but he hasn't harmed any of our disciples. Aside from the damage to our reputation, our sect hasn't sustained any actual damage. The people of the upper sect definitely wouldn't be willing to step in under these circumstances, the hunchbacked man countered. The burly man disagreed, not necessarily. As long as we're willing to pay a heavy enough price. That's enough. You want us to go offending a Grand Ascension stage being just to save some face? Have you gone insane, Elder Zhu? A middle-aged man in a set of scholarly robes suddenly interjected to cut off the burly man. I just don't want the reputation of our sect to be severely impacted by this, sect master. Seeing as none of you seem to care, I'll stay out of this matter as well. The burly man grumbled before falling silent. Elder Fei, Elder Qiong, go and see if any treasures have gone missing in the restricted area, and try to follow the signs to see which parts of the area the Grand Ascension Stage Senior visited. The middle-aged man instructed. The two elders he was referring to immediately gave affirmative responses before flying into the restricted area as streaks of light. As for the other disciples, they were ordered to return to what they had been doing before by the sect master. The ancient altar? Half a day later, the sect master was seated in a secret chamber, appraising the hunchbacked elderly man with a hint of surprise on his face. That's right, that senior seemed to have only visited that one place, and there are some signs suggesting that he attempted some type of divination there. The hunchbacked man replied with a wry smile. The ancient altar in the restricted area has already been abandoned for many years. Why would he come to our sect just to visit the altar? The sect master murmured to himself with a perplexed expression. Who knows? Perhaps there's some type of secret hidden within that altar, the hunchbacked elder speculated. So be it, even if there is some type of secret, we can't get involved now that a Grand Ascension stage being has already visited the altar. From now on, double the number of guards in the restricted area, but aside from that, pretend as if nothing ever happened, the sect master decided. I understand. I'll issue this order tomorrow, the hunchbacked man agreed with a nod. Meanwhile, Han Li was situated in the hall of the giant black ark, appraising a white light screen that was hovering before him. The light screen depicted an extremely clear giant map with annotations of some mountain ranges and lakes, as well as several flashing spots of azure light spread all over the map. Senior Han, we've already visited all of the altars nearby, and the next altar is around half a month's travel away. However, once we reach that altar, we'll be in the territory of the Bloodbone sect, which is one of the major Blood Dao sects, the Blood Soul explained as she pointed at one of the flashing azure dots on the light screen. That's the sect that you made an enemy out of, right? It looks like we'll have to be more subdued once we enter that area. I don't fear any other Grand Ascension stage being, but it would naturally be best to avoid senseless conflict, Han Li said with a nod. The Bloodbone sect has 5 or 6 Grand Ascension stage beings among its ranks, making it one of the most formidable powers on the Blood Sky continent. Even though this number of Grand Ascension stage beings is far less than that of other major powers, the Blood Dao cultivation arts of this sect are extremely fearsome, and all of its Grand Ascension stage beings are far more powerful than those of other sects. We'll have to try and avoid attracting their attention, so we won't be able to travel in this arc any longer, the Blood Soul said with a slightly grim expression. This arc is indeed a little conspicuous. I'll withdraw it once we enter Bloodbone sect territory. Once we arrive at Blood Crow City, you can go to search for leads about your true body on your own. I'll give you 2 body integration stage puppets to accompany you, so you'll be fine as long as you don't encounter any Grand Ascension stage beings, Han Li said. A hint of elation flashed through the Blood Soul's eyes upon hearing this. Thank you, Senior. I'll be sure to do my best. There's no need to thank me over something so minor, Han Li said as he waved a dismissive hand. Over a month later, Han Li and the others finally arrived in the territory under the Bloodbone sect's control. Thus, the Ink Spirit Holy Ark was withdrawn and replaced by an inconspicuous black flying carriage that was drawn by several flying wolf puppets. The next part of the trip progressed quite smoothly, and another 2 months later, Han Li's group arrived at a giant crimson city. The city's construction was very interesting in that there was a blue lake on either side of the city, and the section of the city wall where the city gate was situated jutted out significantly, forming what was almost like an independent small town. Atop the city wall was a group of crimson armored guards that were patrolling back and forth in an absent-minded manner. A group of foreign beings was lined up outside the city gate, and only after paying some spirit stones to the guards at the gate were they granted access. Blood Crane City is considered to be a major city of the Bloodbone sect, and the city produces several types of specialty products that are beneficial to mid-grade and high-grade cultivators. As such, there's an elite force from the Bloodbone sect that's constantly situated in the city, as well as a Grand Ascension stage Grand Elder, so no one dares to cause any trouble here, and it's a very orderly city. However, everything is also a lot more expensive here than it is in other cities, and a sum of spirit stones must be issued if one wishes to permanently settle here. The Blood Soul introduced. We've encountered some Bloodbone sect disciples on the way here. Setting aside their cultivation bases, all of them have a type of baleful aura emanating from their bodies, indicating that they are indeed using an extremely formidable cultivation art. It's no wonder the Bloodbone sect is one of the major Blood Dao sects on the Blood Sky continent and is capable of constructing such a massive city. On top of that, this city is situated right in between several mountain ranges, so it must be frequently visited by many outsiders passing through the area, Han Li analyzed as he quickly gleaned the terrain near Blood Crane City with his spiritual sense. Indeed, Senior. Assuming things haven't changed too much compared to when I was last here, the majority of the city's population is comprised of foreign cultivators. However, most of the major businesses in the city belong to the Bloodbone sect, and others with businesses in the city are also supported by other major powers. There are also some strange individuals who hide within the city all year round. The Blood Soul replied. Sounds like a very complicated place. Does the Bloodbone sect not care about those mysterious individuals? Han Li asked. Blood Crow City is considered to be one of the more liberal major cities on the Blood Sky continent. Unless someone starts a fight in the city or does something to impact others, then the Bloodbone sect won't do anything aside from taking some spirit stones at set times. It's perhaps because of this that the city has always been thriving. On top of that, there are several large arenas in the city, and those who wish to settle their differences could do so by engaging in a battle for superiority or even battles of the death in those arenas. The Blood Soul replied. I see, I think I have a general understanding of what type of city this is now. Are you planning to enter the city with me, fellow Taoist? Han Li asked. I won't be going in, Senior. According to the mark left behind by my true body, she appeared to have entered the myriad Moon Mountain range neighboring the city, so I'm planning to go there to search for other leads. The Blood Soul replied as she extended a slight bow. In that case, you can go on your own. There are 2 ancient altars near the city, so I'll always be nearby. Take this transmission talisman with you, and contact me with it if you discover something or encounter any trouble. Han Li flipped a hand over as he spoke to summon a golden talisman before tossing it toward the Blood Soul. Thank you, Senior. I feel much more assured now with this talisman in my possession. The Blood Soul hurriedly replied in a grateful manner as she caught the talisman. She then extended a parting bow toward Han Li before departing as a streak of light. Only after the Blood Soul had completely disappeared into the distance did Han Li spur on the flying carriage to fly directly toward the giant city. There were already 7 or 8 foreign beings lined up outside the city. They were all asked some simple questions by the guards, such as where they came from and how long they were planning to stay in Blood Crane City. The foreign beings all provided answers to these questions, but as for whether they were being honest or not, that was something that only the heavens knew. The guards outside the city gate didn't care about that anyway, and they made some records of this information before handing out a metal badge to each person and granting them access. Once it was Han Li's turn, Patriarch Huashur stepped forward before releasing a portion of his body integration stage aura, then tossed a mid-grade spirit stone toward the guards as he said, 3 people, keep the change. Among the dozen or so guards in front of the city gate, the most powerful one was only at the nascent soul, and they were all forced to stumble back a few steps in the face of Patriarch Huashur's formidable aura as stunned looks appeared on their faces. The leader of the guards accepted the mid-grade spirit stone before immediately handing 3 badges to Han Li's trio, not daring to ask any questions. Thus, Han Li's trio made their way into the city in a nonchalant manner. With such a powerful aura, that had to have been a body integration stage senior. How strange. There's been over 30 body integration stage beings who have arrived at our city in just this 1 month alone. The leader of the guards said as he wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead after Han Li's trio had disappeared into the distance. That is indeed quite strange. On top of that, none of these body integration stage beings are leaving the city. Could it be that something's about to happen? Another guard speculated. Perhaps. Do you guys feel like there are many new faces that have appeared among our superiors during the past month? All of them are extremely arrogant, and they seem to be important figures. I don't think they're inner sect disciples, another guard mumbled. A stern look appeared on the guard leader's face, and he scolded, "All right, let's end this discussion here. Regardless of what happens in the city, it has nothing to do with outer sect disciples like us. All we have to worry about is looking after this city gate." "Have you forgotten the rules of our sect?" The other guards immediately shuddered at the mention of the rules of the sect, and they immediately fell silent, not daring to discuss this topic any further. At this point, Han Li and the others had already made their way into the protruding area of the city wall beyond the city gate. Aside from a series of long streets that were lined with crude stalls, there were no other buildings in this area. Many of the people who had just entered the city were lingering in front of the stalls, examining the items being sold or bartering with the stall owners. Han Li swept his spiritual sense over the stalls to find that even though the items being sold were quite diverse or plentiful, they were all of a low caliber and were useless for beings like him and Patriarch Huashir. Thus, they naturally weren't going to linger here and quickly exited the area, upon which they arrived at a massive plaza with an area in excess of 10,000 acres. Many official shops of different sizes were spread all around the plaza, and judging from the signs hanging outside the shops, it was clear that everything could be purchased here, including materials, spirit beasts, treasures, etc. Patriarch Huashir and Zhu Guer's eyes lit up in unison upon seeing this. "You can roam the city freely for the next few days, but come back here in 3 days to meet up with me again," Han Li instructed with a faint smile. During this past half a year, they hadn't entered any other cities as they had been busy traveling and searching for ancient altars. They were on a different continent, so the shops here were definitely selling rare materials, ingredients, and treasures that weren't commonly available on the Tianyuan continent. As such, it was necessary to give them some time to buy the things that they wanted. "Yes, Master Han. Thank you, Senior Han." Patriarch Huashir and Zhu Guer were ecstatic to hear this, and they extended respectful bows toward Han Li before hurrying over to the shops around the plaza. 3 days wouldn't be enough for them to visit all of the shops, but it would suffice for exploring most of these shops. Right at this moment, Han Li suddenly seemed to have sensed something, and he reflexively raised his head to look up into the sky. Night was about to fall upon the city, and through the invisible restrictions he was able to see several murky crescent moons in the sky, while a bright red color was beginning to appear in the nearby space. It wouldn't take long before the crimson night was going to settle over the entire sky. For some reason, the Blood Sky continent was no different from the other 2 continents during the day, but at night, it would turn a strange crimson color, and that was the origin of the continent's name. However, Han Li wasn't looking at the moons that were already beginning to take on a red tinge. Instead, he was looking at a certain spot above the plaza, and moments later, he lowered his head again in an expressionless manner before making his way toward a street that was connected to the plaza. Within the patch of space that Han Li had just been appraising was a completely concealed masked man, and his brows furrowed tightly as he murmured to himself, "That Grand Ascension stage being has noticed me as well. Who is he? I've never seen that face before." Regardless of who he is, now that a Grand Ascension stage being has appeared, it looks like we won't be able to hide this any longer. We may as well spread the word and recruit their assistants to make a gamble. Surely that would be better than missing our opportunity and ending up with nothing. Having made up his mind, the masked man swept a sleeve through the air and instantly vanished on the spot. At this moment, Han Li was walking along a street, having visited a few of the larger shops to replenish his supplies. After that, he went to a slightly secluded inn and rented a small independent courtyard, where he stayed and began to meditate. 3 days later, Han Li returned to the plaza, where Patriarch Huashi and Zhu Guo were already waiting for him, and the three returned to the inn together. Han Li then informed the two of them that he had suddenly made a breakthrough in a secret technique, so he would have to go into seclusion for some time and set the search for the ancient altar aside for now. He also instructed the two to stay in the courtyard and cultivate in the meantime and to not go out unless it was necessary. Patriarch Huashi and Zhu Guo naturally accepted this arrangement. Thus, for the next month or so, the three of them cultivated in the courtyard without leaving even once. On this day, Han Li was in the process of meditating when he suddenly opened his eyes, seemingly having sensed something. His expression then darkened slightly as golden light erupted from his body, and he shot out of the room as a streak of golden light. Almost at the exact same moment, an earth-shattering boom rang out, and a massive fireball exploded above the inn akin to a scorching sun. Powerful shockwaves surged forth in all directions, toppling all of the surrounding buildings, and the majority of the people near the site of the explosion instantly exploded into clouds of blood mist, while only a minority of beings with advanced cultivation bases were able to rush out of the affected area before looking up with alarmed expressions. Patriarch Huashi and Zhu Guo were naturally among the latter group. Due to the flight restrictions, no one was able to rise up into the air, but they could still see everything clearly from down below. At the site of the explosion, there were two humanoid figures facing each from afar while hovering in midair. One of them was a young man in a set of Taoist robes, while the other was a wrinkly old woman with a head of white hair, and both of them were giving off astonishing auras. It was clear that those were responsible for the explosion. Those must be Grand Ascension stage beings. Even body integration stage beings can't rise too high up into the air with the potent flight restrictions in place in the city, someone immediately exclaimed. Some of the people who had survived the explosion were looking up with enraged expressions, but all of them drew a sharp breath upon hearing this before quickly scattering and fleeing into the distance. This was a clash between two Grand Ascension stage beings. It would be nothing short of suicide to stay here. As for seeking an explanation or compensation, that was something that they didn't even dare to consider. The fact that two Grand Ascension stage beings had suddenly appeared was enough to shake the entire city. Patriarch Huashi and Zhu Guo were a little perplexed as they couldn't see Han Li anywhere, but they weren't concerned and remained standing calmly on the spot. Right at this moment, a cold male voice suddenly rang out up above. "How dare you attack this city in such a blatant manner? Do you have no regard for the Blood-Bone sect?" Faint spatial fluctuations erupted, and a burst of white light suddenly flashed between the young man and the elderly woman, following which a man wearing a white mask emerged. The mask had several silver spirit patterns etched onto its surface, and it concealed the man's entire face aside from a pair of black eyes. "You've finally come out, Xiao Ming. This is what you get for avoiding us. Humph, if you had continued to hide from us, I would have destroyed this entire city." The elderly woman harumphed coldly. "Please forgive us, fellow Taoist Xiao. Mistress Wanhua and I only resorted to this as we had no choice. It's a good thing that we intentionally restricted the scope of the explosion so not much damage was caused to your city," the young Taoist priest said in an apologetic manner, creating a stark contrast with the elderly woman's cold demeanor. Not much damage was caused? There were close to 1,000 people living in this area, yet less than 100 managed to escape. Most importantly, during the few centuries I've been the lord of the city, no one has dared to do something like this. I'm not going to let things slide unless you give me a satisfactory explanation, the masked man replied in a cold voice. What explanation do you want? So what if a few hundred low-grade beings died? It's not a big deal. Are you trying to issue a challenge to me? The elderly woman asked as a dangerous gleam flashed through her eyes. The young Taoist priest's brows furrowed slightly upon hearing this, but he didn't say anything in the end. "I know why you two came to find me, but if you want to discuss this matter, you and Mistress Wanhua will each have to endure 3 attacks from me at an arena. Regardless of the outcome, I'll be willing to let things slide," the masked man said. 3 attacks? No problem. I can take 30, even 300 if you want. The elderly woman guffawed. Good. I'll be able to give everyone in the city an explanation now. By the way, there's something I forgot to mention. You two aren't the first Grand Ascension stage fellow Taoists to arrive at my Blood Crane City. the masked man said. Both the elderly woman and young Taoist priest were quite surprised to hear this, and the latter asked, "Someone arrived here before us? Which fellow Taoist was it that managed to catch wind of this so quickly?" Instead of providing a reply, the masked man turned toward a certain direction and said, "You've been spectating for quite some time now, fellow Taoist. Why don't you come out and meet us?" "Oh? I didn't think you'd be able to see through my concealment technique. In that case, I guess I'll have to show myself." A male voice suddenly rang out from that direction, following which Han Li emerged amid a flash of azure light with a hint of a smile on his face. "So it really is you. Don't be surprised that I was able to see through your concealment technique. Most of the restrictions in this city were set up by me, so anyone else unleashing abilities of this nature would also fail to escape my detection," Xiaoming said with a smile. "So you're a formation master. No wonder you were able to see right through me. May I ask why you decided to call me out?" Han Li asked. "I must say, I truly admire your willpower, fellow Taoist. You clearly already know that that thing is about to open, but instead of seeking me out after arriving in Blood Crane City, you've made no effort to approach me at all. If fellow Taoist Qingping and fellow Taoist Wanhua hadn't arrived, you would have most likely continued to wait. I also didn't think that the two of them would decide to strike on the street where you're living. Life is truly full of coincidences," Xiaoming chuckled. The Taoist priest exchanged a glance with the elderly woman before the former said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Wanhua and I were unaware that a fellow Taoist of the same cultivation base as ourselves was living on this street. We had briefly inspected the area with our spiritual sense and decided to strike as the population density in this area was quite low. Having said that, it's very impressive that you were able to conceal your cultivation base so convincingly that you even managed to fool both of us. I don't recall ever seeing you before. May I ask your name, fellow Taoist?" "My surname is Han, and it's no surprise that you haven't seen me before. I'm not from the Blood Sky continent. I just so happen to be passing through this place, and I have no interest in getting involved with whatever you're planning. However, if I hadn't acted quickly, I would have been caught up in that explosion as well, so I believe you two also owe me an explanation," Han Li replied with a cold expression. Xiaoming faltered slightly upon hearing this, then turned to Taoist Qingping's duo with an amused look in his eyes. Taoist Qingping's brows furrowed slightly as he appraised Han Li as if he were trying to figure out whether Han Li was telling the truth. His smile then faded as he replied, "So you're a fellow Taoist from another continent. We were indeed a little rash with our prior actions, but what kind of explanation do you want from us? Do you want us to face 3 attacks from you as well?" "There's no need for 3 attacks. The two of you can take 1 attack from me each," Han Li replied in an expressionless manner. The elderly woman seemed to be very short-tempered, and she immediately flared up with rage upon hearing this. "Sure, 1 attack each it is. Let me see what gives you the confidence to be so arrogant." A wry smile appeared on Taoist Qingping's face, and he asked, "Are you really just passing through the city and not pursuing the same thing as we are? I don't even know what you're referring to. How could I possibly be pursuing it? Rest assured, fellow Taoists, I have other important matters to attend to. As long as you don't get in my way, I won't pose any hindrance to you." "Either," Han Li said in a calm manner. Taoist Qingping was ecstatic to hear this, and Mistress Wanhua's expression also eased slightly. As for Xiaoming, his expression remained calm as he said, "Regardless of what your objective is, as the city lord, I must welcome you to our city. I hope you can all do me the honor of paying my cave abode a visit once we finish our sparring matches in the arena. The two of us came to see you, so we were planning to stay at your cave abode for a few days even if you hadn't offered," Taoist Qingping replied with a smile. Han Li also nodded in agreement after a brief moment of contemplation. Xiaoming was quite pleased to hear this, and he looked around at the city guards that had already begun to gather from all directions, then said, "All right, then it's decided. Let's go to the nearest arena first. I'll get the disciples of our sect to take care of everything else here." Taoist Qingping and Mistress Wanhua naturally had no objections to this, and Han Li followed them toward a certain part of the city after briefly communicating to Patriarch Hua Shi and Zhu Gui'er through voice transmission. Zhu Gui'er and Patriarch Hua Shi exchanged a glance before silently departing, quickly vanishing into a nearby street. Around an hour later, Xiaoming and Mistress Wanhua were facing each other from afar in mid-air, within a white light barrier that was situated in a massive ring-shaped building. Meanwhile, Han Li and Taoist Qingping were looking on calmly from the spectator stands outside the light barrier. Moments later, Xiaoming declared that he was unleashing his first attack, following which he opened his mouth to release a streak of crimson light, which instantly transformed into a massive white bone blade. There were several silver rings embedded into the front tip of the blade, and they were clanging incessantly as they swayed in the wind. Xiaoming grabbed a hold of the blade before swinging it viciously through the air, hurling it directly toward his opponent. As soon as the bone blade left his grasp, countless crimson runes appeared on its surface. It covered a distance of several thousand feet in the blink of an eye, reaching Mistress Wanhua in a flash. "Humph! Is that all you've got?" Mistress Wanhua harumphed coldly as she put on a disdainful display. But she didn't dare to allow any complacency to set in as she swept a hand upward like lightning. An antiquated-looking black wooden hairpin was pulled out of thin air before being slashed toward the bone blade from afar. A clear ringing sound rang out, and a burst of black flames erupted out of the pointed tip of the hairpin, then wound itself around the bone blade before radiating dazzling light. The black flames only revolved several times around the bone blade before the latter was forced to a halt, then began to gradually melt away. Xiaoming wasn't surprised at all to see this, and he declared, "This is my second attack." He then pointed a finger at the bone blade, close to half of which had already melted away, and the silver rings embedded onto its surface shuddered slightly before flying out of the black flames, having been completely unaffected. In the next instant, the silver rings vanished on the spot, and Mistress Wanhua's expression suddenly changed drastically as she twisted around before rising up into the air as a streak of azure light. Spatial fluctuations erupted from the spot where she had been standing before, and several silver rings of light emerged before shrinking toward the center. However, they naturally missed their target due to the preemptive measures taken by Mistress Wanhua. Xiaoming remained unfazed by this as he continued to chant an incantation while pointing incessantly at the rings of light. Countless arcs of silver lightning erupted from the smooth surfaces of the rings amid a rumbling boom, then surged directly toward Mistress Wanhua. Mistress Wanhua's expression darkened slightly upon seeing this, and she swept her wooden hairpin downward several times in succession, releasing more bursts of black flames. However, the black flames were unable to do anything aside from slow down the rings of light slightly. Mistress Wanhua flashing through the air over and over again, but the rings of light were also capable of instantaneous teleportation and were chasing her in hot pursuit. After evading a few more times, an impatient look finally appeared on Mistress Wanhua's face. "Do you really think these rings can suppress my devilish flames? Let me show you the true power of my bone-eroding devilish flames." As soon as her voice trailed off, she hurled her wooden hairpin through the air before expelling a ball of energy onto it out of her mouth. At the same time, a giant black lion projection that was over 100 feet tall appeared behind her amid a flash of black light. The lion's body was covered in scorching black flames, and it was giving off an astonishing aura. Right at this moment, the wooden hairpin suddenly transformed into a short black sword. The sword was only around half a foot in length, but it was giving off incredible heat that was threatening to set even the nearby space alight. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the rings of light reappeared above Mistress Wanhua before converging viciously toward her again. The giant black lion let loose a low roar as it raised its head to expel a black fiery cloud out of its mouth, keeping the rings of light at bay. Meanwhile, Mistress Wanhua cast an incantation seal into the short sword, and it flew into the black lion's mouth as a streak of black light. A cold smile then appeared on her face as she rapidly flicked a string of incantation seals through the air, and the black flames around the lion's body swelled drastically as it opened its mouth to expel a burst of black light. The black light was none other than the short sword, but its surface was now riddled with peculiar flame-shaped spirit patterns. The short sword pierced through the fiery cloud as a streak of light that was over 100 feet in length, then flashed right past the rings of light. Several dull thumps rang out, and the rings of light were all slashed apart before disintegrating into specks of spiritual light. As opposed to being alarmed to see this, a hint of elation flashed through Xiaoming's eyes instead. "Impressive. That must be your signature treasure, the Qilin-slaying devilish sword. As expected, it truly is a fearsome weapon. Even my Mount Tai rings were unable to withstand it." However, I'm going to be using some of my true power in this final attack, so take care, fellow Taoist. He then suddenly slammed a palm viciously into his own dantian. A dull thump rang out as countless streaks of crimson chi surged out of his body, instantly forming a dense cloud of mist that completely inundated him. Mistress Wanhua's heart jolted slightly upon seeing this, and a serious look appeared on her face as she injected even more power into her black lion projection, further bolstering its aura and increasing its size by around a third. A sharp screech suddenly rang out from within the crimson mist, followed by the sound of heavy footsteps, as if some type of giant creature were about to emerge. The mist then completely parted to reveal a mountainous toad. The toad was over 1,000 feet tall with a glossy crimson body, and there were several head-sized bulges on its back. There were also 9 shimmering golden demonic eyes on its head that were flashing with an unsettling light. That's a 9-eyed blood toad. I didn't think you would truly refine the true blood of this true spirit being, Mistress Wanhua exclaimed as her expression darkened significantly. Taoist Qing Ping's expression also changed slightly upon hearing this. In contrast, Han Li's eyes abruptly lit up and a hint of a smile appeared on his face. He had naturally heard of the 9-eyed blood toad, and some of its true blood was even occasionally sold in some large auctions. However, in contrast with the blood of other true spirit beings, which would always attract fierce bidding from high-grade beings, this blood was rarely sought after, and there were even instances where it had gone unsold. This was because the blood of the 9-eyed blood toad was extremely poisonous, and even the majority of Grand Ascension stage beings wouldn't be able to handle the backlash from the poison within the blood during the refinement process. As for beings of lower cultivation bases, they would instantly perish upon even the slightest contact with this true blood. Thus, with so many other types of true spirit blood to choose from, there were naturally very few Grand Ascension stage beings interested in the blood of this creature. As such, it was very remarkable that this Xiaoming had dared to take this risk and had actually succeeded in refining this true blood. This is the first time I've ever used this form in battle, so you'll be the first person to experience its power, fellow Taoist Wanhua. Xiaoming's cold voice rang out, following which the giant toad suddenly opened its mouth before something shot out at an incredible speed. Mistress Wanhua immediately gave a muffled groan as shuddered violently before stumbling back a few steps, seemingly having just been struck by some type of powerful object. Around 10 feet in front of her, there was a head-sized ball of golden flesh viciously striking a vibrant green wooden shield. Behind this ball of flesh was a crimson pillar of flesh that was around as thick as a human wrist without countless bulging veins on its surface. This was the Ni-eyed blood toad's tongue, and it had struck Mistress Wanhua before she had even managed to catch sight of it. If it weren't for the fact that she had summoned the wooden shield as a prophylactic measure, she would have most likely been unable to withstand that attack. Even as things currently were, she had clearly been forced onto the back foot. Mistress Wanhua let loose an enraged cry as the giant black lion behind her opened its mouth to release a streak of black light that hurtled directly toward the toad's tongue. However, right at this moment, the thick toad's tongue abruptly vanished on the spot. At the same time, the 9-eyed blood toad that was situated several thousand feet away suddenly sprang up using its hind limbs, then also disappeared into thin air. Mistress Wanhua was a seasoned combatant at this point in her cultivation journey, and she immediately knew that she was in trouble. Her expression changed drastically as she twisted around to flee, but it was already too late. A loud rumbling boom suddenly rang out up above, and the 9-eyed blood toad suddenly reappeared above her. As soon as it emerged, it reached out with a massive palm, conjuring up a crimson halo with a diameter of around 100 feet that came crashing down viciously from above. Even before the halo had completely descended, the space around Mistress Wanhua tightened and she felt her own body become extremely heavy, following which countless rumbling booms rang out. Mistress Wanhua was quite alarmed to see this, and she immediately raised her head before opening her mouth to release a huge earthy yellow seal. At the same time, the giant black lion behind her raised one of its paws before slashing its claws upward amid a sharp tearing sound. 5 massive claw projections were unleashed, but as soon as they came into contact with the crimson halo, they were instantly repelled amid a dull thump. As for the giant seal, it was affected by the fearsome power being released by the halo, causing it to go out of control as it began to revolve aimlessly in midair. As for the crimson halo itself, It didn't pause even in the slightest as it continued to descend toward Mistress Wanhua. Mistress Wanhua's expression darkened even further upon seeing this, and she suddenly uttered a few strange sounds, following which the black lion behind her immediately released a black fireball amid a furious roar. As soon as the fireball emerged, it swelled to a size that was no smaller than the crimson halo before surging up toward it. A rumbling boom rang out as the fireball transformed into a cloud of scorching flames that swept forth in all directions, unleashing such incredible power that even the crimson halo was beginning to flash erratically. However, right at this moment, the nine-eyed blood toad up above opened its mouth to expel a ball of crimson chi, which vanished into the halo in a flash. In the next instant, a loud buzzing sound rang out, and the halo tremored slightly before being restabilized by the new influx of energy, upon which it continued to forcibly descend through the fiery cloud. The giant black lion was also releasing black flames out of its mouth to support the fiery cloud. But the crimson halo was clearly not something that it could resist. Mistress Wanhua was very alarmed to see this, and as the halo drew closer and closer, she was beginning to consider using her trump cards. However, right at this moment, the crimson halo abruptly vanished on the spot. "Thank you for the battle," the nine-eyed blood toad said in a calm manner, then reverted back into its human form amid a burst of crimson mist. "Your powers are very formidable, Brother Xiao. I concede this match," Mistress Wanhua said in an indignant manner as she withdrew the fiery cloud and black lion projection with a dark expression. "I was only able to seize the initiative due to my nine-eyed blood toad transformation. I may not necessarily be able to defeat you in a battle of life and death. It's your turn now, fellow Taoist Han. I'm looking forward to seeing your abilities from another continent," Xiaoming said. He then flew out of the light barrier as a ball of crimson light before descending near Han Li. "Would you like to take a rest first, fellow Taoist Wanhua? How about I spar with fellow Taoist Qing Ping first?" Han Li asked with a faint smile. "There's no need for that. I didn't expend much magic power during that clash, so I'm ready to face you right away," Mistress Wanhua replied in a cold voice before Taoist Qing Ming could respond. Taoist Qing Ming merely offered a faint smile in silence. Han Li's brows furrowed slightly upon seeing this, but he still accepted this arrangement. He made a hand seal and his body blurred before vanishing on the spot, then re-emerged within the light barrier amid a burst of spatial fluctuations. "I'll only be unleashing a single attack, so I won't be holding back much here," Han Li cautioned in an expressionless manner. "Humph, I'm well aware of that," Mistress Wanhua snapped in response, following which the giant black lion reappeared behind her amid a flash of black light, and it seemed to be even more menacing than before. It was clear that she was quite enraged by her loss in the previous sparring match and that she intended to recover some dignity by defeating Han Li. Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly upon seeing this, and he took a deep breath before taking a step forward. A dull thump rang out as if he had taken an incredibly heavy step, and in the instant his foot landed on the ground, a resounding boom rumbled throughout the entire arena. Mistress Wanhua's heart jolted slightly upon seeing this, and she was then greeted by the sight of countless silver spirit patterns appearing all over Han Li's body. At the same time, he swelled drastically in size, while a layer of golden scales surfaced over his skin amid a flash of bright golden light. In the blink of an eye, he had transformed into a golden-scaled devilish being with a single horn on its head. Taoist Qing Ming's expression changed drastically upon hearing this, and he hurriedly cautioned, "That's the true devil physique that can only be attained by cultivating devil Dao arts to the extreme. Be on your guard, fellow Taoist Wanhua." It was impossible to glean Xiao Ming's expression due to his mask, but there was clearly a hint of astonishment in his eyes as well. Mistress Wanhua faltered slightly upon hearing this, and a grim look appeared on her face as she sensed the fearsome aura that Han Li was releasing. She immediately swept both sleeves through the air to release countless black flying needles, all of which revolved through the air before forming a formation diagram that was releasing bursts of black chi. This flying needle formation diagram was her trump card, and it formed a protective barrier around her from all sides. This formation was comprised of 360 black blood needles, which had taken her several centuries to refine using a refinement method that she had stumbled upon in a set of ancient ruins. She had never been defeated in battle against another Grand Ascension stage being when using this formation diagram, and even if she couldn't defeat an enemy, the formation diagram would always ensure that she wouldn't lose. The fact that she had summoned this formation diagram without any hesitation was a clear indication of how wary she was of Han Li's true devil physique. True devil physique? Han Li chuckled internally upon hearing this. In reality, this was an incomplete form of his provenance true devil physique. It did indeed have a very similar appearance to a true devil physique that could be attained from several types of rare devilish arts, but the power disparity was night and day. Setting aside the fact that Han Li's physical body was already comparable in power to that of the average true spirit being, even without unleashing his 12 awakening transformations, this incomplete provenance true devil physique would be more than enough to crush normal Grand Ascension stage beings. With that in mind, Han Li took a few steps forward to reach the formation diagram, then slowly reached out toward the center of the formation with a massive scaled hand. His fingers abruptly vanished into the space before him in a flash, following which a shimmering golden hand that was several times larger than it had been before re-emerged above the formation amid a burst of violent fluctuations. It was as if the massive hand had torn through space, and its fingers parted as it descended toward the formation diagram with a devastating aura. The grim look on Mistress Wanhua's face became even more pronounced upon seeing this, but she didn't hesitate in the slightest as she made a hand seal, upon which all of the black chi within the formation diagram surged up into the air as countless streaks of black light. Each streak of black light was formed by a needle, and their tips were looking extremely sharp and lethal. However, the giant golden palm displayed no intention of evading, and it continued to descend from above. Thus, all of the streaks of black light struck the golden hand like a torrential storm. A string of crisp clangs rang out, and countless balls of black light erupted over the surface of the giant golden hand, following which all of the black needles were repelled, while the golden palm remained completely unscathed. Mistress Wanhua wasn't too surprised to see this, and she took a deep breath before making a hand seal, upon which she suddenly began to rotate on the spot like a spinning top. Countless incantation seals of different colors surged out of her body in a frenzy, then vanished into the formation diagram without a trace. Black chi surged violently within the entire formation, and around a dozen black chains suddenly shot forth before instantly binding tightly around the giant golden hand up above. Immediately thereafter, a faint buzzing sound rang out, and countless black runes surged out of the chains before adhering themselves to the massive palm. Seal! Mistress Wanhua yelled with a triumphant expression as she finally ceased in her rotation. The black runes immediately began to glow brightly while writing incessantly, seemingly preparing to completely seal the giant hand. However, right at this moment, Han Li uttered the word shatter, and countless arcs of golden lightning suddenly sprang out of the black runes, shattering all of the runes to free the massive golden hand. In the instant that the golden palm was freed, it flipped itself over to grab onto all of the golden chains, then crushed them into powder with ease amid a string of dull thumps. The giant golden hand then blurred before abruptly appeared no more than several tens of feet away from the formation diagram, then came crashing down with devastating force. The black formation diagram began to emit a sharp screeching sound as if it were being placed under immense pressure, and the black chi within it immediately rose upward to form a black light barrier over the entire formation. An earth-shattering boom rang out as the giant golden palm struck the black light barrier, resulting in an eruption of scintillating black and golden light that forced even Xiao Ming and Taoist Qing Ping to narrow their eyes slightly. Once the light faded and they reopened their eyes, they discovered that the black light barrier had been completely shattered while the mountainous golden palm had drawn to a halt right above Mistress Wanhua's head. Mistress Wanhua was as pale as a sheet as she stood rooted to the spot down below. Not only had the entire formation diagram been completely wrecked by the giant golden hand, even the massive black lion behind her had curled up into the ball, having been completely immobilized by the tremendous force weighing down from above. She had already summoned several defensive treasures to protect herself, but judging from the fearsome power displayed by the giant palm, she knew that those treasures wouldn't be able to do much at all. She had been forced to use all of her trump cards, yet she had still been crushed by just a single palm from her opponent. This was an extremely heavy psychological blow to someone as proud as she was. "Thank you for the battle," Han Li said before withdrawing his arm. At the same time, the giant golden palm above Mistress Wan Hua also vanished in a flash. Before she knew it, she was on the other side of the light barrier, returning to the spectator stands with a wooden expression. Daoist Qingping and Xiao Ming exchanged a glance, and both of them could see their own astonishment mirrored in one another's eyes. Han Li turned to Daoist Qingping from within the light barrier and said, "It's your turn now, fellow Daoist Qingping." Daoist Qingping immediately returned to his senses upon hearing this, and he hurriedly waved his hands with a wry smile as he replied, "I'm no match for you, fellow Daoist. There's no need for me to test myself against you. I concede." He had made a very wise decision and conceded the match. Han Li wasn't too surprised to hear this, and he didn't force the issue any further, either. He merely nodded in response before withdrawing his provenance true devil physique, then also emerged from the light barrier. "Your powers far exceed those of anyone I've ever seen, fellow Daoist Han. That reminds me. Are you the fellow Daoist Han Li of the Tianyuan continent who entered the Elder Devil realm and slew the Stemborer Queen?" Xiao Ming asked. "Those rumors paint me in a far too flattering light, but I am indeed Han Li," Han Li replied. "Haha, so it really is you. No wonder your powers are so formidable. It seems that a truly esteemed guest has arrived in my city. You have to stay in the city for some time so we can exchange some insights and ideas," Xiao Ming said with an enthusiastic smile, completely disregarding the other two grand Ascension stage beings present. Han Li was also rather interested in the Blood Dao cultivation arts of the Bloodbone sect, so he smiled and replied, "I certainly can't turn down such a genuine invitation." "Great! Mistress Wan Hua, fellow Daoist Qingping, let's go to my cave abode together," Xiao Ming said in an excited manner. Daoist Qingping and Mistress Wan Hua exchanged a slightly hesitant glance before the former replied, "We came here to see you anyway, so we would have visited you even without an invitation. Please lead the way and pardon our intrusion, Brother Xiao. I've already instructed my servants to prepare a banquet in my cave abode that I'm sure you'll all be happy with. Please follow me, fellow Daoists," Xiao Ming said with a smile. Thus, the group departed from the arena as four streaks of light, flying toward a giant palace situated at the center of Blood Crane City. Close to a day later, Han Li flew out of the palace just as night was arriving. It then took him close to an hour to arrive at an inn on a secluded street before making his way into a courtyard that had already been rented. Patriarch Huashir and Zhu Guar were standing outside the entrance to the courtyard in a respectful manner, and they immediately extended deep bows upon Han Li's arrival. Han Li waved a dismissive hand toward them before the trio strode into the courtyard together, following which the gates swung shut amid a flash of white light. Meanwhile, Xiao Ming, Mistress Wan Hua, and Daoist Qingping were seated around a white jade table in the palace, and there seemed to be an argument taking place. It was impossible to glean Xiao Ming's expression due to his mask, but both Daoist Qingping and Mistress Wan Hua wore cold expressions that were even intermingled with a hint of anger. "That's going too far, fellow Daoist Xiao. You're planning to take 90% of the spoils from the Heavenly Cauldron Palace and leave only 10 to us? Have you no respect for us at all?" Mistress Wan Hua yelled. "If you two also possess the key to the Heavenly Cauldron Palace and know its rough location prior to its opening, then you'll also have the right to propose such conditions," Xiao Ming replied in a calm manner. "We're naturally aware that you possess those things. Otherwise, we wouldn't have come to find you prior to entering the Myriad Moon Mountain range. However, no matter how you look at it, 10% is far too little," Daoist Qingping said with tightly furrowed brows. Xiao Ming refused to be swayed. "What kind of place do you think the Heavenly Cauldron Palace is? Without my key, you wouldn't be able to access the palace even if you learned its location in advance. I had to expend an extremely heavenly price to obtain this key, and I'm already being very generous by offering you 10% of the treasures. Humph. There's more than one key to enter the Heavenly Cauldron Palace. You only have a single key, and we still don't know if it's a genuine one or not. Last time the Heavenly Cauldron Palace appeared, many replica keys were created. Those replica keys couldn't allow one to safely enter the palace, but they can certainly notify one of the opening time and rough location of the palace. So we can try to enter the palace ourselves as long as we're willing to take a risk," Mistress Wan Hua said in a cold voice. "Replica keys? I have heard of such things, but I can assure you that I definitely have an authentic key. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to propose these conditions." Xiaoming replied in a confident manner. I can see that you're very confident, so I'll take your word for it, but with so many replica keys in existence, there will most likely be many other Grand Ascension stage beings who will try their luck at entering the Heavenly Cauldron Palace. After all, this is a cave abode left behind by Taoist Tianding, who endured the most major heavenly tribulations 1 million years ago, and was even able to successfully ascend in the end. Who knows how many treasures and pills that will be extremely useful to us can be found in the palace. At the very least, the cultivation arts and secret techniques left behind in the palace will tell us how Taoist Tianding was able to transcend all of his major heavenly tribulations, and just that alone would be extremely tempting to all powerful beings of our caliber. Even if you manage to enter the palace, do you think you'll be able to obtain all the treasures in there and leave safely without our assistance? Are you not afraid that we'll collaborate with someone else in possession of a key and compete against you for those treasures? Taoist Qingping said as his eyes narrowed slightly. Are you threatening me, fellow Taoist Qingping? Xiaoming's voice immediately cooled upon hearing this.
It's not a threat, it's simply the truth. The fact that we've come here is an indication of our sincerity to collaborate with you. Besides, if you don't collaborate with us, who else will you turn to?
That fellow Taoist Han from the Tian Yuan continent is extremely powerful. Why didn't you invite him to enter the Heavenly Cauldron Palace with you? Could it be that even you're wary of his powers? Taoist Qingping asked in a calm manner. That's right, I am indeed wary of him. I'm not confident in my ability to suppress him, so I didn't tell him about the Heavenly Cauldron Palace. However, you won't convince me to make a concession with just this point alone. Xiaoming replied without any hesitation. Taoist Qingping's expression darkened slightly upon hearing this. Fellow Taoist Qingping, seeing as fellow Taoist Xiao is being so stubborn, why don't we tell him? I'm sure he'll be willing to make a concession once he hears what we have to say. Mistress Wanhua suddenly said in a cold voice. Xiaoming faltered slightly upon hearing this before asking, What do you have to tell me? A mysterious look appeared in Mistress Wanhua's eyes as she asked, Do you know fellow Taoist Qingping's true origins? Xiaoming turned to Taoist Qingping with a puzzled look upon hearing this.
Truth be told, my true inheritance comes from. Taoist Qingping completed his sentence silently through voice transmission. Xiaoming's eyes immediately lit up with elation after hearing what he had to say. In an extremely deep canyon in the Myriad Moon mountain range, the Blood Soul was standing atop a giant black falcon puppet, staring intently at a burst of faint white light that had appeared on a stone face. Within the white light were several peculiar runes that were constantly transforming, seemingly conveying a mysterious message. The Heavenly Cauldron Palace. The Blood Soul suddenly murmured to herself, and many sealed memories surged back into her mind. Meanwhile, Han Li seated on a wooden chair in the rented courtyard, carefully inspecting a miniature cauldron that was only several inches tall hovering above his hand. The cauldron was of a faint azure color with an antiquated appearance. Its surface was riddled with carved images of all types of different creatures, and they flashing incessantly with spiritual light, as if they were about to spring to life. Han Li was stroking his own chin while appraising the miniature cauldron with a contemplative look on his face. In a dark and secluded space within the Myriad Moon mountain range, a faint sigh suddenly rang out. The palace is finally about to open again. After being trapped here for so many years, I'll finally be able to leave. In a small valley on the outskirts of the Myriad Moon mountain range, over 100 high-grade cultivators wearing different attire were gathered together.
Manning an unknown giant formation, a burly brocade-robed man with an authoritative appearance was standing off to the side, overseeing the proceedings in an expressionless manner.
In a swamp that was filled with countless venomous insects, there was a shimmering azure cauldron sitting on a blue stone platform. 3 hideous elderly men were seated around the stone platform with their eyes shut, seemingly cultivating something.
The 8 nations near the Qiyun mountain range were all destroyed? How is that possible? In a giant city countless kilometers away, a green-robed elderly man was staring at a yellow-robed man with an incredulous look in his eyes. I wouldn't dare to lie about something like this, Master Bai Ying. Everyone in those 8 nations, regardless of whether they're officials or normal citizens, disappeared a month ago, and not a single survivor was found. The yellow-robed man replied in a fearful manner. What about all the sects in the Qiyun mountain range?
Surely they would have noticed something as extraordinary as this, Baiying said with a dark expression.
I conducted an investigation into this as well, and all of the people in the 19 sects in the Qiyun mountain range also vanished just like the people in the 8 nations. The yellow-robed man replied with a wry smile. They all disappeared as well? Those 19 sects aren't anything noteworthy individually, but combined, they form a formidable power that can't be ignored. Even our trade guild wouldn't be able to wipe them out completely in secret. Haven't you discovered any leads in the wake of something this bizarre? Baiying asked. We did manage to discover some leads. As soon as we discovered what had happened, we immediately sent some people to the 8 nations and 19 sects to investigate. Once there, we discovered no signs of struggles taking place in any of the nations or sects, which means that everyone was either voluntarily taken away, or the perpetrator was so powerful that the nations and sects couldn't even resist at all. The yellow-robed man replied. Which one of those do you think is most plausible? Baiying asked. I think it's very likely to be the latter, the yellow-robed man replied. Why is that? Setting aside all of the citizens of the 8 nations, there's no way that the cultivators of the 19 sects would have willingly left their sections. On top of that, we discovered some traces of a residual blood Dao aura in the Qiyun mountain range. As you know, only blood Dao cultivation arts include methods to drastically enhance one's power through blood sacrifices. The residual blood Dao aura in the Qiyun mountain range was extremely fearsome, so it was definitely left behind by Grand Ascension stage blood Dao powerful beings, and only those beings would do something as brazen as this, the yellow-robed man analyzed. That makes sense. In that case, the perpetrator is most likely the owner of that blood Dao aura. This is an extremely important matter, but the entire trade guild is preparing for the sparring match against the infernal realm, so we can't divert too much of our efforts. Having said that, 2 of those 8 nations are subsidiaries of our trade guild, so we can't just turn a blind eye to this either. Here's what we'll do. The Blood Cry sect and the Wind Snake race are the closest powers to the Qiyun mountain range, and deliver the results of your investigation to them. Both of those powers have Grand Ascension stage beings among their ranks, and they both have ties to the Qiyun mountain range, so they'll definitely step in. I'll also ask Taoist Yen Yu to collaborate with the Grand Ascension stage beings of those 2 powers to investigate this matter together. Baiying decided. I understand, Master Baiying. I'll arrange that right away. The yellow-robed man replied with a respectful bow. There was a huge green lake situated to the north of the Qiyun mountain range, and there were some fish and prawns swimming within the lake that were visible from the surface. The lake seemed to be as normal could be, but there was an unfathomably deep underwater canyon on the lakebed. A series of profound restrictions had been set up in the air above the canyon, encompassing the entire length of the canyon. Beneath the restrictions were clouds of blood mist that refused to disperse, staining the entire canyon a bright red color, thereby making it impossible to see into the canyon. Beneath these clouds of blood mist was a reddish-black river of blood that was giving off a rank and gory odor. The river was over 1,000 feet wide and stretched as far as the eyes could see, extending into the extremely far distance along the canyon. Atop this flowing river of blood sat a murky humanoid figure who was making a hand seal with one hand, while holding a shimmering object in his other hand. Streaks of viscous blood were flowing into the object incessantly from the river down below. Half a month later, Han Li was meditating in the courtyard when a clear ringing sound suddenly rang out from his body, and his eyes immediately sprang open as he swept a sleeve through the air to release a streak of golden light. This was a golden talisman, and after appraising the talisman for a moment, he stowed it away before vanishing on the spot. Several hours later, Han Li departed from Blood Crane City with the Blood Soul and the others heading directly toward the Myriad Moon mountain range. Meanwhile, Xiao Ming was situated in the palace at the center of Blood Crane City, and not long after Han Li's departure, he exclaimed, "What? That human Grand Ascension stage being has already left the city and is traveling toward the Myriad Moon mountain range." A man at the body integration stage was standing respectful before Xiao Ming, and he replied, "That's right. I came to inform you right away as soon as Senior Han left the city. You did well. You can go now," Xiao Ming instructed as he waved a dismissive hand. The man immediately left the hall as he was told. Spatial fluctuations erupted beside Xiao Ming, and Mistress Wan Hua and Taoist Qing Ping appeared. So Han Li also went to the Myriad Moon Mountain range.
With his powers, that's going to be very troublesome. Mistress Wan Hua was the one who had spoken, and the wariness in her voice clearly indicated that she had been slightly traumatized by Han Li's power. It couldn't be a coincidence, could it? Fellow Taoist Han said himself that he had some other important matters to attend to in this area, and the Heavenly Cauldron Palace hadn't opened yet, so if he's here for it, then he's setting off a little too early, Xiaoming speculated.
I think we'd just be fooling ourselves if we write this off as a coincidence. There is indeed still some time left until the opening of the palace. But fellow Taoist Han isn't the only one who's already gone to wait in the mountain range.
There are most likely already many people gathered in the Myriad Moon Mountain range, so it wouldn't be surprising if he were going there for the same objective, Taoist Qingping replied in a calm manner. It looks like both of you are of the opinion that fellow Taoist Han is also here for the Heavenly Cauldron Palace, Xiaoming mused. I can't say for sure, but there's a very good chance that this is the case.
Do you have any effective strategies against such a formidable competitor, Brother Xiao? Taoist Qingping asked. That's not required. Regardless of how powerful he is, he won't be able to enter the palace without a key. Even if he does manage to obtain one, the Heavenly Cauldron Palace is filled with restrictions. You're a direct heir to Taoist Tianding, and I'm a master in the art of formations. We have nothing to fear. Xiaoming chuckled in response. Taoist Qingping faltered slightly upon hearing this before a smile appeared on his face. That's true. Forgive me for my lack of composure. Regardless of how powerful that man is, as long as we can find the core of the palace before him, we'll have nothing to worry about even if he allies himself with other powerful enemies. Mistress Wan Hua's expression also eased significantly upon hearing this.
In contrast, a contemplative look appeared on Xiaoming's face.
7 days later, Han Li was seated on a stone chair in the main hall of a temporary cave abode he had created in the belly of a mountain in the Myriad Moon Mountain range. He was currently listening to a report from the Blood Soul.
Hence, my true body created me and left me outside the Heavenly Cauldron Palace with the Heavavoid Cauldron as a safety precaution prior to entering the palace with her key.
As long as she doesn't return at a set time, her clone, which is me, would be automatically activated with most of my memories sealed away. According to the divination of my true body, the Heavenly Cauldron Palace is about to appear for a second time soon, and we'll have to enter the palace if we want to save her. The Heaven Void Cauldron is a replica key to the Heavenly Cauldron Palace refined, using a secret technique recorded in the Golden Jade Tome.
The replica key isn't as potent as a true key, so it would be too dangerous to enter the Heavenly Cauldron Palace through the front entrance, but my true body discovered a weakness in the formation of the Heavenly Cauldron Palace.
One that even this replica could exploit for a chance to grant someone entry into the palace. After a while, the Blood Soul finally completed her recount of what had happened to Fairy Ice Soul. I see that you've recovered all of your memories, fellow Taoist Blood Soul. That's truly worthy of celebration. Back when you made that deal with me using the Heaven Void Cauldron, your memories were sealed, so you didn't know about the Heavenly Cauldron Palace and Taoist Tianding. All you knew was that the cauldron was the key to a mysterious place that was extremely alluring even to Grand Ascension stage beings. However, you never said that this cauldron was only a replica key. That seems to be slightly different from the terms of our agreement, Han Li said. A slightly awkward look appeared on the Blood Soul's face upon hearing this, and she replied, At the time, my memories were still sealed, so I had falsely assumed that the Heaven Void Cauldron was a true key. However, I can assure you that if this key really can't grant one access into the Heavenly Cauldron Palace, then I definitely wouldn't dare to force you to take a risk.
Having said that, if you do manage to enter the palace, I'm sure the treasures in there won't disappoint you. You already told me a lot about Taoist Tianding. As a cave abode left behind by someone who had ascended to the true immortal realm, this is indeed enough to tempt me.
Even setting those treasures aside, I agreed to help you rescue your true body, so I wouldn't revoke my promise for no good reason. Rest assured, with my current powers, there's a chance I'll be able to force my way into the Heavenly Cauldron Palace even without a key. Now that I have this replica key, my chances of entering the palace should be over 90%, Han Li said with a faint smile. Thank you, Senior Han. Once my true body returns, I'll be sure to... Don't thank me yet. Let's rescue fellow Taoist Ice Soul first. Seeing as there's more than one key, and many replica keys have been refined using the secret technique from the Golden Jade Tome, I'm sure many powerful beings would have already gathered in this mountain range. This must also be the reason why Mistress Wan Hua and Taoist Qing Ping came to Blood Crane City find that Grand Elder of the Bloodbone sect, Hanli mused. You've already met the Bloodbone sect Grand Ascension stage being in Blood Crane City? I recall that there were Bloodbone sect powerful beings who had ventured into the Heavenly Cauldron Palace alongside my true body, and the Bloodbone sect has one or two true keys. If the Bloodbone sect sends many of its powerful beings into the Myriad Moon Mountain range, then things could get very troublesome, the Blood Soul said with tightly furrowed brows. I don't think that Grand Elder is too keen on inviting other members of his sect. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been approached by other Grand Ascension stage beings. Instead, he most likely hid the fact that he had a key to the Heavenly Cauldron Palace in his possession. Most of the other people who possess keys would have most likely also done the same thing. As such, aside from the holders of the keys, the other people who entered the Myriad Moon Mountain range most likely only heard about the palace's opening recently. Regardless of how many of those people there are, they won't be able to enter the palace, so they pose no threat to us, Hanli replied with a shake of his head. In that case, the others most likely wouldn't be willing to allow the holders of the keys easy access into the Heavenly Cauldron Palace. Zhu Guo interjected. There's definitely going to be a battle prior to entering the Heavenly Cauldron Palace. But there's nothing to fear with me here. Having said that, there may be some hazards in the Heavenly Cauldron Palace, so I'll only be entering with fellow Taoist Blood Soul. In the meantime, you two stay behind and take care not to get discovered. All those who dare to enter the Myriad Moon Mountain range at a time like this are definitely no ordinary beings, Hanli instructed. Zhu Guo and Patriarch Hua Shi immediately gave affirmative responses. Fellow Taoist Blood Soul, according to what you just told me, the Heavenly Cauldron Palace should be opening soon, and that once that happens, the Heaven Void Cauldron should be able to guide us to the exact location, right? Hanli asked. That's right, this is the main reason why there are people fighting over these replica keys as well, the Blood Soul replied in a confident manner. Good. All we have to do now is prime ourselves into the best condition and wait for the Heavenly Cauldron Palace to appear, Hanli said in a calm manner. The Blood Soul naturally had no objections to this and immediately nodded in agreement. Thus, Hanli and the others temporarily settled into this cave abode. One day passed by after another, and the Myriad Moon Mountain range gradually became more lively and bustling as more and more cultivators arrived. News of the Heavenly Cauldron Palace's imminent emergence had truly spread throughout Blood Crane City, and many of the powerful cultivators in the nearby area were converging toward this mountain range. However, due to the close proximity of Blood Crane City to this mountain range, most of the cultivators present were from the city, and a large proportion of them were Bloodbone sect disciples. However, as time passed, more and more people from other areas began to arrive, and this trend was only becoming more and more pronounced, but the Myriad Moon Mountain range was a massive place, so this new influx of people wasn't all that noticeable. Some of the more short-tempered and confident arrivals had already begun to go after those whom they thought possessed keys. Even though these actions mostly proved to be futile, a small cauldron really was discovered on the body of someone who had been killed on a certain day, and that cauldron immediately sparked even more bloodshed and conflict. All the while, more and more people from further away were beginning to travel toward the Myriad Moon Mountain range, but it was already too late for them to arrive on time. A month and a half later, a mysterious burst of five-colored light suddenly erupted out of a certain pond within the Myriad Moon Mountain range, then dissipated into countless runes. Almost at the exact same moment, Hanli awakened from his meditation, then swept a sleeve through the air to release a shimmering azure miniature cauldron. Hanli quickly inspected the peculiar runes that had newly appeared on the cauldron's surface, then immediately transmitted his voice out of the secret chamber he was situated in. Prepare to set off, fellow Taoist Blood Soul. The Blood Soul was meditating in another room in the cave abode, and she immediately rose to her feet as an elated look appeared on her face. Moments later, a long streak of azure light shot out of the belly of the mountain before flying toward a certain region of the Myriad Moon Mountain range. Similar scenes were unfolding in over 30 other secluded locations in the mountain range. Countless streaks of light emerged from all directions, but all of them were flying toward a common target. These completely undisguised actions naturally alerted many more cultivators in the mountain range, and they immediately followed along. Those who were particularly fast even managed to catch up to the people ahead of them, upon which fierce battles instantly erupted. The Blood Soul was too slow for Han Li's liking, so he had already swept her up into his streak of azure light so they could continue onward as one. At his incredible speed, it was next to impossible for anyone to chase him down. In the eyes of all of the people he passed by, they merely witnessed a flash of azure light before it faded into the distance in a flash, leaving only the sound of his flight echoing throughout the nearby area. All of the bystanders were astonished to see this, and they immediately abandoned any thoughts of pursuing that streak of light, turning their attention to other targets instead. However, beings on the Blood Sky continent were renowned for their valiance, and there were many courageous and conceited individuals on the continent. As the azure streak of light was passing over a wide canyon, a loud buzzing sound suddenly rang out from down below, following which countless runes surged forth in a frenzy to form a profound light formation. "Please wait, fellow Taoist. I have something I wish to discuss with you." A rumbling voice rang out within the formation. The voice held quite a polite tone, but the light formation was releasing a burst of astonishing suction force that was sweeping directly toward the streak of azure light. A cold look appeared in Han Li's eyes upon hearing this, and he didn't bother to offer a response as he thrust a palm down toward the canyon below in a nonchalant manner, releasing a burst of devastating power that was over 10 times as potent as the oncoming burst of suction force. An earth-shattering boom rang out as the suction force and light formation were both instantly destroyed, and even a section of the canyon that was several kilometers in length had caved in significantly. The person hiding in the area didn't have a chance to evade before his body was reduced to mincemeat, and even his nascent soul had been destroyed. As for the streak of azure light, it didn't even pause for an instant as it quickly vanished into the distant sky. Moments later, several streaks of crimson light flew out from behind a nearby small mountain, then converged in the air above the canyon. This was a group of 7 or 8 people in different attire, and all of them possessed powerful auras, but they were currently appraising the remains of their companions with dark expressions. "Should we give chase and avenge fellow Taoistya?" a green-robed young man asked. "Are you kidding me? Fellow Taoist, you picked a fight with the wrong opponent, so he can't blame anyone for this," a long-haired man replied without any hesitation. "Brother Ya's powers weren't inferior to ours, so even against a Grand Ascension stage being, he should have been able to hold his own for a while. The fact that he was instantly killed indicates that he picked a fight with someone who's extremely powerful even among Grand Ascension stage beings, and we definitely wouldn't be able to fare any better. If you want to avenge him, then go on your own. There's no way we're getting involved," a hideous elderly man said. "It seems I was too rash in my proposal. I wouldn't dare to challenge such a formidable being either. Having said that, we can no longer keep waiting here like this, so we'll have to hurry to the site where the Heavenly Cauldron Palace is going to appear to see if we can do something there," the young woman replied with a slightly awkward smile. Thus, the group quickly departed from the canyon after a brief discussion. A dull thump rang out as Han Li pointed a finger from afar toward a giant of a man who was several tens of feet tall, and the man's head immediately exploded alongside the nascent soul within it. His headless body plummeted out of the heavens, and the azure streak of light pierced directly through the bodies of several people standing behind the man, slicing them in half before vanishing into the distance. After easily crushing several groups of people who had been foolish enough to get in his way, Han Li and the Blood Soul finally arrived in the air above a basin after traveling for around 4 hours. The basin was surrounded by a ring of mountains of different sizes, while patches of shrubs were situated at its center. A 5-colored pillar of light with a diameter of around half a kilometer was currently erupting out of a pond that had almost been entirely concealed by the shrubs, and the pillar of light was extending directly into the heavens. There were already 3 groups of people who had arrived at the edge of the basin earlier than Han Li, and they were appraising one another with cold expressions. All of a sudden, Han Li and the Blood Soul appeared in another direction, and the 3 groups all turned their attention toward the duo. The fearsome auras being directed toward the maid, the Blood Soul's expression changed slightly, and she was struck by the involuntary urge to take a few backward steps. Right at this moment, Han Li strode forward and positioned himself in front of the blood soul from an incredible angle while simultaneously releasing some of his own spiritual pressure. The formidable auras being directed toward the blood soul were instantly scattered, and her expression eased slightly as she cast her gaze toward the three groups of people nearby. As for Han Li, he took a glance at the five-colored pillar of light first before inspecting everyone else present. The group with the fewest people was comprised of a middle-aged man and woman, who appeared to be a couple. The man had thick brows with a dark complexion, and was quite ordinary in appearance. In contrast, the woman was extremely seductive and was giving off an astonishing allure. The two vastly differing figures standing side by side created a very peculiar contrast. Among the two, the woman was giving off a grand Ascension stage aura while the man's aura was undetectable even to Han Li. Furthermore, his body was enshrouded under a layer of invisible energy fluctuations, so it was clear that he was carrying some type of treasure that could keep out the spiritual sense of others. Han Li was rather surprised by this, but he then cast his gaze toward another group which was comprised of 5 young men who were identical in both appearance and attire. They all appeared to around 20 years of age, and even their expressions and mannerisms were extremely similar. There were icy cold looks in their eyes that were completely devoid of warmth, and they were all at the late body integration stage. A contemplative look appeared on Han Li's face as he examined the auras of those 5 young men, but he then cast his gaze toward the final group. This was the group with the most people, numbering over 100 in total. Most of these people were at the spatial tempering stage with only a few body integration stage beings among them, but they had set a profound formation around an authoritative-looking brocade-robed man. This man's aura indicated that he was a grand Ascension stage being. Han Li only took a brief glance at the brocade-robed man before directing his attention to the people beside the man, seemingly rather interested in the formation they had set up. The other 3 groups had naturally also already identified Han Li as a grand Ascension stage being, and they were all appraising him with different expressions, but no one paid any heed to the blood soul. It was clear that a spatial tempering stage being like her wasn't worthy of attention in their eyes. In contrast, Han Li was completely unfamiliar to all of them, and his aura was quite unfathomable, evoking a sense of wariness in their hearts. The 4 groups had each taken up a side of the basin, but they were merely hovering in silence in mid-air, displaying no intention to talk. All of a sudden, 2 more groups of people shot forth toward the basin from a distance. The 2 groups arrived near the basin at the same time, then drew to an abrupt halt. Upon identifying one of the groups, Han Li's expression changed slightly but quickly reverted back to normal again. That group of people was comprised of none other than Xiaoming, Taoist Qingping, and Mistress Wan Hua. As for the other group, it contained 3 thin and hideous elderly men wearing different expressions. Their auras were extremely powerful, and they were also all grand Ascension stage beings. Everyone's expressions aside from that of Han Li changed slightly at the sight of the 6 new grand Ascension stage arrivals. Xiaoming swept his gaze over the surrounding area and he immediately spotted Han Li, upon which his pupils contracted slightly, but he still put on a smile and said, "What a coincidence that you're here as well, fellow Taoist Han. If I had known you were coming here, I would have invited you to come with us. Didn't you say you had other important matters to attend to? Were you referring to this heavenly cauldron palace?" "That's right, I didn't think that we were pursuing the same target. Otherwise, I would have also been happy to join you," Han Li replied in a calm manner. "I'm sure you wouldn't lie about something like this. What a pity. I felt like we had formed a close bond, and I would have loved to have communicated with you further." Xiaoming sighed as if he really were feeling quite forlorn and disappointed. The grand Ascension stage middle-aged woman suddenly chuckled. "Hee hee. Since when did the vastly renowned deranged devil of the Blood-Bone sect become so mellow? Did you undergo a drastic personality change as you were in seclusion for too long? It's a pleasure to meet you here, Patriarch Wu Go and Fairy Hua Shi. I heard Brother Wu Go sustained some injuries in a battle against a Sin dragon some years ago. Have you already recovered?" Xiaoming's question was directed toward the man accompanying the seductive woman. "Thank you for your concern, fellow Taoist Xiao. Not only has my Tao companion already recovered, he encountered some opportunities recently and his powers have been even further enhanced compared to before," Fairy Huashi replied before the man could say anything. Patriarch Wu Go merely gave a faint smile, displaying no intention to say anything. Xiao Ming's brows furrowed slightly as he appraised this renowned Grand Ascension stage couple with a slightly peculiar look, but then directed his attention toward the brocade-robed man instead. Brother Feng, I didn't think that a sect master like you would venture into such a perilous place with so many of your sect's disciples.
Aren't you afraid that all of the elite members of your sect will perish here, leaving your sect to fall into complete decline? A hint of enmity crept into Xiao Ming's voice as he spoke, and it was clear that they weren't on good terms. You came here, so why couldn't I come?
Did Taoist Tianding hail from your blood-bone sect? Besides, our sect was founded on the foundation of the art of formations. If I want to secure the treasures in the Heavenly Cauldron Palace, I naturally have to bring enough subordinates to set up my formations. As for the condition of our sect, that's not something that warrants your concern, Brother Xiao. The brocade-robed man harumphed coldly in response. A cold look flashed through Xiao Ming's eyes upon seeing this, and he didn't say anything further as he turned toward the 5 identical young men. The 5 Xuehe clones pay their respects to fellow Taoist Xiao. The 5 young men greeted Xiao Ming as they each cupped a fist in a salute, and their actions were completely synchronized. Even though the 5 young men were only at the late body integration stage, a wary look flashed through Xiao Ming's eyes as he returned the salute in a polite manner. I've heard much about you, fellow Taoist Xuehe. It's very remarkable that you were willing to sacrifice your Grand Ascension stage cultivation base to split your nascent soul up into 5 clones to cultivate all of them to the Grand Ascension stage.
I must concede that my willpower is inferior to yours. You're far too kind, fellow Taoist Xiao. We had no choice but to do this in a bid for survival, the 5 young men replied in a cold and wooden manner as if they really had lost all emotions. A faint smile appeared on Xiao Ming's face, and he was just about to say something further when his expression changed drastically and he immediately cast his gaze toward the 5-colored pillar of light. In the next instant, the massive pillar of light began to emit a loud buzzing sound while expanding outward at a rate that was discernible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, the pillar of light had formed a bright 5-colored light barrier that enshrouded the entire basin. Hanli and the others didn't require any instructions as they sprang back to retreat out of the basin as they looked on with serious expressions. A burst of loud rumbling rang out within the 5-colored light barrier, following which violent spatial fluctuations surged through the entire area in a radius of hundreds of kilometers. A white spatial rift appeared up above and it was rapidly torn open further and further, revealing a series of intricate palatial projections. The rumbling suddenly ceased and the 5-colored light barrier began to surge toward the rift as countless rays of light, instantly sealing the entire rift. Immediately thereafter, the air above the basin began to tremor violently, and a massive 5-colored gate that was over 100,000 feet tall suddenly appeared. Its surface was riddled with countless golden and silver runes, giving it an otherworldly appearance. Han Li's pupils immediately contracted slightly at the sight of these runes. These were none other than beveled silver text and golden seal text of the true immortal realm. As expected of someone who had successfully ascended, this Taoist Tianding was a master in these 2 types of immortal spirit texts. This is the gate of the Heavenly Cauldron Palace. Anyone who can open it will be able to use a key to break through the seal beyond it in order to enter the Heavenly Cauldron Palace. Fairy Hua, she said as she stared at the giant gate with a slightly entranced look in her eyes. Humph, now that this gate has appeared, everyone else is going to arrive soon, so I'm going to take the initiative and enter it first, the brocade-robed man said as a hint of greed flashed through his eyes. As soon as his voice trailed off, he issued an order, and all of the sect members around him immediately summoned formation treasures of different descriptions, then began to chant in unison. All of a sudden, a yellow light formation began to take shape above their heads, and it released around a dozen pillars of white light, all of which instantly formed a straight line to strike the giant gate. A burst of loud rumbling rang out as countless white runes were repelled by the gate, which remained completely still and displayed no sign of opening. Everyone was quite stunned to see this, but as opposed to being alarmed, a faint smile appeared on the brocade-robed man's face. I didn't think that just this gate would be so difficult to open. It looks like I'll have to display some of my true power. As soon as his voice trailed off, he made a hand seal while chanting something before pointing a finger up toward the light formation in the air. The light formation immediately turned a silver color,
and thousands of small silver swords surfaced within it amid flashes of spiritual light. "Go!" the brocade-robed man commanded as he swept a sleeve toward the massive gate. All of the small silver swords surged out of the light formation in a ferocious torrent, then combined as one mid-flight to form a giant silver sword that was over 10,000 feet in length before slashing toward the gate with devastating force. A sharp, ringing sound erupted as a silver line appeared on the surface of the gate. The entire sky tremored violently, and the golden and silver runes on the gate's surface flashed as a gap slowly opened up where the silver line was. The gap wasn't very wide, but it was enough to grant everyone access. The brocade-robed man was ecstatic to see this, and he released a burst of light to sweep up all of his subordinates before flying into the gate in a flash as a streak of silver light. At the same time, Fairy Hua Shi and Patriarch Wu Go also sprang into action, flying toward the gap on the giant gate as a unified streak of azure light. However, the streak of azure light was repelled by a burst of invisible force when it was still over 1,000 feet away from the gate. Immediately thereafter, the gash that had been sliced onto the surface of the gate instantly vanished amid a flash of golden and silver light. Meanwhile, the repelled streak of light faded to reveal Fairy Hua Shi and Patriarch Wu Go again. Fairy Hua Shi had a surprised look on her face, while Patriarch Wu Go's expression was as wooden as ever. "I had thought that we'd be able to save some energy and get into the gate on the back of Sect Master Feng's efforts, but it looks like I was too optimistic." "Go ahead and open this gate for us, my Dao companion," Fairy Hua Shi said with a faint smile. Patriarch Wu Go nodded in response before a burst of black light suddenly erupted all over his body and he slowly thrust a palm toward the giant gate. His ordinary-looking palm instantly swelled to around the size of a pavilion, then struck the giant gate with vicious force. A dull thump rang out, and scintillating light radiated from the gate as a hole with a diameter of around 10 feet appeared on its surface. Fairy Hua Shi was ecstatic to see this, and she immediately flew into the hole along with Patriarch Wu Go, following which the giant gate instantly regenerated itself again. "Looks like only one group will be able to enter at a time. We'll be going on ahead, fellow Taoists," one of the thin elderly men cackled. "Immortal Heavenly Lord," all three of them appeared in front of the giant gate in a flash, then each thrust a palm toward it at the same time. 3 bursts of tremendous power surged forth, and a burst of loud rumbling rang out as the gate was slowly pushed open, thereby granting the trio entry. "Brother, would you like to go ahead?" Xiao Ming suddenly asked. "Thank you for your kind offer, fellow Taoist Xiao. Fellow Taoist Blood Soul, let's go in as well," Han Li said. "Yes, Senior," the Blood Soul replied as she lowered her head slightly. Thus, Han Li swept a sleeve through the air to release a burst of golden light, which swept up the Blood Soul before he took a step forward. A faint burst of spatial fluctuations erupted, and both of them vanished in a flash. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations emerged near the giant gate as well, and Han Li and the Blood Soul reappeared. Han Li continued to stride casually toward the gate, and the Blood Soul naturally followed along closely behind him. All of a sudden, a layer of silver flames instantly enshrouded Han Li's entire body, and he crashed directly into the giant gate in a flash. A burst of barely audible sizzling rang out, and a human-shaped hole was melted into the gate, while Han Li had passed through it as if it didn't even exist. The Blood Soul was already aware that Han Li's powers had reached an incredible level, but she still faltered slightly upon seeing the gate being opened so easily. However, she quickly returned to her senses and rushed through the gate as well, following which the human-shaped hole slowly faded. Almost at the exact same moment, the 5 Shuihe clones also made their move. Moments later, Xiaoming's trio were the only ones left on the edge of the basin. "Let's go in as well, Brother Xiao," Mistress Wanhua urged. "Don't be too eager, fellow Taoist Wanhua. Do you really think that's all the people here?" "Someone else has arrived as well, but is simply unwilling to come out and meet us." Xiaoming chuckled as he cast a meaningful gaze toward a certain direction. "What? There's someone else hiding here?" Mistress Wanhua and Taoist Qingping immediately turned toward the same direction upon hearing this. "It doesn't matter. Let them do as they please as long as they don't interfere with what we're doing. Besides, I'm not the only one who noticed. Everyone else pretended to be oblivious, so why should we do anything? Let's go." Xiaoming withdrew his gaze before sweeping a sleeve through the air to release a ball of silver light, which transformed into a giant halo with a diameter of over 100 feet, then crashed into the giant gate with ferocious might. Around 15 minutes, spatial fluctuations erupted in the direction that Xiaoming had cast his gaze toward earlier, and a crimson humanoid figure emerged. The figure had a set of blurry facial features, and he cast a cold gaze toward the giant gate, seemingly contemplating something. Right at this moment, several more streaks of light appeared in the distance. The crimson figure immediately turned toward those oncoming streaks of light, and a hint of bloodlust appeared in his eyes as he twisted around and sped toward them as a streak of crimson light. A few moments later, a string of anguished howls rang out in that direction, and all of the streaks of light vanished as a bloody odor wafted through the air. So this is a seal created by Taoist Tian Ding himself. As expected, it looks quite formidable. A hint of admiration appeared in Han Li's eyes as he appraised the light barrier up ahead, which was formed by countless five-colored spirit runes. The seal was several hundred kilometers in length and blocked up the entire entrance. Thus, as soon as everyone entered the murky gray space beyond the giant gate, they immediately split up, choosing sections of the seal that were extremely far away from one another to target. As a result, Han Li and the Blood Soul were the only two people in this area. Apparently, this seal was created by Taoist Tian Ding only a year prior to his ascension, so it's virtually the most powerful seal-type restriction in our spirit realm. Even if a grand ascension stage being were to try and break through it by force, they'd have to expend several centuries to slowly refine the seal with their nascent soul flame. Otherwise, access beyond the seal would be impossible. However, the palace only appears for about a month before it vanishes again, and the keys of the palace have only appeared in recent years. Prior to the emergence of those keys, even if one were to force their way in through this giant gate, they wouldn't be able to go beyond this seal and secure any treasures. After that, people began to create replica keys, and only then did the number of people able to venture into the palace increase slightly. The Blood Soul explained. Is this seal really that powerful? I'm very intrigued now, Han Li said as a hint of interest was sparked in his eyes. The Blood Soul smiled upon hearing this, and she was just about to reply when a burst of energy fluctuations suddenly surged through this entire space from a certain direction. Immediately thereafter, the entire seal tremored slightly, and all of the spirit runes within it began to flash erratically. However, the disturbance quickly subsided mere moments later, and it was as if nothing had ever happened. Han Li's expression changed slightly upon seeing this. Someone's already broken the seal this quickly? They must have used a true key. There's no way a replica would be able to break the seal so quickly, the Blood Soul said. In that case, there's no time to waste with experimentation. What's the shortcut you were referring to earlier? It's about time you revealed it, is it, Nor? Han Li asked as his brows furrowed slightly. Please summon the Heaven Void Cauldron, Senior Han, the Blood Soul requested. Sure, Han Li replied without any hesitation, then flipped a hand over to produce the Heaven Void Cauldron, which was enshrouded within a ball of azure light. The Blood Soul glanced at the cauldron before suddenly opening her mouth to release another ball of azure light, which also contained a small azure cauldron. Han Li faltered slightly upon seeing this, while the Blood Soul explained, "This is known as the Emperor Void Cauldron, and it's also a replica key. On top of that, it's the most successfully created replica and possesses 70% of the efficacy of a true key." The Emperor Void Cauldron? Could it be that this cauldron will be able to break through the seal with ease? Han Li asked. Of course not. The shortcut that I mentioned still requires the Heaven Void Cauldron to be the main treasure to break the seal, while I can only use the Emperor Void Cauldron to unleash a secret technique to assist you. During the refinement of this treasure, my true body mixed a drop of her blood essence into this cauldron, so it has some abilities beyond those of a normal replica key, the Blood Soul replied. You seem quite confident that this will work, so let's give it a try. If this doesn't work out, then I'll use my magic power to try and break the seal by force, Han Li decided. The Blood Soul naturally had no objections and immediately nodded in agreement. Thus, Han Li immediately tossed his cauldron up into the air, then swept a sleeve toward it to release a pillar of azure light, which vanished into the cauldron in a flash.
In the next instant, the heavavoid cauldron swelled to over 100 feet tall, and projections of the creatures etched on its surface began to emerge before revolving around the cauldron. The blood soul also immediately sprang into action upon seeing this. She raised her cauldron upward before opening her mouth to expel several balls of blood essence toward it. The balls of blood essence exploded into clouds of blood mist, which instantly surrounded the small cauldron as if it had a mind of its own. The blood soul then began to chant an incantation, and she rushed into the blood mist as a blurry crimson shadow. The Emperor Void Cauldron immediately began to revolve on the spot, absorbing the surrounding blood mist before countless crimson runes were released out of its opening, forming the face of a beautiful woman. Its appearance was completely identical to that of the blood soul, but it was completely expressionless and enshrouded under a layer of faint crimson light. "Senior Han, I only have power for a single strike, so make sure to wait for the right opportunity before you make you move," the face said, then opened its mouth to release a flurry of translucent crimson threads. All of a sudden, the woman's face let loose a shrill cry, and all of the crimson threads exploded in a flash, following which the dense blood mist converged to form a series of crimson runes that embedded themselves onto the surface of the five-colored light barrier. Han Li's eyes lit up upon seeing this, and he immediately flew over to the barrier before thrusting a palm against it. A loud clang akin to a giant gong being struck rang out, and radiant azure light erupted from the surface of the giant cauldron. The projections of the creatures around the cauldron also swelled in size before flying toward the five-colored light barrier. As soon as the projections came into contact with the light barrier, they were able to directly enter the barrier through the crimson runes. In the next instant, the surface of the heavavoid cauldron began to flash erratically, and the five-colored light barrier within a radius of several kilometers began to emit a loud buzzing sound. At the same time, wisps of white chi surged out of the crimson runes, then instantly dispersed in all directions as bursts of energy fluctuations. A hint of elation appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this, and it seemed that their strategy was working. However, right at this moment, a muffled groan suddenly rang out, and the crimson light over the woman's face faded as it threw up a mouthful of black blood. At the same time, the entire face began to warp and blur. "You're suffering from backlash. Leave the rest to me," Han Li said as his brows furrowed slightly, following which he swept a sleeve behind him to release a burst of azure light, which vanished into the woman's face in a flash. The face immediately shattered, then returned to the Emperor Void Cauldron as countless crimson runes. Crimson light flashed within the cauldron, and a projection flew out of the cauldron before transforming into the blood soul again. At this moment, her face was very pale, and she was appraising Han Li with a complex look in her eyes. In contrast, Han Li paid no heed to what was going on behind him as he made a hand seal, and the Provenance True Devil projection appeared behind him amid a flash of golden light. The projection opened its 6 eyes in unison, then reached out to place all 6 of its palms onto the giant cauldron. A burst of loud rumbling rang out as scintillating azure light began to radiate from the cauldron's surface, making it appear as if an incandescent azure sun had appeared. The crimson runes on the surface of the five-colored light barrier also began to glow brightly, as if to resonate with the cauldron, and more white chi began to emerge. Finally, a dull thump rang out as the entire seal was shattered, and a black passageway was revealed. "Let's go," Han Li instructed with an elated expression as he withdrew his Provenance True Devil projection, then pointed a finger toward the heavavoid cauldron. 2 bursts of azure light immediately erupted from the surface of the cauldron. Sweeping up both Han Li and the blood soul before it sped into the passageway was a ball of azure light. Almost at the exact same moment that the cauldron flew into the passageway, the entire seal began to rapidly regenerate amid a flurry of 5-colored runes. As soon as the cauldron emerged from the black passageway, the surrounding area immediately brightened, and a lush lawn that was bathed in warm sunlight appeared up ahead. Han Li swept a sleeve through the air, and the azure light around him immediately converged to revert back into the heaven-void cauldron, which he caught in his grasp. At this moment, the blood spirit also appeared behind him before inspecting her surroundings with an ecstatic expression. This was a space that was virtually no different from the outside world, complete with undulating mountain peaks and lush forests, and there was no end to this landscape in sight in any direction.
Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly upon seeing this, and he immediately released his enormous spiritual sense, upon which an enlightened look quickly appeared on his face. So this is only an illusion.
TSK, what an advanced illusion. It's quite rare to see an illusion that was almost able to fool even me, Han Li praised before sweeping a finger through the air, releasing a streak of azure sword chi that instantly extended to several thousand feet in length before slashing down from above. The space several kilometers up ahead immediately began to warp and blur, following which the entire illusion fell away to reveal a cluster of giant palaces. There were giant pillars of light situated between the palaces, and each pillar of light was supporting a light barrier that enshrouded the buildings nearby, dividing the clusters of palaces into over 100 areas. Blue light flashed through Han Li's eyes, and he was able to quickly make sense of the scene before him. It turned out that each area had a main palace that was accompanied by around a dozen other buildings of different sizes. But as Han Li attempted to inspect his buildings using his spiritual sense, it was instantly repelled. It seemed that some type of spiritual sense restriction had been set up on these buildings. However, as he swept his spiritual sense over these areas, he discovered that the closer a palace cluster was to the center, the thicker the pillar of light supporting the light barrier above the cluster would be, and the more difficult spiritual sense detection became. Han Li swept his spiritual sense toward the largest of the light barriers at the very center of the palace clusters, and he discovered that he could only sense the rough outlines of the buildings inside. Furthermore, this was only possible as his spiritual sense was far more powerful than other cultivators of the same caliber. If a normal Grand Ascension stage beings were in his place, their spiritual sense most likely wouldn't even be able to pierce through some of the light barriers here. It seems that the most important treasures are all in those areas, Han Li murmured to himself in a contemplative manner as he withdrew his spiritual sense. The blood soul's face was still rather pale, and a hint of concern appeared on her face as she swept her spiritual sense toward the palace clusters. Indeed, but it looks like the further in we go, the more dangerous it'll be. We've already come all the way here, so we can't go back empty-handed. The treasures in the outer areas have most likely already been taken, and most treasures won't be of any interest to me anyway, so I'll have to make my way toward the center. By the way, have you managed to sense the presence of your true body yet? Han Li asked. I've tried to locate her, but there are too many restrictions in the Heavenly Cauldron Palace, so I won't be able to sense her unless I'm very close, the Blood Soul replied with a wry smile. I see. That makes things a little troublesome. You'll most likely have to search through every cluster of buildings here to be able to find where she's trapped, but the Heavenly Cauldron Palace is only open for a month. Even I can't guarantee that I would be able to explore all of the restrictions here, Han Li said as his brows furrowed slightly. My true body was quite powerful and possessed a few formidable treasures, so even against a Grand Ascension stage being, she would have a good chance of getting away. If she were trapped somewhere, then it would most likely be in the inner areas. However, just in case we miss her, I'll start searching from the outskirts. You can take a drop of blood essence of mine that's had a secret technique applied to it. If my true body is trapped nearby, the blood essence will alert you. That way, you'll be able to search for treasures and my true body simultaneously, the Blood Soul suggested. That's a good idea, and it would be viable if we were the only ones in here, but what if the other Grand Ascension stage beings in here decide to target you? Han Li asked. The Blood Soul's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, but she then replied, Rest assured, Senior Han, with the body integration stage puppet you gave me, I should be able to hold my own against a Grand Ascension stage being. Those two body integration stage puppets would be somewhat effective against normal Grand Ascension stage beings, but all of the Grand Ascension stage beings who have entered this place are most likely quite formidable. As a safety precaution, you can take Jin Tong with you, Han Li decided after a brief moment of contemplation. As soon as his voice trailed off, Han Li swept a sleeve through the air to release a ball of golden light, which transformed into the featureless miniature figure that was the gold-devouring beetles. Jin Tong, follow fellow Taoist Blood Soul for now and make sure to protect her, Han Li instructed. The miniature figure offered no response to this, but it immediately teleported over to the Blood Soul, hovering in a stationary manner above her head. The Blood Soul had witnessed Jin Tong in action on the way here. A grateful look immediately appeared on her face. Thank you, Senior Han. With Senior Jean protecting me, my safety in this heavenly cauldron palace will be ensured. She then summoned a pristine white vial before offering it to Han Li with both hands. This was a vial that contained a drop of the aforementioned blood essence. There are other people who have arrived here even earlier than we have, so we should split up and begin our search right away, Han Li said. The Blood Soul gave an affirmative response, and thus, each of them flew toward a different cluster of buildings with Jin Tong following along closely behind the Blood Soul. In order to venture deeper into the Heavenly Cauldron Palace, Han Li had to eradicate the restrictions of other areas that stood in his way. Thus, as soon as he appeared before a white light barrier, he immediately made a grabbing motion to summon an azure longsword, which he slashed viciously toward the light barrier. The white light barrier immediately shattered as if it were a piece of chinaware, following which the surrounding area blurred, and Han Li suddenly found himself on a path in a lush forest. The trees around him were around 70 to 80 feet tall, and at first glance, they seemed to be no different from normal trees, but upon closer inspection, Han Li discovered that there was a series of twisted faces with their eyes tightly shut etched onto the surfaces of these trees. There were faces of all types of descriptions, but all of them wore blissful expressions as if they were experiencing pleasant slumbers. Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly upon seeing this, and right at this moment, an intoxicating floral scent suddenly wafted toward him from the other end of the path. With his enormous spiritual sense, the aroma resulted in nothing more than slight mental discomfort following inhalation. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face, and he knew that he was situated in some type of profound restriction. He immediately began to advance along the path, but after taking no more than 20 steps, the faces on all of the trees on either side of him suddenly opened their eyes in unison. Inky black threads of light then shot forth from those eyes, every single one of which was extremely sharp and giving off peculiar energy fluctuations. In response to this, Han Li simply conjured up a gray light barrier that shielded him from all sides. The oncoming light threads struck the light barrier like a torrential storm, only to instantly vanish into the light barrier without a trace. All the while, Han Li was still continuing onward in an unhurried manner without pause. His actions seemed to have provoked the faces on the trees. One of them let loose a shrill cry, upon which all of the faces adopted furious expressions. They opened their mouths to release extremely pungent bursts of green flames, transforming the path into a sea of fire. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face, and he continued onward without pause, while the green flames were also absorbed by the gray light barrier. Furthermore, countless gray translucent threads were erupting out of the gray light barrier, and every single thread struck one of the faces on the trees with unerring accuracy. The faces would then let loose anguished cries before vanishing from the trees. In the instant that all of the faces on a tree disappeared, the tree itself would wither away and become completely devoid of vitality. After walking for over 1,000 feet, Han Li finally made his way out of the forest, where he discovered a colorful flower garden. A series of round flower pots were sitting on a lush lawn, and inside the pots were planted floral trees, each of which was around 10 feet tall, but there was only a single huge flower growing on each tree. These flowers all differed in color and shape, but they were currently all at full bloom. This was where the intoxicating floral scent was coming from. Han Li swept his spiritual sense over the giant flowers, upon which his expression changed slightly, but he continued onward. Right as he was walking past a certain flower pot, the giant flowers nearby suddenly transformed into menacing ghostly heads before cackling as they pounced directly toward Han Li. Humph! How insolent! Han Li harumphed coldly as he rubbed his hands together before raising them on either side of himself. Two thick bolts of golden lightning immediately sprang forth, transforming into lightning WRMS several thousand feet in length before pouncing toward the entire flower garden. The ghostly heads nearby were instantly reduced to nothingness upon coming into contact with the lightning WRMS, while the giant flowers that were further away also transformed into ghostly heads before fleeing in all directions right before the golden lighting reached them. Thus, the scenic and tranquil flower garden suddenly became a devilish realm that was filled with swirling devilish chi. However, these devilish beings naturally weren't going to actually be able to escape from Han Li's divine devilbane lightning. The two lightning WIRMs immediately exploded at Han Li's behest, sending countless arcs of lightning erupting in all directions to form two golden nets that enshrouded the entire flower garden beneath them. All of the ghostly heads were eradicated by the lightning nest with no exceptions, and even the devilish chi in the air was rapidly fading in the face of the golden lightning. At this point, Han Li had already casually emerged from the flower garden and arrived at a small reddish-black lake.
There seems to be no end to these things, and they refuse to give up.
Brother Xiao, if you can't think of a way to deal with them, then I'm going to capture all of them, Mistress Wanhua said with an enraged expression. Currently, she was situated in a desert-like environment with Taoist Qingping and Xiao Ming.
One large earthy yellow puppet after another was constantly erupting out of the sand around them, wielding different types of weapons as they unleashed fierce attacks toward the trio without any regard for their own safety. Even though these attacks posed no threat to the three Grand Ascension stage beings and the puppets could be easily destroyed, it seemed there was an infinite supply of these puppets that would never be exhausted. After entering this area, the three of them had already destroyed more than 100,000 of these puppets, but their numbers hadn't been reduced in the slightest.
In order to conserve magic power, the three of them weren't even attacking anymore and were simply passively defending themselves with protective treasures. Calm down, fellow Taoist Wanhua, I'm close to tracking down the core of this formation.
Even if you capture all of these puppets, more will appear to take their place. Besides, these aren't actual puppets. They're sand dolls created by the power of this formation. As soon as we leave this place, these puppets will immediately crumble away, so there's no point in capturing them. Xiaoming replied as he searched for something, while holding a shimmering white jade formation plate. Mistress Wanhua was ecstatic to hear that the formation core was close to being tracked down, and she chuckled. I'm just worried that the centrum of the restrictions in the Heavenly Cauldron Palace would fall into someone else's hands if we get delayed here for too long. Rest assured, with fellow Taoist Qingping's guidance, we're already taking the shortest route to the centrum of the Heavenly Cauldron Palace. All we have to do is pass through 3 palace clusters to reach there, so there's no way anyone else will get there before us. Xiaoming replied in a confident manner. I certainly hope so, but I think it would be best not to grow complacent. After all, that human from the Tian Yuan continent possesses unfathomable powers. Perhaps he has some special method to break through the restrictions here.
If we can reach the centrum earlier, then we should do so at all costs, Mistress Wanhua insisted. Fellow Taoist Wanhua is right.
Brother Xiao, I also think it would be best to reach the center of the Heavenly Cauldron Palace as soon as possible, even if doing so would result in some expenditure of power. Taoist Qingping agreed. Xiao Ming's brows furrowed slightly upon hearing this, but he nodded in response in the end.
All right, in that case, I'll use some brute force methods to find the location of the formation core. Immediately thereafter, he made a hand seal and the projection of a 9-eyed blood toad instantly appeared behind him amid a flash of crimson light. At the same time, his body swelled drastically to over 100 feet in size, and his aura also became significantly more formidable. Go! Xiaoming let loose a low cry as he flipped a hand over to produce a formation plate, then opened his mouth to release several balls of energy into the treasure.
The formation plate immediately began to release countless white runes amid a loud buzzing sound, and the runes formed a small light formation, which released a thick pillar of light that struck a certain point in space in a flash. That section of space immediately began to tremor and warp, but it then quickly returned to normal. That's not it. I'll try the next place, Xiaoming said as he pointed a finger toward the light formation. The light formation immediately swiveled around to target another direction at his behest. Another thick pillar of white light was then released in that direction, and on this occasion, the space there tremored violently before a giant silver rune that was around the size of a house emerged amid a burst of spatial fluctuations.
We're in luck, Xiaoming said with a smile, then injected his magic power into the giant toad projection behind himself. The projection slowly opened its 9 golden eyes, directing its gaze toward the massive silver rune. A resounding boom rang out as a thin shimmering golden thread erupted out of each eye, piercing through the silver rune in a flash before slicing it into pieces. Once the silver rune completely disintegrated into specks of spiritual light, the surrounding scenery and puppets also disappeared. The space up ahead twisted and blurred, and a cluster of buildings appeared up ahead. The restriction's been broken. Well done, Brother Xiao. Mistress Wanhua was ecstatic to see this. The restriction here is quite profound, so it might really be the case that no one has visited this place before. If it isn't for the fact that we're short on time, I would definitely search through this area, Xiaoming sighed.
Hee, it's all right, Brother Xiao. Even if there are treasures in these outer palace clusters, they won't be of much use to us. Once we get to the center and take control over the palace's centrum, all of the treasures will be ours, Taoist Qingping said with a smile. I understand, but it still leaves a bad taste in my mouth to be unable to secure treasures that are right there for the taking. Xiaoming sighed. Thus, the three of them flew along a small path beside the cluster of buildings toward another light barrier. In another restriction on the outskirts of the Heavenly Cauldron Palace, the brocade-robed man was appraising a giant two-headed ape before him with a cold expression.
All of the disciples from his sect had already formed a profound formation to trap the giant ape, and the formation's power had been raised to its maximal extent as it compressed further and further while sending bursts of enormous invisible force surging toward the ape in a frenzy.
A string of cracks and pops would occasionally ring out, and finally, the giant ape was completely immobilized by the formation.
Only then did the brocade-robed man sweep a sleeve through the air, releasing a streak of silver light that revolved around the massive ape before slicing it in half down the middle. Immediately thereafter, the murky gray space instantly crumbled away.
Within a certain swamp-like area, there was a giant centipede with blue lightning flashing all over its body, a massive scorpion that was enshrouded within black chi, and a huge python with an extremely flat head. The three beasts were currently wreaking havoc within a sea of beasts, and a thin and hideous elderly man sat atop each of their heads. The sea of beasts was comprised of creatures of all types of different descriptions, and all of them possessed powers equivalent to those of low-grade and mid-grade cultivators. They were attacking the three giant creatures at the center with all their might, but the three elderly men merely sat in a still manner atop the creatures' heads, paying no heed to what was happening around them.
Outside the five-colored restriction, 5 identical young men were seated in midair in a completely expressionless manner, seemingly waiting for something. All of a sudden, spatial fluctuations erupted and a giant black hole appeared out of thin air. A ball of crimson light shot forth out of the black hole, then transformed into a crimson humanoid figure with green light shimmering in his eyes and an indescribably baleful aura emanating from his body. The 5 young men immediately rose to their feet, then each summoned 12 white-bone flying swords with green flames burning over their surfaces. The crimson figures seemed to be quite surprised by the sight of the 5 young men.
You're the 5 Shuehe clones. Are you planning to target me? We came here in quite a hurry, so we don't have a key to break this seal. As such, we'll have to take yours. Regardless of who you are, hand over the key and we'll let you go. One of the young men said in an expressionless manner. Haha! How audacious of you. I just so happen to require some blood essence to nurture this body of mine. How about I take yours? The crimson figure chortled as he transformed into 5 streaks of crimson light that surged directly toward the 5 Shuehe clones.
Your blood shadow arts are indeed quite formidable, but there's a way to counter it. One of the young men chuckled as white light suddenly erupted from his body before surging toward the oncoming streak of crimson light. Meanwhile, the other 4 young men abruptly vanished on the spot in unison. In the next instant, a string of rumbling booms rang out and a fierce battle commenced.
There were already close to 1,000 high-grade cultivators gathered outside the giant gate, most of whom were at the body integration stage or spatial tempering stage.
There was a group of over 30 of them bombarding the gate with a series of ferocious attacks, but the gate refused to budge, and only the golden and silver runes on its surface were flashing slightly. Everyone else was looking on from nearby, displaying no intention to assist or disrupt them.
Useless idiots. You think you have what it takes to enter the Heavenly Cauldron Palace? Piss off. Right at this moment, a thunderous boom suddenly rang out up above, causing everyone's ears to ring incessantly, and some of the weaker cultivators present plummeted straight out of the sky. A ball of crimson lightning that was around an acre in size then tore its way out of thin air before crashing down upon the giant gate. Countless bolts of thick crimson lightning began to surge all over the gate, sending scorching heat waves spreading in all directions.
The dozens of cultivators situated nearby immediately shot back in retreat as their expressions changed drastically. Several of them acted too late, and they were swept up by the heat waves amid agonized howls, but their cries of pain quickly drew to an abrupt halt, seemingly indicating that they had already perished. The giant gate was forced open slightly by the attack, and the bolts of crimson lightning immediately converged to form a ball again, then instantly entered through the gap that had opened up. The massive gate then slowly swung shut again amid a rumbling boom. That was Patriarch Chile. That had to have been him, someone exclaimed. In contrast with the previous opening of the Heavenly Cauldron Palace, where most of the entrants were body integration stage beings, there were clearly far more Grand Ascension stage beings who had arrived on this occasion. It seemed that the keys of the palace had finally attracted all of these formidable beings. 3 days later, Han Li was situated in a long corridor in the Heavenly Cauldron Palace with 2 puppets, one golden and one silver, standing in his way. The puppets were around 70 to 80 feet tall, and they were each holding 2 giant hammers of different colors, but their bodies were riddled with wounds, indicating that they had already endured battles in the past. Han Li only took an indifferent glance at the 2 puppets before directing his attention toward the red wooden door behind them, and he immediately began to make his way toward that door. In the instant that Han Li began to approach them, the 2 puppets raised their hammers before sending them crashing viciously down toward him. Countless azure threads erupted out of Han Li's body amid a flash of azure light, and the 2 puppets were instantly reduced to countless scraps along with the hammers they were wielding. Han Li strode calmly past the remains of the puppets before sweeping a sleeve toward the red door, releasing a burst of invisible force that pushed the door open. A large hall was revealed beyond the door, and within the hall were rows of rectangular stone platforms that were laden with all types of treasures. Some of these treasures were glowing brightly, while others were very dim, and there were over 1,000 of them in total. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face as he strode into the hall. Meanwhile, Mistress Wan Hua and Taoist Qing Ping were hovering in midair with dark expressions above a boundless sea. Not far in front of the 2 of them was Xiao Ming, who was seated with his legs crossed and his eyes tightly shut. He was holding a formation plate in one hand, while the fingers on his other hand were trembling incessantly, seemingly calculating something. Who would have thought that just this second area would have such a formidable illusion? We've already been trapped here for over 2 days, right? Mistress Wan Hua asked. Indeed, I also didn't think that this area would have such a powerful illusionary restriction that even Brother Xiao can't eradicate in a short time. Having said that, this is only to be expected. This is only the second area to us, but due to the route we chose, we're already quite deep in the Heavenly Cauldron Palace. Once we break through this area, we shouldn't be too far away from the center. Taoist Qing Ping replied with slightly furrowed brows. I certainly hope that that's the case, Mistress Wan Hua sighed. Meanwhile, Xiao Ming continued to sit still on the spot, as if he were completely oblivious to what was happening around him. 7 days later, the Blood Soul emerged from a hall in a certain area of the Heavenly Cauldron Palace, and judging from her brooding expression, it seemed that she hadn't reaped any rewards. Right at this moment, a ball of crimson lightning suddenly shot forth toward her before transforming into a tall crimson-robed elderly man with golden lightning patterns on his face. The Blood Soul was quite alarmed to see this, and she immediately swept a sleeve through the air, releasing 2 balls of azure light that transformed into a pair of armored puppets. One puppet was wearing azure armor while wielding a huge bow that was as tall as a grown man, while the other was clad in black armor, wielding a long blue spear. The elderly man was rather surprised to see these puppets before a cold look appeared on his face. Oh, body integration stage puppets? How rare. Who are you and who did you accompany into this palace? The Blood Soul immediately identified the elderly man as a Grand Ascension stage, and her heart sank upon making this discovery. I am Blood Soul, and I accompanied a certain Senior Han into this palace. May I ask your name, Senior? I've never heard of a Grand Ascension stage with the Han surname. Is this a fellow Taoist who only made his breakthrough recently? That doesn't matter anyway. Hand over your key and everything you obtained in there. Don't try to fool me, either. I'll know if you're telling the truth once I use a soul search technique on you, the elderly man said in a menacing manner. The Blood Soul was naturally very alarmed to hear this, but she forced a smile onto her own face as she replied, I didn't manage to find anything in there, and the key is being carried by Senior Han. Isn't it unbecoming of someone of your status to be threatening a junior like me? If you're not going to hand it over, then I'll have to take it by force.
the elderly man said as a cold smile appeared on his face. The elderly man stepped forward and covered a distance of several hundred feet in a flash, instantly arriving before the blood soul. The blood soul hurriedly shot back in retreat, while the azure-armored puppet pulled back the string of its bow before releasing countless streaks of golden light. Meanwhile, the black-armored puppet thrust its spear through the air, and a giant blue flower with a diameter of around 10 feet was manifested at the tip of the spear before descending toward the elderly man. As the flower descended from above, it released a glacial aura threatening to freeze the space around the elderly man. At the same time, the streaks of golden light were converging from all directions. The two puppets were displaying seamless teamwork. The elderly man harumphed coldly as a layer of crimson lightning flashed all over his body, tearing the surrounding glacial chi apart and repelling all of the oncoming streaks of golden light with ease. He then made a grabbing motion toward the blue flower, and it immediately vanished amid a dull thump, revealing the tip of the blue spear, which the elderly man caught with his bare hand with ease. The spear-wielding puppet tried to wrench its spear out of the man's grasp, but the weapon refused to budge, as if it had taken root on the man's hand. Meanwhile, a hint of light flashed through the bow-wielding puppet's eyes, and it began to emit an astonishing aura as it released a long streak of golden light from its bow, which hurtled directly toward the elderly man. The elderly man chuckled coldly as he opened his mouth to release a ball of crimson lightning, which instantly swelled to the size of a water tank. The two immediately exploded on contact, and the crimson lighting completely inundated the streak of golden light before surging toward the bow-wielding puppet with unerring accuracy, instantly reducing it to ashes. At the same time, the spear-wielding puppet was also destroyed by a giant crimson hand that had suddenly appeared out of thin air. Immediately thereafter, the elderly man appeared right in front of the blood soul before reaching a hand out toward her. "Hand over your key and treasure, and I'll grant you a quick and painless death. Otherwise, hee." A sinister look appeared on his face as he spoke. "You were able to enter this place, so you clearly have a key of your own. Why are you so intent on taking mine?" the blood soul asked as she retreated with a fearful expression. "Humph. Do you think I don't know that there are some special places in the Heavenly Cauldron Palace that can only be accessed using the corresponding keys? I only have a replica key, so I naturally have to collect other keys as backups. If you're not willing to hand over your key, then I'll have to take it by force," the elderly man harumphed coldly as he made a grabbing motion toward the blood soul. The gesture seemed to be very ordinary, but the blood soul was struck by the feeling that the entire world around her was locked within the man's grasp, affording her no avenue for evasion. Right as the elderly man was about to grab onto her shoulder, spatial fluctuations suddenly erupted above her, and a streak of translucent light shot forth toward the elderly man like lightning. This attack had come without any warning or premonition, and even though the elderly man was a seasoned Grand Ascension stage being, he was still caught off guard, and it was too late for him to evade. A dull thump rang out as the streak of light revolved around his outstretched arm, instantly slicing it into 7 or 8 sections. However, the elderly man's body blurred, and he instantly appeared several hundred feet away as he appraised the blood soul with a furious expression. "Who's there?" A burst of blood mist erupted out of his wound as he spoke. Countless crimson threads writhed and intertwined as a brand new arm quickly took shape. For a cultivator primarily using a blood Dao cultivation art, regeneration of dismembered limbs was a simple task. No one emerged in the wake of the elderly man's enraged cry, but the blood soul's expression had become a lot calmer, and she was continuing to slowly retreat. The elderly man's expression darkened even further upon seeing this, and he aimed a vicious glare at the blood soul before quickly pointing a finger on his remaining arm toward her. In the next instant, a rumbling boom rang out around 10 feet in front of the blood soul, and the streak of crimson light reappeared before transforming into a short crimson spear that plunged directly toward her chest. This sequence of events had taken place in nothing more than the blink of an eye, and it was too late for the blood soul to evade or adopt defensive measures. Despite her steadfast nature, a hint of panic had crept into her eyes. Right at this moment, golden light flashed in front of her, and the purplish-golden Jean Tong appeared before waving a hand through the air to swat the crimson spear away. The elderly man's pupils contracted slightly at the sight of Jean Tong, and a puzzled look appeared on his face. "Who are you, and how are you related to her?" he asked. Jean Tong merely appraised the elderly man with a wooden expression, displaying no intention to provide an answer. It quickly made a grabbing motion with one hand, conjuring up a series of translucent golden threads that formed a giant net which enshrouded the entire surrounding space. The elderly man was furious to see this. "Seeing as you're intent on battling me, then allow me to examine your abilities." As soon as his voice trailed off, he made a hand seal, and countless bolts of crimson lightning erupted out of his body. He then opened his mouth to release an antiquated mirror that was enshrouded within a ball of silver light. As soon as the mirror appeared, countless silver runes surged out of its surface in a frenzy before transforming into balls of silver lightning. "Go!" the elderly man yelled before sweeping a sleeve through the air, and the crimson and silver lighting intertwined to form a massive lightning cloud with a diameter of around half a kilometer before surging toward Jean Tong. Jean Tong remained completely expressionless upon seeing this, and it extended a finger forward, upon which the translucent golden threads instantly shot forth toward the lightning cloud in a torrential barrage. Bursts of loud crackling rang out within the lightning cloud, and translucent threads instantly punched countless holes into the cloud, causing it to shrink rapidly in size. The elderly man was completely astonished by what he was seeing. This attack wasn't his ultimate trump card, but it was definitely an ability that he relied heavily upon. That silver mirror was an incomplete profound heavenly treasure, and in conjunction with his crimson lightning it had felled countless powerful opponents, yet the attack had been dispelled by his opponent with ease. What exactly were those translucent threads, and how were they completely unaffected by his lightning? Right as the elderly man was looking on in a stunned manner, Jean Tong flicked his fingers through the air, and a chill ran down the elderly man's spine as countless streaks of invisible sword chi appeared out of thin air before surging toward him. His expression changed drastically as he immediately swept a sleeve through the air, releasing an azure wooden bowl that appeared above him in a flash, then transformed into an azure light barrier that shielded him from all sides. At the same time, he made a hand seal with his other hand, and a giant crimson WIRM projection emerged behind him. As soon as the WIRM appeared, it opened its mouth to release a vast expanse of crimson lighting, which swept forth in all directions as a barrier of lightning. A string of dull thumps rang out as the lightning came into contact with the invisible sword chi, only to be torn apart like rotten wood. However, the azure light barrier seemed to possess some type of profound power that allowed it to keep the oncoming sword chi at bay. Even so, the elderly man was very alarmed to see this, and his face paled slightly as he hurriedly summoned a strange curved crimson sword out of his storage bracelet. He immediately grabbed onto the sword before opening his mouth to release several balls of blood essence onto it. The blood essence was instantly absorbed upon contact, following which the sword suddenly sprang to life, transforming into a crimson snake. A sinister smile appeared on the elderly man as he hurled the snake forward, and it tumbled through the air before abruptly disappearing on the spot. In the next instant, a burst of crimson mist suddenly emerged near Jean Tong. A pair of translucent threads immediately shot out of Jean Tong's eyes to pierce the crimson mist, but it seemed that there was nothing inside it. Just as Jean Tong was wondering what was happening, the crimson mist suddenly transformed into that snake again before it instantly bit viciously into Jean Tong's shoulder. The elderly man immediately began to chortle with glee upon seeing this. "Haha, your fate is sealed now. That snake is the Bloodlight Snake, one of the 10 most poisonous snakes on the Blood Sky continent. Even if you possess an immortal body, you'll be reduced to a puddle of blood within mere moments. Bloodlight Snake? Does it taste good?" Jean Tong finally spoke for the first time as it appraised the snake on its shoulder with a curious expression. Its voice was very high-pitched, and it struck the listener with a chilling sensation. The elderly man faltered slightly upon hearing this, and he was then greeted by an astonishing sight. Jean Tong suddenly grabbed onto the Bloodlight Snake's throat, forcibly tearing the snake off its shoulder, then opened its mouth to bite off the snake's head. This so-called mouth was a thin rift that was lined with sharp fangs, which had opened up below Jean Tong's face. The Bloodlight Snake's headless body was writhing violently in Jean Tong's mouth, sending a geyser of black poisonous blood spraying up several feet into the air. A layer of translucent light surged over Jean Tong's body, and all of the poisonous blood was kept at bay. The elderly man was truly astonished to see this.
Before he had a chance to do anything, Jin Tong suddenly cast a cold gaze toward him. A chill immediately ran down the elderly man's spine, following which two streaks of translucent sword chi abruptly appeared out of thin air right in front of him. The two streaks of sword chi didn't appear to be remarkable in any way, but they struck the light barrier before him at an incredible speed. A crisp crack rang out, and the azure light barrier shuddered before shattering on contact. The chilling sensation that the elderly man was experiencing became even more pronounced as the streaks of sword chi continued on toward him, and he knew that he could no longer hold back. Five-colored light flashed from his glabella, and a five-colored shield instantly appeared before swelling to several tens of feet in size, shielding his entire body behind it. The shield's surface was riddled with layers of intricate spirit patterns, as well as countless dazzling runes. The two streaks of sword chi struck the giant shield one after another amid a pair of dull thumps. As the shield clashed with the first streak of sword chi, a burst of piercing light and violent energy fluctuations erupted forth. The sword chi was eradicated, but a huge crack had also appeared on the shield. The second streak of sword chi then instantly struck the same part of the shield, and it was immediately sliced in half, no longer able to offer any further resistance. All of this had happened in the blink of an eye, and from the elderly man's perspective, he had only just summoned the five-colored shield before it was sliced in half. A flash of light then appeared before his eyes, following which his vision turned completely dark. From a third-person perspective, the second streak of sword chi had revolved around his neck, instantly decapitating him. Almost at the exact same moment, the giant crimson WIRM projection behind him suddenly exploded, sending arcs of crimson lightning surging violently in all directions. A ball of crimson light flew out of the elderly man's headless body, then sped toward a certain direction with a miniature crimson figure within it. All of a sudden, Jin Tong vanished on the spot amid a flash of golden light, then abruptly appeared right in front of the ball of crimson light amid a burst of spatial fluctuations. It then raised an arm and slammed the ball of light viciously onto the ground down below. The crimson light faded within the crater on the ground, and the nascent soul was revealed with its expression twisted with fury and horror. The nascent soul suddenly gritted its teeth before making a hand seal, and a crimson mist began to pour out of its body, indicating that it was about to unleash some type of secret technique. But right at this moment, a streak of translucent sword chi appeared behind it without any warning before slashing toward it in a flash. The crimson mist was parted, and the nascent soul was sliced in half with an incredulous look still etched on its face, and it disintegrated into specks of spiritual light amid an anguished howl. Thus, the vastly renowned patriarch Chi Lei was slain by the gold-devouring beetle monarch with ease. At this point, the blood soul had already retreated far away, and an ecstatic look appeared on her face as she approached Jin Tong before extending a curtsy toward it. "Thank you for saving me, Senior Jin. Otherwise, I would have most likely perished here. I was only following my master's orders. You can continue with what you're doing. I'll be watching from the shadows," Jin Tong replied before waving a hand toward the elderly man's body to recover his storage bracelet, then abruptly vanished on the spot. It was clear that Jin Tong possessed far more intelligence than it did when it had first evolved into a gold-devouring beetle monarch. The blood soul extended another bow toward the spot where Jin Tong had just disappeared, then cast a forlorn glance at the two body integration stage puppets before departing from this place. Even though she hadn't encountered any powerful restrictions nor sensed the presence of her true body, she was convinced that her true body was trapped in this area, so she had to hurry to the next area. Having witnessed Jin Tong's incredible powers, she was instilled with more courage to venture deeper into the palace. 10 days later, the thousands of high-grade cultivators gathered near the giant gate in the myriad Moon Mountain range had all retreated to close to 10 kilometers away, appraising the gate from afar while occasionally discussing and commenting on something. Only 500 to 600 people remained on the edge of the basin. They clearly belonged to the same power, and they were currently setting up a massive super formation to encompass the entire basin. These people all wore the same attire, and the marked symbols on their sleeves indicated that they were all high-grade disciples of the Bloodbone sect. There were two people standing side by side in front of these disciples, one of whom was a white-robed elderly man with deep-set eyes and a hook nose, while the other was a short and stubby woman with a hideous appearance and black spirit patterns etched on her face. Judging from the auras they were giving off,
This was a pair of grand Ascension stage beings. At this moment, they were overseeing the construction of the giant formation while conversing with one another. Humph! I knew there was something fishy about fellow Taoist Xiao staying in Blood Crane City for all these years. As expected, he obtained a true key of the Heavenly Cauldron Palace but didn't tell us anything.
If it hadn't been for one of Mistress Wan Hua's disciples spilling this information, we'd most likely still be completely oblivious, the elderly man harumphed coldly. Hee, you can't blame fellow Taoist Xiao for this. We may be from the same sect, but we don't share any close ties with him.
If you and I had obtained the key to the Heavenly Cauldron Palace, we would have also most likely done the same thing. After all, no matter how many treasures there are in the palace, the difference between taking all of the treasures for oneself and having to split them 3 ways is night and day. The woman replied, and despite her hideous appearance, her voice was very sweet and pleasing to the ears, as if it belonged to a young maiden. These two were both also Grand Ascension Stage Grand Elders of the Bloodbone sect. That's true. I heard that this Heavenly Cauldron Palace contains the true inheritance of Taoist Tianding. So there's no way we would have been willing to let anyone else in. Having said that, there's more than just one true key to the palace. Even if we don't intervene, other Grand Ascension Stage beings will definitely step in anyway, so it's not necessarily a wise decision for fellow Taoist Xiao to have kept this a secret. The elderly man replied with a cold smile. What's the point in discussing something like this?
The fact of the matter is that we've arrived too late, and those who possess keys have already been in the palace for many days. As such, we have no choice but to set up this formation here and force the people inside the palace to share the treasures they obtained once they emerge, the woman said.
Judging from my similar past experiences, these people will most likely be teleported out of the palace to random locations, so only around 20% to 30% will return to this place, while everyone else will most likely end up elsewhere, the elderly man mused. That's a good thing.
If everyone in the palace were to return to this place, we wouldn't be able to handle so many people even with this formation to assist us.
After all, most of the people who entered the palace are no less powerful than you and me. Only when dealing with a small proportion of them will we have a good chance of securing some treasures.
Perhaps we won't even have to use this formation, but it'll certainly be a very effective intimidatory device, the woman replied in a confident manner. So that was your plan all along.
I was wondering why you brought so many disciples to this place. This is a brilliant strategy? The elderly man chuckled as he rubbed his hands together with glee. An earth-shattering boom rang out as a translucent wall was shattered by a single attack from Han Li in his giant mountain ape form. He then strode into the teleportation formation that was situated behind the translucent wall before vanishing on the spot in a flash. In the next instant, Han Li found himself standing in the air above a small mountain that was over 10,000 feet tall, and the temporary light formation beneath his feet abruptly disappeared. He quickly swept his gaze through the surrounding area to find that this mountain wasn't very tall, but it took up quite a large area, and the edges of the mountain directly neighbored 7 or 8 areas that were enshrouded under independent light barriers, one of which was the area he had just emerged from. A contemplative look appeared on his face as he inspected the areas one after another. He then seemed to have made up his mind and was just about to fly toward one of the areas when a burst of spatial fluctuations suddenly erupted nearby. Immediately thereafter, another light formation emerged, and 3 people appeared atop the formation amid a flash of light. Han Li cast his gaze toward the 3 people, and a cold look appeared in his eyes.
The 3 people had naturally also caught sight of Han Li, and they exchanged a bewildered glance with one another before flying directly toward Han Li following a brief voice transmission conversation. The 3 released their powerful auras mid-flight, displaying no intention to hide their animosity. All of a sudden, Han Li raised a giant furry palm before thrusting it toward the oncoming trio, sending a burst of enormous invisible power surging toward them as a gust of fierce wind.
The 3 elderly men dispersed to evade the gust of wind, and one of them yelled, "What is the meaning of this? Do you intend to take on all 3 of us on your own? I'm up against 3 of you, so I naturally have to seize the initiative." Han Li made a grabbing motion with both hands as he spoke, and a ball of light immediately appeared in each hand before transforming into a pair of miniature mountains, one of which was azure while the other was black. Han Li then hurled the mountains viciously through the air, and they transformed into a pair of massive balls of light mid-flight as they hurtled directly toward two of the elderly men. At the same time, a third miniature mountain appeared above them amid a flash of spiritual light, releasing countless streaks of invisible sword chi that surged toward the final elderly man. The three men's expression changed drastically upon seeing this, and the projection of a centipede and a giant scorpion appeared behind two of the elderly men as they thrust their palms viciously toward the oncoming mountains. Their hands seemed to be very ordinary, but in the instant that they were thrust forward, countless blue scales and arcs of flashing lightning immediately appeared over two of them. As for the other two palms, they suddenly took on a glossy black hue while swelling drastically in size, and sharp green claws that were releasing bursts of foul black chi sprouted out of their fingertips. Meanwhile, the third elderly man flipped a hand over to summon a fox-human hybrid statue that was around half a foot tall before tossing it upward. A clear cry rang out from the statue, and it transformed into a five-tailed red fox puppet amid a flash of light. The red fox swept its tails through the air to conjure up a crimson light barrier that encompassed the entire space down below. In the next instant, the four palms struck the two balls of light formed by the pair of extreme mountains, and an earth-shattering boom rang out as violent shockwaves surged throughout the nearby space. The two balls of light shuddered as they were forced to an abrupt halt before reverting back to their extreme mountain forms. However, the two elderly men's expressions changed drastically as they were sent flying like a pair of cannonballs. By the time they managed to steady themselves several hundred feet away, their arms were completely bloodstained, and every single inch of skin on those arms had been torn open, while their fingers had all been snapped. At the same time, the countless streaks of invisible sword chi had already rained down upon the crimson light barrier, and within mere moments, a series of thin cracks were beginning to appear on the barrier's surface. The third elderly man was quite alarmed to see this, and he immediately injected a burst of energy into the statue that he was holding before hurriedly making a hand seal. A layer of golden light flashed above the red fox puppet, and the light barrier it had conjured up also took on a golden hue, while the cracks on its surface quickly began to mend. As such, it was able to withstand this torrential downpour of sword chi. However, even though Han Li was facing three opponents on his own, it was clear that he had gained the upper hand, and this made the three elderly men rather hesitant about how to proceed. The three of them conversed briefly through voice transmission, then slowly began to approach Han Li again, seemingly determined to target him. Han Li harumphed coldly upon seeing this, and he made a hand seal to summon his provenance true devil projection amid a flash of golden light. The projection then immediately fused as one with his giant ape body, following which two extra arms sprouted out of his ribs and a pair of additional heads emerged on his shoulders. Han Li had unleashed both his 12 awakening transformations and provenance true devil arts at once, and the power of this form was second only to his holy nirvana physique. In the face of three grand Ascension stage opponents, Han Li didn't dare to be too complacent. However, right as the battle was about to resume, spatial fluctuations suddenly erupted over 100 feet away, and three humanoid figures appeared in a flash. The three elderly men immediately drew to a halt as they cast their eyes toward the three new arrivals, as did Han Li. The three figures were comprised of an elderly woman, a Taoist priest, and a masked man. As soon as the three of them caught sight of Han Li, they were also quite surprised and immediately exchanged a few bewildered glances. "What a coincidence that we've arrived in the same area, Brother Xiao." Han Li chuckled as the golden light around him faded, and he quickly reverted back to his human form. "What a coincidence indeed. I also didn't think that I would encounter you here, Brother Han," Xiaoming replied with a slightly forced smile, while Mistress Wanhua and Taoist Qingping's hearts both sank slightly. As for the three elderly men, they didn't dare to do anything rash in this current situation, and were only appraising the three new arrivals with cold expressions. Only then did Xiao Ming turn toward the trio before asking, "I don't think we've ever met before, fellow Taoists. Could it be that you're secluded cultivators of the Black Yen Forest in the northwest?" "Humph, you have quite a keen eye, fellow Taoist." "That's right, we're the three witch spirit saints of the Black Yen Forest." The elderly man who was controlling the red fox puppet harumphed coldly in response with undisguised animosity in his voice. "The three witch spirit saints? That means you must be witchcraft cultivators. May I ask why you've decided to target Brother Han here?" Xiaoming asked.
He hadn't witnessed the earlier clash between Han Li and the trio, but the residual spiritual chi fluctuations in the air and the confrontational stances they had adopted were clear indications of what had just happened. There are only a limited number of treasures in this heavenly cauldron palace, so everyone in here is our enemy. Why do we need a reason to target anyone? The elderly man replied. A cold look appeared on Xiaoming's face upon hearing this.
In that case, you must also view the three of us as enemies. What do you think, Brother Han? I don't mind either way. If it's a battle they want, then I'd be glad to entertain them, Han Li replied in a nonchalant manner. Xiaoming's wariness toward Han Li only grew more pronounced upon seeing this. He then turned toward the three witch spirit saints with slightly furrowed brows. According to his original plan, he should have already reached the center of the heavenly cauldron palace or found the centrum of the restrictions here. However, the restriction in the second area they had entered was far more profound than they had expected, and they had only just managed to break out of it. As soon as they had emerged, they were met by Han Li and the three witch spirit saints, both of which were formidable foes, thereby further compounding their woes. If it were possible, he would naturally be happy to see Han Li and the three witch spirit saints engage in a fight to the death while he and his companions continued on toward the final area. However, in this current situation, there was no way that Han Li and the three witch spirit saints would be foolish enough to do something like that. Having said that, being delayed in an impasse here wouldn't benefit any of them.
They weren't the only Grand Ascension stage beings to have entered the Heavenly Cauldron Palace. What if more people were to find this place during this delay? With that in mind, Xiaoming said, "Fellow Taoists, I'm sure all of us ventured into this palace in search for treasures, so engaging in conflict prior to finding any valuable treasures would be completely senseless. The most precious treasures are clearly in the areas beyond here, so why don't we all save our energy to search through those areas? The restrictions leading up to this point have already been very difficult to break through. Even if we use up all of our remaining time, we still may not be able to obtain the treasures we want, so we can't afford to be wasting time here.
I don't care either way. As long as no one gets in my way, I have no intention of engaging in any conflict," Han Li replied with a hint of a smile. The elderly man wielding the red fox puppet contemplated the situation momentarily before also nodding in response. "All right, in that case, let's end things here." Immediately thereafter, the three elderly men exchanged some words through voice transmission before flying toward a certain area. Xiaoming faltered slightly upon seeing the area they had chosen, but his expression then quickly returned to normal as he turned to Han Li with a smile. "Have you also already decided on a target, Brother Han? If not, then we'll be going on ahead. I think I'll go to that area." Han Li shook his head in a nonchalant manner before beginning to point a finger toward a certain direction. But he suddenly seemed to change his mind, and redirected his finger toward the area neighboring the one he was originally pointing toward.
Mistress Wan Hua and Taoist Qing Ping's expressions changed drastically upon seeing this. However, before they had a chance to say anything, Han Li had already plunged into the blue light barrier encompassing that area as a streak of azure light. What do we do? He just chose the area that we were going to choose. Could it be that he also knows where the centrum of the Heavenly Cauldron Palace is? Mistress Wan Hua exclaimed in an urgent manner. I don't think so. I was the only one to have received inheritance, so there's no way anyone else aside from me will know the exact location and method to control the palace's centrum, Taoist Qing Ping said with tightly furrowed brows. Does that mean it was a coincidence that he chose that area?
That doesn't seem to be the case either. Xiaoming's expression darkened significantly as he recalled back to how Han Li had changed his mind at the last moment. What do we do then? Choose another area? Mistress Wan Hua asked in a frustrated manner. We can't do that. There's no way to reach the centrum through the other areas. We have no choice but to follow him. Take care not to be discovered. We should still be able to enter the centrum area first while he's scouring that area for treasures, Xiaoming decided. Looks like that's our only option. Come to think of it, the three witch spirit saints also went to quite an interesting area. That seems to the blood prison where Taoist Tianding sealed away several powerful enemies of his, Taoist Qing Ping said in a concerned manner. I'm aware of that, but it's not like we can do anything to prevent them from going there. There could be powerful treasures left behind by those enemies of Taoist Tiandings in that blood prison, but they're still not as important as seizing control of the centrum. Xiaoming said with furrowed brows. That's a real pity. According to the tomes I inherited, the enemies trapped in the blood prison possessed powers comparable to those of Taoist Tianding. They would have definitely already perished after all these years, but their inheritances would undoubtedly be extremely valuable as well. Taoist Qingping sighed in a forlorn manner. We had originally to set the blood prison as our second target. Could it be that 3 witch spirit saints are also aware of its existence? Mistress Wanhua speculated with a dark expression. That's hard to say. I was the only one who received Taoist Tianding's inheritance, but I can't guarantee that other powerful beings of the same generation as Taoist Tianding didn't leave behind any leads. After all, the blood prison was something that had once been renowned throughout the entire Blood Sky continent, Taoist Qingping said. All right, we can't do anything about that anyway, so there's no need to speculate any further on the subject. It's about time that we continued onward, Xiaoming said as he cast his gaze toward the area that Han Li had just entered. Mistress Wanhua and Taoist Qingping naturally didn't raise any objections. Thus, the 3 of them also flew into the area enshrouded under the blue light barrier, except they chose an entry point that was quite far away from Han Li's. What a cold place. Han Li was hovering in the air above a glacial world that was covered by a layer of blue snow with a peculiar expression. There was a glacial aura all throughout the surrounding area, and there were even certain parts of his body where layers of blue frost had accumulated as the glacial qi had pierced through the protective spiritual light there. Ever since he had attained complete mastery over his provenance true devil arts, it was extremely rare for him to feel this cold. Judging from the glacial aura manifested by the illusion in this area, it was clear that the restriction here was far more formidable than those in the areas he had previously passed through. After hovering in the air for a long while, a layer of silver flames suddenly appeared over his body and the bone-chilling sensation immediately faded. Han Li then slowly flew straight ahead, but after traveling for only several kilometers, fierce winds suddenly erupted in all directions, and the countless snowflakes in the air abruptly transformed into thousands of blue ice peacocks. The peacocks spread their wings, releasing countless balls of blue light in a frenzy. Han Li briefly inspected these balls of light with his spiritual sense, and his expression changed slightly as he quickly made a hand seal, upon which the layer of silver flames around him thickened by severalfold. In the next instant, the balls of light struck the silver flames in rapid succession before exploding one after another, creating a massive tornado as silver flames and blue light intertwined. Elsewhere in the same glacial area, Xiaoming's trio had released around a dozen treasures, and were locked in a fierce battle against a group of close to 20 mountainous blue giants. These giants were all able to manipulate ice and snow to conjure up armor and all types of weapons, and no matter how much damage they sustained, they were able to instantly regenerate using the ice and snow in the area, making them even more troublesome to deal with than beings with immortal bodies. Thus, even though Xiaoming's trio was far more powerful than these giants, they were temporarily stalled. Within a massive hall that was filled with countless giant crimson pillars, the 3 witch spirit saints were carefully advancing while giving all of the pillars a wide berth. These pillars seemed to be quite ordinary from a distance, but at close quarters, one would discover that there were countless crimson skulls embedded onto their surfaces, and there was blood occasionally flowing down from the top of the pillars. Is this really the entrance to the blood prison, fellow Taoist you? The elderly man seated atop the giant centipede asked with a hint of unease in his voice. Rest assured, Brother Wu. You saw how easy it was to break through the restrictions outside this place. This indicates that the records in that ancient plaque are accurate, and that this is indeed the place where Taoist Tianding had imprisoned his powerful enemies. He, the most powerful being of our witch Tao, Master Tian Wu, once battled Taoist Tianding for 7 days and 7 nights before being defeated and imprisoned here. Otherwise, with Master Tian Wu's aptitude and powers, he would have definitely been able to ascend to the true immortal realm as well. The elderly man seated atop the black scorpion replied in a confident manner. This place really is quite unsettling, so I can see why Brother Wu is concerned. However, due to the fact that we're using witch Dao cultivation arts that are far different from normal cultivation arts, Taoist Tianding's inheritance may not be very useful for us. In contrast, we'll be sure to benefit immensely if we can obtain Master Tian Wu's cultivation arts and treasures from the blood prison. Perhaps we'll even have a chance of ascending to the true immortal realm in the future.
As such, we have to venture into this blood prison even if there's some risk involved, the final elderly man said. Indeed, it's a pity that the stone plaque was damaged, and only the part that detailed the methods to counter the restrictions outside remained. If we knew how to counter the restrictions in here as well, then we'd have nothing to worry about, the elderly man with the U surname sighed. Hee, it's already a massive opportunity for us to find the exact location of the blood prison. There may be some powerful restrictions in here, but the three of us will definitely be able to break through them. The man with the Wu surname chuckled. In any case, it's too late for us to turn back now. Speaking of which, that brat with the giant ape form that we encountered outside was truly formidable. If fellow Taoist Xiao and the others hadn't appeared, I really wanted to refine that brat into a blood puppet, the man with the U surname said. That man's giant ape form is indeed extremely powerful, but his second transformation seemed to have stemmed from some type of devilish ability. With his powers, even the three of us most likely wouldn't have been able to take him down in a short time. We intentionally put on an inhospitable display so that no one would follow us into this blood prison, and I'm sure our plan worked. The elderly man with the Wu surname chuckled coldly. That's a strategy that we devised in advance, and I'm sure it would have at least been somewhat effective. Out of all of the people currently in the Heavenly Cauldron Palace, only Xiao Ming's trio can pose a substantial threat to us. Xiao Mo is renowned as the deranged devil of the Bloodbone sect, and he's no ordinary Grand Ascension stage being. On top of that, he has Mistress Wan Hua and Taoist Qing Ping to assist him, so our chances of victory against them would be quite slim, the final elderly man said. No information has been transmitted to us by the spies we left behind, so it looks like Xiao Ming and the others didn't follow us. They must have some other target in mind. This is great news for us. We can focus all of our attention on this blood prison now, the man with the Wu surname chuckled coldly. Just as his companions were about to respond, their three giant steeds suddenly drew to an abrupt halt as they let loose a string of sharp cries while adopting wary stances. The three elderly men's expressions changed slightly upon seeing this, and they immediately released a series of treasures to defend themselves. The trio then cast their eyes up ahead with cautious expressions. What they failed to notice was that the blood pouring down the crimson pillars in the hall was gradually becoming more and more viscous while also taking on a reddish-black color. A burst of rustling suddenly rang out up ahead, and moments later, specks of green flames appeared in the dark space up ahead, following which a series of thumb-sized skeletal butterflies emerged. These butterflies had flames burning all over their skeletal bodies, creating a very unsettling sight to behold, and there were over 10,000 of them in total. Those are bone-engulfing butterflies. Get back! The man with the Wu surname immediately exclaimed upon catching a clear glimpse of these butterflies, and his companions' faces also paled significantly upon seeing this. The three of them immediately shot back in retreat atop their respective steeds, while the swarm of butterflies followed along silently behind them. They were fleeing at over 100 times the speed that they had come, and they instantly covered a distance of several thousand feet. All of a sudden, a burst of sinister cackling rang out, and the reddish-black blood pouring down the crimson pillars converged to form a series of crimson skulls. As soon as these skulls appeared, they instantly swelled to the size of wagon wheels before pouncing toward the three elderly men to block their path of retreat. The expressions of the man with the Wu surname darkened slightly upon seeing this, but he remained calm as he said, "Those are blood spirits formed by the blood of the powerful beings who perished in the blood prison. Brother Yu, unleash the spirit warding technique right away. The two of us will keep these bone-engulfing butterflies and blood spirits at bay for you. All right, I'll be counting on you then, fellow Taoists." The man with the U surname replied as the centipede beneath him drew to a halt, and he immediately sat down onto his steed with his legs crossed. A series of dark green jade badges then flew out of his body before forming a strange formation that carried him upward. At the same time, he began to chant an incantation, and a series of dark green spirit patterns appeared over his body before spreading at an incredible speed, covering almost every single inch of his skin before beginning to writhe and squirm as if they had sprung to life. From a distance, it looked as if countless thin green insects had appeared over the elderly man's body, presenting a very unsettling sight to behold. Right at this moment, one of the two other men released a crimson copper gong, and upon striking the gong, his head of white hair immediately stood up on end before detaching from his scalp. then transformed into countless winged white-scaled flying snakes that pounced directly toward the oncoming bone-engulfing butterflies. Meanwhile, the other elderly man raised a hand to release a pristine white gourd, which tipped itself over to pour out clouds of black chi that transformed into black hands with mouths at the palms. The black hands let loose a string of sharp cries before rushing toward the skulls on the other side. Thus, for groups of extremely strange-looking creatures began to engage in fierce battles, and dull thumps indicating bodies plummeting onto the ground were ringing out incessantly. The black palms and white flying snakes seemed to be quite ferocious, but they were clearly no match for the crimson skulls and white bone butterflies, which were releasing crimson arrows and scorching green flames, respectively. It didn't take long before most of the black hands and white snakes to be eradicated, whereas only several tens of blood spirits and bone-engulfing butterflies had been destroyed. The two elderly men were looking on with pained expressions as one black hand and white snake was destroyed after another, as if they were losing something very precious to them. Soon, all of the hands and snakes were destroyed, and grim looks appeared on the faces of the two elderly men as the blood spirits and bone-engulfing butterflies began to converge toward them again. The two of them exchanged a glance, and one of them let loose a loud roar, upon which a massive octopus-like insect projection appeared behind him before instantly brandishing its dozen or so tentacles. Each tentacle was over 100 feet in length and was riddled with dark green runes, and as the tentacles swiped through the air, they were able to send all of the blood spirits that they came into contact with flying back through the air. Meanwhile, a fingernail on one of the other elderly man's hands elongated to several inches in length and became as sharp as a knife. He then swept the fingernail toward his other shoulder, instantly dismembering his own arm, which exploded into a pile of flesh that hovered before him. Immediately thereafter, he tore off his own robes to reveal 7 or 8 fierce-looking insect tattoos on his chest. The elderly man then unleashed some type of secret technique, and the tattoos sprang out of his body before transforming into giant insects that were each around 100 feet in size that devoured the pile of blood and flesh before them. A cold look flashed through his eyes, and the bodies of the giant insects twisted and warped as they began to sprout a series of silver spikes. At the same time, they began to shimmer with golden light as if they had attained Vajra bodies, and they pounced toward the bone-engulfing butterflies amid a burst of loud hissing. Every time the tentacles lashed out, the runes on their surfaces would flash incessantly, and loud thunderclaps that threatened to shatter even the space around them would ring out one after another. It was clear that these two abilities were the two elderly men's trump cards, and they were able to keep the blood spirits and bone-engulfing butterflies at bay. Meanwhile, the dark green patterns on the body of the man with the U surname converged to form an image of an 8-armed devilish creature. The image encompassed every single inch of his body, presenting a very unsettling sight to behold, as if he were wearing the skin of an azure devil. All of a sudden, he let loose a loud roar, and countless green threads erupted out of his body to form a giant cocoon all around him. The cocoon then began to revolve at a rapid speed, and a string of ghostly howls rang out from within it. Immediately thereafter, the formation below the cocoon also began to emit a loud buzzing sound, while releasing clouds of dark green devilish chi. A dull thump rang out as the giant cocoon exploded, and a menacing 8-armed devil emerged. The devilish creature was extremely burly and imposing with azure skin, and it slowly opened its gleaming green eyes. At this point, the other two elderly were beginning to struggle in the face of the blood spirits and bone-engulfing butterflies. Close to half of the octopus-like insect projections feelers had been reduced to blood by the blood spirits, while most of the giant golden insects had already been devoured by the bone-engulfing butterflies. However, both of the elderly men were ecstatic to see the emergence of the 8-armed azure devil, and they immediately withdrew their secret techniques before flying toward the devilish creature. Thus, the blood spirits and bone-engulfing butterflies were able to converge toward the trio from both sides before completely surrounding them. In this dire situation, the azure devil finally sprang into action. It lashed out with its 8 arms in unison, thrusting 4 palms toward each side. Bright golden light radiated from its 8 palms, and a golden seal text rune surfaced in each hand before instantly swelling to around 10 feet in size. The golden runes then each released a vast expanse of rainbow light, which immediately immobilized all of the blood spirits and bone-engulfing butterflies upon contact. Moments later, the rainbow light flashed, and the blood spirits and bone-engulfing butterflies were all reduced to dust as if they had encountered the bane of their existence. Within the span of just a few breaths, all of the blood spirits and bone-engulfing butterflies were completely wiped out. Immediately thereafter, the 8 armored azure devil's aura subsided along with the rainbow light it had released, and it slowly withdrew its 8 arms. A dull thump suddenly rang out as the azure devil's skin fell away from head to toe, revealing the elderly man with the U surname again. However, his face was very pale, and his aura had abated significantly, indicating that he had expended a lot of energy. It's a good thing that the 3 of us came together. Otherwise, we would have been in huge trouble. The man with the U surname said with a hint of lingering fear in his eyes. Indeed, we already knew that the restrictions leading up to the blood prison would be extremely difficult to deal with, but I didn't think that we'd encounter creatures as fearsome as blood spirits and bone-engulfing butterflies. If any one of us had come here alone, then we'd be in grave peril. The elderly man with the Wu surname agreed. Seeing as 2 types of creatures have already appeared, we should be quite close to the true entrance of the blood prison, so this is good news, the final elderly man said with a smile. I certainly hope so. Let's continue, the man with Wu's surname replied with a nod. Thus, the 3 of them began to advance onward again. Several days later, a giant golden ape with 3 heads and 6 arms was wielding a massive golden blade in each hand, while engaged in a fierce battle against 2 blue ice WYRMs. The giant ape was over 1,000 feet tall, while the ice WYRMs were around 5,000 to 6,000 feet in length. Their bodies were covered by translucent blue scales, and they were conjuring up violent snowstorms while releasing bursts of glacial chi that was threatening to freeze this entire space solid. The massive ape was completely unfazed by the glacial conditions, but it was clearly rather wary of the 2 ice WYRMs' huge claws. After a few more exchanges, the giant ape suddenly let loose a thunderous roar before combining its 6 massive golden blades into one enormous blade that was over 10,000 feet in length, then sliced the 2 ice WYRMs in half cleanly down the middle. However, the 4 remains of the 2 ice WYRMs then transformed into 4 shorter ice WYRMs before pouncing toward Hanli again. Right at this moment, the gigantic golden blade transformed into a sea of golden light at the giant ape's behest, then swept toward the 4 ice WYRMs before slicing them into several tens of pieces. Blue light flashed from the remains of the ice WYRMs, and they were about to transform into dozens of even shorter ice WYRMs. However, before they could complete their transformation, one wave of golden light surged toward them after another, slicing them into thousands of pieces, and they finally completely disintegrated into specks of blue light. Only then did the massive ape withdraw the golden light, then quickly reverted back into its human form. The restriction here is truly quite troublesome. It's able to manifest close ice attribute creatures with powers infinitely approaching those of Grand Ascension stage beings. However, my calculations tell me that the exit should be just up ahead, Hanli murmured to himself as he flew onward through the snowstorm as a streak of golden light. All of this was only possible as he was a master of formations and possessed incredibly powerful spiritual sense. Otherwise, a normal cultivator would have already gotten completely lost in here. Around an hour later, the streak of golden light appeared in front of a stone platform and shrouded under a golden light barrier after slaying a few more powerful ice beasts. There was a small teleportation formation on the platform, and a smile appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this. However, his smile faded slightly as he swept his spiritual sense toward the golden light barrier. This is a 5-elemental astral light barrier. I won't be able to break through it in a short time through conventional means. So be it, looks like I'll have to expend some more energy than anticipated. Hanli quickly made up his mind before making a grabbing motion, and a dark green longsword appeared in his grasp amid a flash of green light. As soon the sword appeared, the world's origin chi in the nearby area immediately began to tremor slightly. Hanli gripped onto the sword and took a deep breath as bright purplish golden light erupted from his body while the Provenance True Devil projection appeared behind him. He then gently slashed the long sword toward the golden light barrier down below. The entire space seemed to dim slightly, and countless snowflakes were abruptly drawn toward the profound heavenly spirit/sword as if through a giant funnel, then vanished into the sword as the world's origin chi. A row of silver runes immediately appeared on the surface of the sword, and a streak of dark green sword chi swept forth before striking the golden light barrier. The sword chi began to glow with scintillating light, almost as if a green sun had appeared to inundate the entire light barrier. A loud buzzing sound rang out from the light barrier's surface, and countless five-colored runes appeared, only to be melted away within the green sun. Finally, a dull thump rang out, and the entire light barrier was completely eradicated. Han Li's face was slightly pale as he withdrew the green long sword, then flew into the teleportation formation on the stone platform. He then pointed a finger at the edge of the formation, casting a white incantation seal, which vanished into thin air in a flash. A dull burst of dull rumbling rang out from the entire formation, and Han Li disappeared amid a flash of white light. In the next instant, Han Li re-emerged within a murky gray space, and there was a mountainous stone plaque that extended into the heavens situated up ahead. The stone plaque was so massive that there was no end to it in sight from the bottom, and it was entirely of a translucent crimson color with countless thick silver runes etched on its surface, presenting a very mysterious sight to behold. Han Li looked at the stone plaque, then inspected the murky gray space around him, and a hint of befuddlement appeared in his eyes. No matter how he looked at it, this place had nothing to do with the palace cluster he had seen from outside the light barrier. It seemed that he had been teleported into an unfamiliar place from the restriction in the last area. At the same time, Xiao Ming's trio also finally emerged from the glacial restriction, and they were greeted by the sight of a golden palace and rows of silver pavilions that resembled an immortal paradise, but all of them wore dark expressions. This isn't where the centrum of the Heavenly Cauldron Palace is situated. According to the records on the tome I inherited, the teleportation formation that we found earlier should have taken us directly to the centrum area. Why were we teleported here instead? Taoist Qing Ping murmured to himself in a puzzled manner. The records on the tome were definitely accurate. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to make it all the way here. Some type of unforeseen change must have taken place in the restriction in the last area to result in this, Xiao Ming analyzed. What kind of unforeseen change could there have been? Are you saying the restriction can mutate on its own? Mistress Wanhua was approaching her wit's end. That's hard to say. Taoist Tianding's formation mastery is far beyond what we can comprehend, and the Heavenly Cauldron Palace has existed for so many years, so it wouldn't be too surprising if the restrictions within the palace had undergone some type of change. Having said that, the restrictions in all the other areas had remained unchanged. Yet this one has been altered. That's too suspicious to be a coincidence. I think this is a result of someone tampering with the restriction in that area, Xiaomin speculated. How is that possible? Aside from that human, no one would have been able to enter that area earlier than us. Even if someone had entered that area before all of us, there's no way they could have been able to alter such a complex giant restriction in such a short time. Mistress Wanhua countered. Hee, you seem to have forgotten about the people who entered the Heavenly Cauldron Palace during its last opening. Those people weren't powerful, but there were quite a few of them who possessed true keys. Back when the Heavenly Cauldron Palace was closed, I don't recall many of them returning alive, Xiao Ming said. Taoist Qing Ping's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. So you're saying there are still survivors from the last group of people to have entered the Heavenly Cauldron Palace, and that someone among them altered this restriction? That should be the case? Otherwise, there's no way to explain all of this, Xiao Ming replied. Generally speaking, this wouldn't be possible. Upon closure of the Heavenly Cauldron Palace, everyone would be automatically evicted, and those who forcibly stayed behind using secret techniques would be killed by the restrictions in the palace. Having said that, if there were someone even more powerful than Taoist Tianding had been, they would have been able to resist the restrictions in the palace. Perhaps they've already entered the centrum area and obtained the Taoist Tianding's full inheritance. In that case, they'd be able to stay in the Heavenly Cauldron Palace, and it would be a simple matter for them to change the exit of a certain area. If that's what we're dealing with here, then that would be very bad news, Taoist Qing Ping said with a concerned expression. The Heavenly Cauldron Palace was constructed directly prior to Taoist Tianding's ascension, so it's next to impossible that an entrant to the palace would be even more powerful than Taoist Tianding himself. And it's also very unlikely that someone has already seized control of the centrum or taken Taoist Tianding's full inheritance.
Otherwise, the entire palace would have already been taken rather than appearing here on schedule as it did. Xiaoming analyzed. Mistress Wan Hua's eyes immediately lit up upon hearing this. In that case, the person who remained in the Heavenly Cauldron Palace should only be able to control part of the Heavenly Cauldron Palace's restrictions, and they haven't gained complete control over the Centrum, nor Daoist Tianding's full inheritance. That's most likely the case, Xiaoming replied in a confident manner. In that case, we still have great chances. However, seeing as the route detailed in the tome is no longer reliable, we'll have to use the brute force method to access the Centrum by forcing our way through another light barrier in this area. According to the records, the Centrum should be situated in a tall pagoda that resembles a giant stone plaque. Daoist Qingping revealed as a hint of elation appeared on his face. The restriction in the last area already took us so long to break through. Will we have enough time to go through it again? Won't the delay be too significant? Mistress Wanhua asked in a hesitant manner. We're already familiar with the restriction, so it should take us far less time to traverse through it the second time around. If worse comes to worst, we'll just have to employ some special methods to conserve as much time as possible, Xiaoming said. Mistress Wanhua and Daoist Qingping both nodded in agreement. Thus, the three of them set off toward the light barrier that was barely visible in the distance, paying no heed to the golden palace and silver pavilions right before their eyes. Hanli flew a lap around the giant stone plaque but was unable to find any entrance, and he returned to his starting point with his brows slightly furrowed. All of a sudden, he swept a sleeve through the air to release a small white vial within a ball of white light. The surface of the vial was extremely smooth, and it was close to completely transparent with a ball of crimson light flashing incessantly within it. Who would have thought that fellow Taoist Ice Soul's true body would actually be trapped here? If it weren't for the slight reaction displayed by this vial in the last area, I would have missed her. Hanli murmured to himself, then began to fly up along the side of the stone plaque while continuing to make laps around it. After flying for close to 20 laps, the ball of crimson light within the small vial suddenly brightened ever so slightly. This change was almost undetectable to the naked eye, but Hanli was able to notice it right away. Thus, he immediately drew to a halt before flying directly toward the stone plaque before stopping again in front of several lines of huge silver runes. Beveled silver text, eh? This might stump someone else, but to me, hee. A faint smile appeared on Hanli's face as he carefully inspected the lines of runes, then pointed a finger toward them a few times. The silver runes flashed slightly before converging and fusing as one to form an even larger silver rune, which began to revolve on the spot on its own. A black passageway was then suddenly opened up on the seemingly solid surface of the plaque. Hanli immediately flew into the passageway, upon which it quickly closed again. After landing on a patch of smooth ground, Hanli made a grabbing motion before hurling a white ball of light through the air, instantly illuminating the dark passageway so that it was as bright as day. He quickly inspected his surroundings to discover that this was a semicircular passageway, and the floor and walls were all lined with ordinary slabs of bluestone. However, there were some unidentifiable bright red spirit patterns etched onto the surface of this material, and those patterns were giving off a faint bloody odor. Hanli withdrew his gaze before releasing his enormous spiritual sense, and after just a brief moment, he heaved a slightly resigned sigh. As expected, spiritual sense was significantly more restricted in here than outside, and the flight restriction in this passageway was so powerful that even he could only hover a small distance above the ground. On top of that, the amount of magic power expenditure required to maintain flight also far exceeded that of normal flight restrictions. As expected of someone who had successfully ascended, the restrictions left behind by Daoist Tianding were truly remarkable. After a brief moment of contemplation, Hanli strode forward and began to run at full speed. With his incredibly powerful physical body, his running speed was no slower than the flight speed of average Grand Ascension cultivators. There were no immediate dangers here, so there was naturally no need for him to maintain flight. However, after only advancing for a short distance, the passageway began to gradually slope upward. A short while later, Hanli was already situated over 1,000 feet higher than his starting point. All of a sudden, a bright light appeared up ahead, indicating the presence of an exit. Hanli's eyes narrowed slightly, and he didn't pause even for a moment as he continued onward. However, as soon as he emerged into the giant hall beyond the passageway, he was rooted to the spot by what he saw. The hall was around 300 to 400 feet tall, and its area exceeded 1,000 acres. However, what should have been a flat and smooth bluestone floor was riddled with pits and craters, as well as the remains of countless treasures. There were also sections of the ground that were charred black, and at the center of the hall was a massive beastly skeleton. The skeleton was as translucent as jade, and it resembled the skeleton of both a crocodile and a WRM. It seemed that someone had engaged in a fierce battle with the massive beast here, but judging from these residual traces, the battle had taken place a very long time ago. Han Li appraised the beastly skeleton briefly with an intrigued expression, and judging from its residual aura, he was able to immediately identify the skeleton to have belonged to a beast at the pinnacle of the body integration stage. The fact that such a fierce battle had been waged against a mere body integration stage beast indicated that its opponents were definitely below the Grand Ascension stage, but they wouldn't have been too weak, either. Looking at the remains of the treasures on the ground, Han Li could tell that the giant beast had most likely had around 4 to 5 opponents. After inspecting the area for a while longer, Han Li suddenly cast his gaze toward a wooden shelf in the corner of the hall. This was a black shelf that was around 20 to 30 feet long, with around a dozen silver platters of different sizes positioned on it in 2 rows. However, the platters were all empty and their contents had clearly already been taken by someone. Thus, Han Li didn't hesitate any longer as he made his way directly toward the exit on the other side of the hall. The same azure passageway resumed, and on this occasion it took Han Li quite a while to finally emerge on the other side. In doing so, he arrived in a space that was several times bigger than even the hall from before. There were a few white clouds drifting in the air up above, and the ground was comprised of fine white sand. At the center of this space stood a triangular monastery-like building. Han Li took a glance at the building before flipping a hand over to summon the small vial. The ball of crimson light in the vial didn't display any reaction, and his brows furrowed slightly upon seeing this, but he still made his way toward the gate of the monastery, which was already wide open. The 3 witch spirit saints were standing before a sea of black mist that stretched as far as the eyes could see. The mist was surging violently as if it were a living creature, occasionally releasing gusts of glacial winds alongside blood-curdling howls. The 3 of them were looking very exhausted, and their auras had diminished even further. Even the 3 giant steeds beneath them had already vanished, but they were all looking into the sea of mist with excitement in their eyes. This was because there was a crimson pavilion situated within the sea of mist. The pavilion was over 1,000 feet tall with countless crimson runes etched onto its surface, and at the very top were the words Blood Prison in 2 huge silver ancient characters. So this is the Blood Prison. It's a little different from how I envisioned, the elderly man with the U surname remarked. This is most likely an illusion. Let me try and dispel it, the elderly man with the U surname replied. Immediately thereafter, he swept a sleeve through the air to release an azure wooden badge with a black ghostly head embedded onto it, then made a hand seal before pointing a finger at the badge. The badge instantly swelled to around the size of a human head, and azure runes began to appear on its surface. At the same time, the ghostly head also opened its eyes and mouth. A pillar of azure light erupted out of the ghostly head's mouth before transforming into a massive pillar of azure wind that vanished into the sea of mist in a flash. In the next instant, a burst of loud rumbling rang out, and all of the nearby mist was swept away by the fierce azure winds, opening up a clear passageway. The 3 witch spirit saints peered carefully into the passageway. Upon their expressions all changed slightly. Beneath the passageway was a giant lake filled with viscous crimson water, and there were countless thumb-sized white maggot-like insects swimming along the lake's surface, sending chills running down the onlooker's spine. Is this the true appearance of the Blood Prison? Could this be an illusion as well? The elderly man with the U surname asked in a stunned manner. No illusion could maintain itself in the face of my azure astral winds. The man with the Wu surname replied before opening his mouth to release several balls of energy into the azure wooden badge. The wind surging out of the ghostly head's mouth immediately became over 10 times as powerful, and one pillar of wind was being released after another. A short while later, Most of the sea of mist had been dispelled, thereby revealing most of the crimson lake. The three elderly men cast their eyes downward, upon which elated looks appeared in their eyes. Aside from the countless maggots on the lake's surface, around a dozen black metal cages of different sizes had also been revealed. The smallest of these cages were only around 10 feet tall, while the largest ones were over 10,000 feet in size. Their surfaces were riddled with unidentifiable golden runes, and there were countless sharp crimson spikes extending into the cage, presenting a menacing sight to behold. Most of the cage's doors were already wide open, with only a few that were still seamless and unopened, and within each of those unopened cages was a corpse in different poses. These beings had clearly perished countless years ago, and all of them had vastly differing bone structures, but their residual auras still struck the three witch spirit saints with a sense of apprehension. These must be the enemies sealed here by Taoist Tianding. As expected, all of them were extremely powerful. We'll have to examine these bodies carefully to see which one belongs to Master Tian Wu, the final elderly man said with excitement in his eyes. Master Tian Wu was a practitioner of witch Dao cultivation arts, so his remains are definitely different from the others. We'll be able to easily identify it once we get a little closer. The elderly man with the Wu surname replied. The other bodies all belong to extremely powerful beings as well, so they're definitely carrying formidable treasures. We can't just leave them, the elderly man with the Yu surname said with a hint of greed and urgency in his eyes. Of course. However, our main objective is Master Tian Wu, so let's obtain his inheritance first before we think about anything else. The elderly man with the Wu surname decided. The other two elderly men felt this to be a reasonable suggestion, and they each released several protective treasures before flying directly toward the black metal cage that was closest to them. This crimson lake was extremely unsettling, so the three of them naturally didn't dare to take any chances. Much to their surprise and elation, the lake remained completely calm and placid even as they reached the metal cage. The body in the cage was far more petite than that of a normal person, and after carefully examining it with their spiritual sense, all of them shook their heads before flying toward another metal cage. The second corpse wasn't the one they were searching for, either, and before they knew it, they had reached the center of the entire lake, arriving at the fourth metal cage. In contrast with the previous three, this metal cage was one of the largest on the entire lake, standing at 5,000 to 6,000 feet tall. Aside from the sharp spikes extending inward, there was also an extremely long crimson chain that was bound countless times around the body inside. The chain itself was in rather bad condition. Not only was its surface riddled with rust, there were even some cracks that were visible, and it seemed that the body had struggled violently for some time prior to its passing. The corpse in the cage belonged to a horse-human hybrid creature, and every single one of its bones was of a translucent green color with faint traces of golden light flowing through them. The upper body of this creature was completely identical to that of a normal human, except it was extremely massive, while its lower body was close to 1,000 feet in length. And the four giant hooves of the corpse were the only parts where some silver fur remained. There's no mistaking it, this is Senior Tian Wu's body, the elderly man with the Yu surname immediately concluded upon sensing the fearsome aura emanating from the body. This is indeed a witch Dao aura. As expected of Master Tian Wu to have retained such a powerful aura this many years after his death. The final elderly man also chimed in an excited manner. In contrast, the elderly man with the Wu surname was looking on with slightly furrowed brows. Where is Master Tian Wu's inheritance? His words acted as a reminder to his two companions, and only then did they discover that there seemed to be nothing else in the cage aside from the giant corpse. All of a sudden, one of the elderly men's eyes lit up, and he suddenly pointed toward a certain part of the giant body. What's that? The other two hurriedly directed their attention to the same spot, upon which they discovered that there was a black shadow embedded onto one of the corpse's massive ribs. Upon closer inspection, this seemed to be a black jade slip. These are definitely the remains of Master Tian Wu, so let's break open this cage first. The elderly man with the Yu surname suggested. His two companions naturally had no objections, and thus, the treasures they had summoned were sent flying directly toward the metal cage with tremendous force. A resounding boom rang out and scintillating golden light erupted from the metal cage, while the cage itself only tremored slightly before the light faded and everything returned to normal. The elderly man with the Wu surname focused his gaze onto the cage, upon which his expression immediately darkened slightly. Not a single trace had been left on the surface of the cage.
"Let me have another go," the elderly man with the Wu surname said as a fierce look appeared in his eyes, and he made a grabbing motion to summon a short crimson sword with countless spirit insect images etched onto its surface.
There was also a pristine white thumb-sized crystal embedded into the hilt of the sword, and he gripped onto the sword before suddenly slicing off several fingers from his other hand. He then began to chant something while pointing toward a certain patch of space, and the severed fingers immediately disintegrated into bursts of blood mist that flowed into the short sword. The short sword began to emit a buzzing sound, while the images of the insects began to roam over the sword's blade as if they had sprung to life. The elderly man with the Yu surname swept an arm through the air, and the short sword immediately hurtled toward the metal cage as a streak of crimson light. As soon as the streak of crimson light struck the cage, countless arcs of golden lightning erupted amid a loud thunderclap. The crimson light was immediately repelled, then returned to the elderly man's hand as a short sword again. "This is divine Devilbane lightning." The elderly man was stunned to see this, and he hurriedly examined the short sword to find that several thin cracks had appeared on its surface, indicating that it had suffered severe damage. If Han Li were present, he would also be stunned to see this. The golden lightning that had erupted from the metal cage did indeed appear to be rather similar to divine Devilbane lightning, but upon closer inspection, one would discover that it was different.
The lightning was also of a shimmering golden color, but it was intermingled with purplish golden runes, and it was far more powerful than Han Li's divine Devilbane lightning. "It really is divine Devilbane lightning."
"Wait, no, it doesn't seem to be ordinary divine Devilbane lightning."
I recall that Taoist Tianding had mastered several types of lightning, as well as an ability that allowed him to refine and purify lightning, and this ability could increase the power of lightning abilities by over tenfold. The final elderly man said with furrowed brows. "That's a huge problem. Divine Devilbane lightning is extremely effective against witch Dao abilities to begin with. How are we going to counter this purified divine Devilbane lightning?" the elderly man with the Yu surname asked as he stowed his short sword away. The sword didn't appear to be all that remarkable, but it actually possessed several incredible abilities, so he was extremely frustrated that it had been damaged here.
"Rest assured, no matter how powerful this divine Devilbane lightning is, it's not being wielded by anyone, so dispelling it will only be a matter of time. There's definitely more than just one restriction on this cage.
And the latter restrictions will most likely be even more difficult to counter. That's what I'm most worried about," the elderly man with the Wu surname said as he appraised the sharp spikes on the cage and the crimson chain binding the corpse.
"No matter how difficult it's going to be, we have to succeed. Otherwise, our efforts up to this point would all be wasted. Let me see if my infernal water will be able to dispel this divine Devilbane lightning," the final elderly man said before opening his mouth to release a gray gourd. He then pointed a finger at the gourd, and it tipped itself over to pour out a wave of inky black water. The water seemed to possess incredible glacial powers, and as soon as it emerged, the air temperature plummeted drastically. At the same time, wisps of gray chi began to spread through the air, releasing a rotten odor. The black water swirled around up above at the elderly man's behest, transforming into a black WRM before pouncing viciously toward the cage. Countless golden runes appeared once again on the surface of the cage amid a loud thunderclap, and another shimmering golden lightning net emerged. The black water and golden lightning immediately clashed amid a resounding boom. Han Li was standing in a massive hall with a contemplative look on his face, appraising an extremely lifelike statue situated on an altar up ahead. The statue was around the same size as an actual person, and it depicted a middle-aged Taoist priest in a set of white Taoist robes with a crimson longsword slung diagonally across his back. The statue's gaze was directed diagonally forward, and it wore an indifferent expression. On either side of the statue was a giant azure falcon statue and a silver praying mantis statue, both of which were also extremely lifelike and menacing to behold. "This should be Taoist Tianding. I can't think of anyone else with such a graceful bearing," Han Li murmured to himself before inspecting his surroundings to find 4 crimson-armored puppets, each of which was around 20 feet tall, lying on the ground in a lopsided manner, as well as 2 unidentifiable corpses. The 4 puppets were completely still, but their suits of armor were giving off a bright sheen, and they were completely undamaged, as were the weapons that they were wielding, making it seem as if they could spring back to life at any moment. As for the 2 corpses, one was missing half of its body with 4 black flying swords snapped into over 10 pieces littered all around it. The other corpse was missing its head, and there was a broken purple shield and a short silver ruler that had been completely twisted lying beside it. The 2 corpses were each situated between 2 puppets, and judging from the state that they were in, it seemed that they had perished in battle against these puppets. Judging from the residual auras of these corpses, they had most likely been among the people who had battled the giant beast in the hall on the first floor. Hanli carefully inspected the 2 corpses several times, but didn't find any other treasures. Thus, he abruptly vanished on the spot before appearing behind the statue of Taoist Tianding. There was a damaged small formation behind the statue, at the center of which was a white stone platform with a diameter of around 10 feet. There were several indentations of different shapes on the platform, seemingly to accommodate certain items, but the items within those slots had already been taken. At the edge of the formation were 2 more corpses lying side by side on the ground, and one of them was wearing a suit of shattered silver armor with a bony hand piercing straight through its dantian. As for the other corpse, it was clothed in a green robe and completely inky black in color, seemingly having perished after being afflicted by some type of lethal poison. On this occasion, Hanli only took a glance at the 2 corpses before sweeping a hand through the air, upon which 4 storage bracelets of different colors emerged before flying into his grasp with unerring accuracy. Hanli briefly inspected the contents of the storage bracelets with his spiritual sense before calmly stowing them away, then began to inspect the damaged formation. This is a teleportation formation. After a brief inspection, Hanli immediately discovered what this formation was, but unfortunately it was a disposable formation that was already completely destroyed, and even with his mastery in the art of formations, he wouldn't be able to repair it in a short time. After walking several laps around the formation, Hanli suddenly raised an eyebrow before stopping at a dark red indentation on the formation. He made a grabbing motion toward the slot, and a small ball of extremely feeble crimson light emerged, looking as if it could be snuffed out at any moment. He then flipped a hand over to produce the small vial that contained the blood soul's blood essence, and as soon as the small vial appeared, the ball of crimson light immediately flew toward it before vanishing into the vial in a flash. As a result, the crimson light within the small vial glowed slightly brighter than before. As expected, this is a drop of fellow Taoist Ice Soul's blood essence. It seems that she passed through here and used this teleportation formation, Hanli murmured to himself as a faint smile appeared on his face and he cast his gaze toward the damaged formation again. He swept a sleeve through the air to release a string of formation treasures, as well as around a dozen fist-sized crystals of different colors, all of which hovered in mid-air around the formation. He then pointed a finger toward the formation, and a thin azure thread that was several feet in length shot out of his fingertip before quickly repairing the damaged spirit patterns on the formation. It would be impossible to completely restore the formation, but with Hanli's mastery in the art of formations, restoring around 70% to 80% of the formation would be enough for him to use it. A day later, a burst of astonishing energy fluctuations erupted from the Crimson Lake, and a black monster with the head of a deer and the body of a human suddenly appeared amid a burst of spatial fluctuations. It then slashed the giant silver blade it was wielding viciously downward, and a sharp screeching sound rang out as wisps of green chi surged out of the silver blade, forming a series of balls of green light. The nearby space immediately began to warp and twist in the wake of the giant blade, as if it were about to be sliced apart. Another earth-shattering boom rang out and a scintillating green sun erupted beneath the blade before expanding further and further. A devastatingly destructive aura surged forth in all directions in a frenzy, forcing back the water in the lake to expose a section of the lakebed with a diameter of around half a kilometer, revealing countless white skeletons. All of a sudden, a bolt of silver lightning as thick as a water tank flashed through the sky, and dark clouds suddenly converged before blood began to rain down from the heavens, encompassing the entire Crimson Lake down below. Only after the green sun faded was the scene down below revealed. Currently, the 3 witch spirit saints were hovering in midair, and each of them was holding a statue that was around a foot tall and completely identical to that deer-human hybrid creature.
A huge gash that was over 100 feet in length had been inflicted onto the top of the giant metal cage before them. The elderly man with the surname chortled with glee upon seeing this. Haha, we finally managed to break this cage open.
What are you waiting for, fellow Taoists? Let's go in together. He then stowed the statue in his hand away before flying toward the gash on the metal cage as a streak of green light. The other two elderly men also flew into the cage in a flash with excited expressions.
As for the deer-human hybrid beast, it remained hovering in the air above the cage in a stationary manner. The three elderly men re-emerged over 100 feet in the air above the carcass of the horse-human hybrid creature, and they were carefully appraising the chained carcass with elated looks in their eyes.
However, the three of them were very cautious, and instead of landing beside the body right away, they exchanged a few wary glances before the elderly man with the Wu surname carefully flicked a ball of black light toward the corpse down below.
Much to their surprise, as soon as the ball of black light fell upon the long crimson chain, it immediately burst into flames, and within the span of just a few breaths, the chain had been incinerated into ashes.
In contrast, the corpse was completely unaffected by the black flames, retaining its smooth and pristine appearance. The three elderly men were ecstatic to see this, and the man with the Wu surname immediately snuffed out his black flames.
He then drifted over to the part of the corpse that he had been examining earlier. Sure enough, there was an indistinct jade slip-like shadow at the center of that rib. His two companions also drifted down from above with excited expressions.
"Can you identify what this thing is?" the elderly man with the Wu surname asked with slightly furrowed brows after appraising the black shadow for a short while.
"I'm afraid not. There's some type of power in Master Tian Wu's bones that can disrupt spiritual sense. As soon as my spiritual sense seeps into the bone, it's immediately dispelled, so I'm unable to identify what that object is," the elderly man with the Wu surname replied in a slightly frustrated manner.
"My spiritual sense is far inferior to yours, so there's no way I'd be able to identify the object if even you're unable to," the final elderly man sighed.
"Regardless of what it is, it was left behind by Master Tian Wu, so it most likely has something to do with his inheritance. Everything will be made clear to us once we secure the object," the elderly man with the Wu surname said.
Before his companions had a chance to reply, he summoned a thin white bone sword in his hand amid a flash of white light, then slashed it viciously toward the black shadow.
The bone sword struck the rib amid a dull thump, only for the enormous power imbued within the sword to completely vanish in an instant. The sword was then repelled by a burst of tremendous force, and it hadn't even left a scratch on the rib's surface.
Not only were the three witch spirit saints not disheartened by this, they were all ecstatic to see this. The fact that even the remains of Master Tian Wu were this powerful was sufficient testament to just how formidable the cultivation arts he had used would have been.
This made the three witch spirit saints even more eager to obtain his inheritance. "It looks like we won't be able to break through this rib using normal treasures, but if we use anything more powerful than this underworld bone sword, we run the risk of destroying the item inside the rib.
As a safety precaution, I'll extract it using a secret technique," the elderly man with the Wu surname decided. The expression of the elderly man with the Wu surname changed slightly upon hearing this. "You're going to use the penetration technique? Only by using that technique can I extract the item without damaging this body," the elderly man with the Wu surname replied.
"But using that technique requires a massive amount of magic power expenditure, and you've already used up a lot of energy. Will you be able to execute the technique successfully?" the final elderly man asked in a concerned manner. "Rest assured, I wouldn't be suggesting this if I couldn't do it. Even if I were to fail, it still wouldn't be too late to resort to more violent tactics." The other two elderly men naturally couldn't say anything further upon hearing this. Thus, the elderly man with the Wu surname summoned a red pill before swallowing it, then sat down to meditate. After a while, a hint of color returned to his face as he stood up again, and at this point, his slightly feeble aura had recovered significantly. He cast his gaze toward the black shadow within the rib, then began to make a rapid string of hand seals while chanting a profound incantation.
The other two elderly men looked on from the side with solemn expressions as the chanting grew louder and louder, and the world's origin chi nearby began to tremor and pulse in a peculiar rhythmic manner. Immediately thereafter, a series of unidentifiable white runes appeared around the elderly man with the Wu surname, and they also began to tremor rhythmically while emitting a faint, buzzing sound. He then ceased making hand seals before slowly reaching a hand out toward the black shadow.
Right at this moment, the white runes nearby abruptly turned transparent, and the elderly man's outstretched hand also became completely translucent. As soon as his transparent fingers came into contact with the bone, it passed directly through as if it had no substantial form, reaching directly for the black shadow inside.
This seemingly simple maneuver was whittling down his magic power at an incredible rate, and within mere moments, sweat was pouring down his face, which had turned completely pale. Finally, he locked his fingers around the black shadow before withdrawing his hand at a speed far slower than when it had reached into the bone. Just as all of the transparent runes were beginning to flash erratically, he finally withdrew his hand out of the bone, and it returned to its normal state. Almost at the exact same moment, all of the nearby runes exploded on their own amid a dull thump.
The elderly man with the Wu surname was drenched in sweat at this point, but he wore an ecstatic expression. The other two elderly men were also ecstatic, and the one with the Yu surname hurriedly urged, "Let us have a look, Brother Wu. We have to see if this jade slip contains Master Tian Wu's cultivation art inheritance." The elderly man with the Wu surname offered no reply, but he took a deep breath before raising his hand and slowly opening his fingers, revealing an inky black jade badge that was riddled with spirit patterns. The elderly man with the Yu surname faltered slightly upon seeing this, but before he had a chance to react, the elderly man with the Wu surname suddenly hurled the jade badge high up into the air as his expression changed drastically. At the same time, he shot back in retreat just as the jade badge exploded, sending countless black runes surging through the air in all directions. As soon as the runes came into contact with the giant corpse down below, they burrowed their way into the bones with all their might as if they had sprung to life. The three witch spirit saints had naturally all taken evasive measures, but they were too close to the jade badge during its explosion, and some of the black runes managed to burrow into their bodies in a flash, completely disregarding their protective spiritual light. The three elderly men were extremely alarmed by this, and they immediately unleashed their most powerful defensive treasures and abilities to protect themselves.
However, regardless of what they did, all three of them plummeted out of the sky in the next instant before landing heavily on the giant body down below. At this point, black lines had appeared all over their bodies, covering virtually every single inch of their skin. Their physical bodies and true essence all became extremely numb, and there were even black threads binding around the nascent souls within their bodies, thereby completely immobilizing them. This was naturally an extremely alarming turn of events for the three witch spirit saints. Right at this moment, the black runes also began to spread over the entire giant corpse nearby as countless black lines. Yet just as the black lines were about to cover the entire body, two specks of green light suddenly appeared within the corpse's empty eye sockets. The specks of green light then transformed into two balls of scorching green flames, and at the same time, a crimson light barrier appeared over the entire massive corpse, then transformed into countless crimson threads that also vanished into its body in a flash. In the next instant, the red and black threads intertwined and began to writhe violently while devouring one another as if they were sworn enemies. As a result, black and red light began to flash erratically over the entire corpse. That thing's transforming into a baleful blood corpse.
That jade slip isn't Master Tian Wu's inheritance, it's a restriction badge used by Taoist Tian Ding to repress this transformation, the final elderly man exclaimed as his face completely paled upon seeing this. The other two elderly men also began to panic as they tried to draw upon their magic power with all their might, but those black threads had already adhered tightly to all parts of their meridians, thereby preventing them from being able to unleash any abilities or secret techniques.
All of a sudden, a strange cry rang out from within the giant corpse's cavernous mouth, and the green flames within its eye sockets flashed as its body began to tremor slightly.
At the same time, the crimson threads within its body became several times thicker, destroying all of the black threads before devouring them.
The black threads within the corpse began to recede at a rapid rate discernible even to the naked eye, and the giant corpse laid a hand onto the ground before supporting itself up into a sitting position amid a burst of loud rumbling. The three witch spirit saints were petrified upon seeing this. Under normal circumstances, the three of them wouldn't have to fear this baleful blood corpse, but in their current states, they were essentially sitting ducks waiting to be slaughtered.
Right as the baleful blood corpse was about to destroy the restriction left behind by Taoist Tian Ding, the three elderly men finally sprang into action. Two of them let loose loud roars as their heads exploded in unison, and a miniature humanoid figure flew out of each of their bodies within a cloud of mist. As for the final elderly man, green light flashed within his eyes, and green runes appeared all over his skin, following which countless vines and branches erupted out of his body in a frenzy, instantly transforming him into a massive tree creature that was over 100 feet tall. As soon as the tree creature took shape, it immediately regained some ability to move, and it flailed its limbs violently through the air as a burst of shockwaves surged through its body to shatter part of the black threads. It then strode forward as a cloud of mist emerged beneath its feet, carrying it up into the sky. The baleful blood corpse formed by Master Tian Wu's remains had been moving quite sluggishly up to this point, but it suddenly reached out like lightning with both hands, releasing countless crimson threads that intertwined to form a lethal net. The tree creature had only just risen up into the air when its body was sliced into countless pieces by the net. A burst of green chi emerged from the remains of the tree creature, transforming into a faint green shadow that covered a distance of over 200 feet in a flash, yet right as it was about to catch up to the two miniature figures up ahead, the giant corpse suddenly opened its mouth to release a burst of dazzling crimson light. The space around the green shadow abruptly tightened, and a burst of incredible powerful suction force erupted behind it. It only had a chance to let loose an anguished cry before it was dragged down into the corpse's mouth by the crimson light and quickly devoured, unable to offer any resistance. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the nascent souls of the remaining two elderly men rushed out of the metal cage, then turned around just in time to see the demise of their companion. The two of them were furious to see this, and one of the nascent souls rubbed its hands together to summon a ball of black flames, which then transformed into a giant black scorpion projection. The nascent soul then made a hand seal and was about to send the projection flying into the cage when the other nascent soul suddenly grabbed onto its arm. That type of attack won't do anything. We've lost our physical bodies and expended too much energy. There's no way we'll be able to do anything to this baleful blood corpse. Our top priority now should be to escape. Otherwise, all three of us will perish here. As soon as the nascent soul's voice trailed off, the metal cage down below tremored violently, and the giant corpse stood up on one leg in a shaky manner before directing its fiery green eyes toward the two nascent souls outside. At this point, most of the black threads within the corpse's body had already been devoured, and there was only a small portion left in its other leg, continuing to struggle against the crimson threads. Both of the nascent souls shuddered involuntarily at the sight of the corpse's menacing gaze, and the first nascent soul gritted its teeth as it withdrew its giant scorpion projection. "You're right, Brother Wu. Let's go. You've made a wise decision, Brother Yu. As long as we're still alive, we'll be able to take our revenge eventually," the other nascent soul said. All of a sudden, the corpse within the metal cage let loose a bone-chilling roar, and its other leg swayed as it slowly began to stand up straight. The nascent souls didn't dare to linger any longer upon seeing this, and they immediately flew away as two streaks of light, one azure and one white. The two nascent souls quickly rushed all the way to the edge of the Crimson Lake, and they were just about to escape from this area when a burst of rumbling suddenly rang out up ahead, following which a vast expanse of crimson light surged toward them without any warning. The two nascent souls were quite alarmed to see this, and they hurriedly drew to a halt before exchanging a quick glance. One of them then made a hand seal to summon its black scorpion projection again, while the other opened its mouth to release a small azure bell and a white bone shield. The crimson light appeared to be extremely far away, but it reached them in a flash, following which 5 identical young men emerged. "You're the 5 Shuehe clones," one of the nascent souls exclaimed. "Why are you here? Have you been following us this entire time, waiting for an opportunity to ambush us?" The other nascent soul asked as a hint of killing intent flashed through its eyes. However, the 5 young men remained still on the spot with wooden expressions, as if they couldn't hear what was being said to them. The 2 nascent souls both faltered slightly upon hearing this, and only then did they begin to carefully inspect the 5 Shuehe clones, upon which they finally discovered that there was something amiss. The 5 Shuehe clones all had crimson light flashing within their eyes, and their smooth skin had become dried and withered.
At the same time, they were giving off a rank rotten odor. A thought immediately occurred to the two nascent souls upon seeing this, and their expressions darkened significantly. After exchanging a brief glance with one another, the two nascent souls immediately began to slowly retreat, opening up some distance between themselves and the 5 Shuehe clones. Where are you going, fellow Taoists? You've already lost your physical bodies, so why not hand over your nascent souls for my consumption? A sinister voice suddenly rang out nearby, following which a murky crimson figure emerged above the 5 Shuehe clones amid a burst of spatial fluctuations. Do you really think we're completely at your mercy just because we've lost our physical bodies? One of the nascent souls replied in an enraged voice. Perhaps I wouldn't be able to capture the two of you on my own, but with these 5 blood puppets, it'll be a simple task, the crimson figure chuckled coldly before making a hand seal. And a burst of loud rumbling rang out from all directions as countless crimson clouds suddenly took shape without any warning, surrounding the pair of nascent souls, as well as the Crimson Shadow and the 5 Shuehe clones. The mysterious crimson figure then pounced toward the two nascent souls with a triumphant smile on his face. Meanwhile, the 5 Shuehe clones each released a streak of sword chi that was over 100 feet in length, which swept toward the two nascent souls with ferocious might. The pair of nascent souls naturally unleashed different treasures and abilities to defend themselves, but they were immediately forced onto the back foot and a hint of despair appeared in their eyes. Having lost their physical bodies, they definitely wouldn't be able to last too long, and being captured was only a matter of time. Sure enough, a short while later, the crimson figure was examining several new treasures that he was holding with a pleased expression, and the crimson light emanating from his body had become noticeably denser. All of a sudden, a thunderous roar rang out from the center of the crimson lake. That's a baleful blood corpse. Hee. I only intended to obtain Taoist Tianding's inheritance. Who would have thought that I would encounter a baleful blood corpse instead? On top of that, this is a baleful blood corpse of someone who was considered to be extremely powerful even among Grand Ascension stage beings. Once I refine this corpse, it'll be extremely effective both in battle, as well as for resisting heavenly tribulations. The crimson figure murmured to himself with an elated expression before stowing his new treasure away as he cast a cold gaze toward the direction where the roar had come from. He then swept a sleeve through the air, releasing a burst of crimson light to sweep up the 5 Shuehe clones before flying directly toward the center of the crimson lake. At this point, the baleful blood corpse had finally completely devoured the black threads within its body and risen to its feet. In the face of the crimson light surging toward it, the corpse let loose another thunderous roar before flying out of the cage with a ferocious look in its eyes. Moments later, a fierce battle ensued in the air above the lake. I've finally repaired the formation. It should be able to support 2 or 3 more teleportations now, Hanli murmured to himself with a faint smile on his face as he appraised the repaired formation. During the past half a day, he had repaired and even slightly altered the formation with the materials he was carrying, thereby restoring its teleportation ability. He quickly made a hand seal, and the formation was easily activated amid a faint buzzing sound, upon which he immediately strode into the formation before vanishing on the spot amid a flash of white light. In the next instant, he arrived in a dark space. Blue light flashed within his eyes and he was able to quickly take in his surroundings. At this moment, he was situated on the summit of a small mountain with several giant pine trees around him that were over 100 feet tall, while a small teleportation formation laid beneath his feet. There were even more mountains and trees in the distance, and it seemed that he was situated in a mountain range. After only a brief inspection of the surrounding area, Hanli suddenly swept a sleeve through the air to release an azure flying sword, which instantly swelled to over 1,000 feet in size before circling around in the air while releasing bright azure light. He then uttered the word, slash, and the giant blade released massive sword projections over 10,000 feet in length in all directions. The space before the sword projections was instantly sliced apart and the surrounding area immediately brightened as the mountain range twisted and warped before transforming into pristine white stone walls that were over 100 feet tall. The walls surrounded the small mountain and the trees around him in all directions, and it was revealed that he was situated in a massive courtyard.
Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly as he inspected the white stone wall in the distance, and a peculiar look suddenly appeared on his face as he turned toward a certain tree on the small mountain. You've been hiding there for quite some time now. Are you going to come out and meet me, or do I have to make you reveal yourself? It sounds like you've been aware of my presence for quite some time already. A pleasant voice rang out as spatial fluctuations erupted behind the tree, following which a yellow-robed beauty emerged before appraising Han Li with a wary expression. This woman was completely identical in appearance to the Blood Soul, and a faint smile appeared on his face upon seeing this. However, his expression then changed slightly as he swept his spiritual sense toward the woman. I didn't think I would encounter you as soon as I entered this space, fellow Taoist Ice Soul. On top of that, it looks like you've already progressed to the Grand Ascension stage, Han Li said. Indeed, this woman was also releasing a Grand Ascension stage aura, but it was still slightly unstable, indicating that she had only made the breakthrough recently. The yellow-robed woman was quite surprised to hear this, and she asked in a cautious manner, "How do you know of me? Isn't this the first time we've met?" Even though she was also a Grand Ascension cultivator, her cultivation base hadn't been consolidated yet, so she was naturally quite wary of the other Grand Ascension stage beings to have entered this heavenly cauldron palace. Rest assured, fellow Taoist, I am also a human cultivator, and I was asked to come and rescue you by your Blood Soul clone. As for how I managed to find you, that's all thanks to this, Han Li replied as he made a grabbing motion to summon a small translucent vial that was flashing with faint crimson light, then tossed it toward the woman. Fairy Ice Soul caught the small vial before examining its contents, upon which an elated look appeared on her face. So you're also a human Grand Ascension cultivator, and you're carrying a drop of my Blood Soul clone's blood essence. It's no wonder I was struck by the feeling that you were carrying something familiar to me as soon as you arrived here. Have you been trapped here this entire time? Haven't you thought of any ways to leave this place? Han Li asked as he inspected his surroundings with a contemplative expression. Of course I've tried to escape from here, but this is the centrum of the Heavenly Cauldron Palace, an independent space that was painstakingly created by Taoist Tianding. Aside from the teleportation formation that you just used, there's no other way to get out of here. All of my companions perished in battle on the way here, and the formation outside was also destroyed. At the time, I was only at the body integration stage, so I was trapped here and unable to do anything. Thankfully, I managed to obtain part of Taoist Tianding's inheritance here, and after all these years of cultivation, I finally reached the Grand Ascension stage a few years ago. By the way, where's my Blood Soul clone right now? Ever since you teleported into this space, I've been getting a vague feeling that she should also be in the Heavenly Cauldron Palace, Fairy Ice Soul replied. It's quite remarkable that Taoist Tianding's inheritance was able to advance you to the Grand Ascension stage in such a short time, as expected of someone who was on the cusp of ascension at the time. Fellow Taoist Blood Soul is currently searching for you on the outskirts of the palace. It's a good thing that you had the foresight to create a Blood Soul clone. Otherwise, there's no way I would have been able to find you, Han Li replied with a smile. The Blood Soul has done very well. I'm extremely surprised that she was about to recruit the assistance of such a powerful being in our human race. Initially, I had created her so that she could find some of my good friends from foreign races to help me, Fairy Ice Soul said. Hee, perhaps the Blood Soul was of the opinion that I was a more reliable option, Han Li chuckled in response. It's no surprise that the Blood Soul would think that, considering you're a Grand Ascension stage being. Back when I left our human race, I recall that only Senior Ao Xiao and Senior Mo Genli were Grand Ascension stage beings. You must have only recently reached the Grand Ascension stage. I'm familiar with some of the other renowned body integration stage fellow Taoists of our human race, but you don't seem to be one of them. Could it be that you're one of the cultivators who's constantly been cultivating in seclusion in our race? Fairy Ice Soul asked with a puzzled expression. I did indeed only recently reach the Grand Ascension stage, and it's no surprise that you don't recognize me. Truth be told, I came from the same human world as you did, and only after your disappearance did I ascend to the spirit realm. Come to think of it, we have quite a bit of affinity with one another. Back when I was in the human world, I once entered the Heaven Void Palace and obtained your Heaven Void Cauldron as well as some other treasures, Han Li replied with a faint smile. What? You obtained the Heaven Void Cauldron I left in the human world? If you only ascended after my disappearance, wouldn't that mean that it only took you a few thousand years to progress from the deity transformation stage to the grand ascension stage? Fairy Ice Soul was completely stunned upon hearing this. It was no wonder that she was so surprised. Even if the likes of Taoist Tianding had heard about Han Li's insane rate of progression, they would most likely also be rooted to the spot. I was quite fortunate and encountered many opportunities that allowed me to progress so quickly. It's a good thing I obtained the Heaven Void Cauldron you left behind in the human world. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy for the Blood Soul and me to enter this Heavenly Cauldron Palace. Speaking of which, I'm not the only Grand Ascension stage being to have entered this palace, so we should leave this place as soon as possible. I took some measures to conceal the teleportation formation outside, but I can't guarantee that it won't be discovered by others. If you still have any questions, I'm sure the Blood Soul will be able to answer them once we reunited with her, Han Li said with a serious expression. Much to his surprise, a hesitant look appeared on Fairy Ice Soul's face upon hearing this. What is it? Is there still some unfinished business for you here? Han Li asked. Fairy Ice Soul hesitated momentarily before revealing. Seeing as you're a Grand Ascension stage being from the same race as myself, I won't keep any secrets from you. Even though I obtained Taoist Tianding's cultivations and many of the treasures here, there's one place that I haven't been able to access, and several of Taoist Tianding's most powerful treasures are situated there. Those treasures have a symbiotic effect with Taoist Tianding's cultivation arts, so they're extremely important to me. It was naturally in her best interest to keep this a secret, but if they were to leave now, there would be no chance for her to obtain those treasures. Where is this place? If it won't result in too much of a delay, then I can go and take a look. If it's within my capabilities, I'll be sure to help you secure the treasures, Han Li said. Fairy Ice Soul was ecstatic to hear this. Rest assured, Brother Han, it's not far away at all. If you can help me break the restriction, you can have all of the treasures aside from the few that are related to my cultivation arts. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face, but he offered no reply. Thus, he was quickly led over to a section of the stone wall by Fairy Ice Soul, who reached out to gently press her palm against the wall. A huge hole instantly appeared on the stone wall amid a flash of light, and the two of them flew into the hole. Around 15 minutes later, they appeared in a massive hall that was entirely constructed from giant white stone slabs, presenting an antiquated and mysterious appearance. At the center of the hall stood another statue of Taoist Tianding, but this one was shimmering with faint silver light. This statue also had a sword slung across its back, but it was also holding a miniature shimmering golden pagoda in one hand. The treasures are all in that pagoda. Unfortunately, even though I've remained in this place for so many years, I've still been unable to break the restriction on the pagoda. Do take care, Brother Han. The restriction has an extremely powerful reflective ability. I was once struck by my own attack after it was reflected back at me, and it took me over 10 years of recuperation to recover, Fairy Ice Soul said with a solemn expression. Han Li raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, and he replied, "All right, let me give it a try." He then swept a finger through the air to release a streak of azure sword chi that slashed directly toward the small golden pagoda. A burst of light swept over the surface of the pagoda, and it conjured up a translucent light barrier that was as smooth as a mirror. The sword chi struck the light barrier before instantly vanishing into, following which an identical streak of azure sword chi shot out of the light barrier, hurtling directly toward Han Li. Han Li immediately swept his finger through the air again to unleash another streak of azure sword chi to nullify the one sweeping toward him. In the next instant, countless arcs of golden lightning erupted over his body amid a loud thunderclap, then pounced toward the small pagoda as several golden lightning snakes. As soon as the lightning snakes came into contact with the light barrier, they also vanished before the same number of lightning snakes shot back out of the light barrier toward Han Li. This reflective restriction is quite interesting, but generally speaking, restrictions of this nature all have a tolerance limit. So what if I were to use a more powerful attack? A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face as he made a grabbing motion to eradicate all of the oncoming lightning snakes, then flipped a hand over to summon a miniature azure mountain. At the same time, bright golden light erupted from his body, and a layer of golden scales surfaced over his skin, while his arms thickened significantly.
He grabbed onto the miniature azure mountain before hurling it viciously forward, and it disappeared into thin air in a flash. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations suddenly erupted in front of the small golden pagoda, and the miniature azure mountain reappeared before crashing into the light barrier with a resounding boom, causing the barrier to ripple violently. An earth-shattering boom rang out, and the entire light barrier caved in as white cracks appeared all over its surface, looking as if it were going to shatter at any moment. Right at this moment, the small pagoda that the statue of Taoist Tian Ding was holding began to release wisps of white light that rapidly vanished into the light barrier to repair the cracks that had just appeared. The caved-in section of the light barrier also returned to normal, and the miniature azure mountain was repelled. Han Li's brows furrowed slightly upon seeing this, and he swept a hand through the air to draw the miniature mountain back up his sleeve. Fairy Ice Soul was quite stunned that Han Li was almost able to shatter the light barrier with just a casual attack, and she quickly explained that statue of Taoist Tian Ding is no ordinary statue, Brother Han. It can assist the small pagoda. And I exhausted every method I could think of, but still couldn't break through their combined restriction. In that case, I'll destroy the statue first, Han Li said as a cold look flashed through his eyes. All of a sudden, his body began to swell drastically in size, and he transformed into a giant golden ape that was over 100 feet tall amid a flash of golden light. At the same time, the Provenance True Devil projection emerged behind him. Immediately thereafter, he flipped his hands over to summon a pair of miniature mountains, one black and one azure, both of which instantly swelled to several tens of feet tall. Han Li then hurled the pair of extreme mountains through the air with incredible force, targeting the statue of Taoist Tian Ding on this occasion. As soon as the pair of mountains left his grasp, they immediately transformed into a pair of balls of light before reaching the statue in a flash amid a piercing screech. The light barrier that was originally only protecting the pagoda immediately swelled to encompass the entire statue, and at the same time, the longsword slung across the statue's back also tremored slightly. 2 streaks of azure sword chi were unleashed by the statue before striking the pair of oncoming mountains like lightning amid a thunderous boom. The 2 small mountains only shuddered slightly before eradicating the 2 streaks of sword chi with their fearsome power, but their momentum was also significantly diminished as a result. The pair of mountains then struck the light barrier, and bright white light erupted from the statue's body again, threatening to repel the pair of small mountains. Right at this moment, Han Li took a step forward and instantly vanished into thin air. In the next instant, he appeared above the light barrier before clenching his huge furry fists, then thrust them violently downward, unleashing countless purplish-golden fist projections that rained down upon the light barrier in a torrential barrage. In the beginning, the fist projections were merely disappearing into the light barrier, but the light barrier's rate of absorption gradually became more sluggish, and in the end, it could only rely on its own fortitude to resist the rest of the fist projections. Thus, one purplish-golden fist projection after another began to explode on the surface of the light barrier, which was beginning to flash erratically. A fierce look appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this, and he suddenly withdrew his fists before making a hand seal, upon which the Provenance True Devil projection behind him adopted its golden body form before thrusting its 6 shimmering golden palms down toward the light barrier in unison. A resounding boom rang out as 6 golden balls of light appeared, then combined as one to form a giant golden vortex. Countless golden runes surged out of the vortex alongside the sound of Buddhist chants before crashing down with tremendous force. Right at this moment, 2 beams of white light erupted out of the eyes of the Taoist Tian Ding statue before hurtling directly toward the golden vortex up above. The golden vortex suddenly released a burst of devastating power that crashed down upon the light barrier, which was already beginning to sway and tremble. All of a sudden, a series of white formations appeared on the surface of the statue, releasing piercing white light that bolstered the light barrier and prevented it from being shattered. However, the vortex continued to revolve rapidly while sending waves of enormous power surging down from above, displaying no signs of stopping at all. Despite the statue's profound powers, there was no way it would be able to withstand such a fearsome assault. After the span of just a few breaths, the white light radiating from the statue faded, as did all of the white formations, and countless cracks appeared on its surface before it suddenly crumbled. Without the statue's support, the golden pagoda was even less equipped to withstand the tremendous force being exerted upon it, and almost as soon as the Taoist Tianding statue was destroyed, the light barrier being released by the small pagoda also shattered. Han Li's eyes immediately lit up upon seeing this, and he waved a hand downward, upon which the golden vortex and pair of extreme mountains vanished in a flash. At the same time, the small golden pagoda was also drawn into his grasp. Fairy Ice Soul had spent countless years trying to secure this pagoda, all to no avail, yet Han Li had managed to obtain it with ease. He appeared beside Fairy Ice Soul amid a flash of golden light, then quickly reverted back to his human form. After briefly inspecting the contents of the pagoda with his spiritual sense, he handed the treasure over to Fairy Ice Soul in an unhurried manner. Fellow Taoist Ice Soul, take a look and see if this pagoda contains the treasures you need. Fairy Ice Soul was still astonished by what she had just witnessed, and she hurriedly shook her head as she said, "You broke this restriction entirely through your own power. How could I choose treasures for myself before you? You should select 3 treasures first, and I'll choose what I need out of the rest. I've already inspected everything in this pagoda. Aside from a jade slip that contains a secret technique that I could study, none of the other treasures have much use to me. So all I need is a replica of the contents of that jade slip," Han Li said with a smile before tossing the small golden pagoda directly toward Fairy Ice Soul. A grateful look appeared on Fairy Ice Soul's face as she said, "I'll be sure to repay you for your kindness in the future, Brother Han." She then examined the 7 or 8 treasures in the pagoda with her spiritual sense before drawing out a crimson jade slip that she immediately handed over to Han Li. "This must be the jade slip that you mentioned. If it's useful to you, then just take it. There's no need to make a replica. In that case, I'll be taking this jade slip." Han Li made no effort to turn her down and accepted the crimson jade slip. A faint smile appeared on Fairy Ice Soul's face upon seeing this. "Now that the treasures have been secured, let's get out of here. Otherwise, someone could destroy the formation outside again, and it'll be very difficult for us to leave this place," Han Li said. "Please wait for a while longer, Brother Han. During my years in this heavenly cauldron palace, I've managed to gain control over some of its restrictions. I'll activate some things that I've already set up in advance in the Centrum formation so that I can close this palace at any time. That'll make it so that we'd be able to teleport out of here as soon as we reunite with my blood soul," Fairy Ice Soul said with a smile. Han Li naturally had no reason to disagree, so he nodded in response. "That's a good idea. Go right ahead, fellow Taoist." Thus, the 2 of them flew out of the hall, and shortly thereafter, they arrived in front of the teleportation formation Han Li had used to enter the space. Han Li made a hand seal before casting an incantation seal toward the formation, upon which it was instantly activated, and a faint smile appeared on his face upon seeing this. The 2 of them strode into the formation and vanished on the spot. Outside the mountainous crimson stone plaque, Xiao Ming's trio was gathered near several massive silver runes on the stone plaque surface, discussing something with serious expressions. After an arduous struggle, the 3 of them finally managed to make it into this space. "Fellow Taoist Qing Ping, are you sure this is where the entrance to the Centrum is situated? Is it possible that you've made a mistake? Why is it that we've tried everything but have still been unable to open this plaque?" Xiao Ming asked. "It's definitely the right place, but the original entry method seems to have been tampered with and rendered ineffective. I know some beveled silver text, but I'm far from an expert. I'll give this another try, and if it still doesn't work, we'll have to break in using brute force. Doing so may trigger some other restrictions, but we don't have any other choice," Taoist Qing Ping replied with a dark expression. "All right, do your best, fellow Taoist Qing Ping. If worst comes to worst, we'll just have to break this restriction with our combined powers." Xiao Ming replied with a nod, and Mistress Wanhua didn't have any objections either. Thus, Taoist Qing Ping took a deep breath before making a rapid string of hand seals while chanting an incantation. The 4 giant silver runes on the stone plaque before him began to glow brightly, and they slowly began to move along a certain trajectory, but the rate at which they were moving was extremely slow. Around 15 minutes later, Taoist Qing Ping suddenly pointed a finger toward a certain part of the stone plaque and yelled, "Open." The 4 silver runes blurred before instantly combining as one to form a huge ball of silver light.
Daoist Qingping's chanting became more urgent and the silver ball of light began to rapidly revolve on the spot, but after the span of just a few breaths, the ball of light exploded before reverting back into 4 silver runes that returned to their original positions. It seemed that his efforts had gone to waste, and the trio's expressions darkened even further upon seeing this. After a brief silence, Xiaoming cleared his throat. Yet just as he was about to say something, a faint buzzing sound rang out from the silver runes before them, and they converged again to form a silver formation. The entire formation lit up and spatial fluctuations erupted from its center, following which a massive hole appeared. A man and a woman then flew out of the hole, and the man faltered slightly at the sight of Xiaoming's trio before a hint of a smile appeared on his face. What a coincidence! I didn't expect to see you here, fellow Taoists. Meanwhile, the woman beside him was appraising Xiaoming's duo with a hint of surprise and wariness in her eyes. This duo was comprised of none other than Han Li and Fairy Icesoul. The expressions of Xiaoming's trio changed drastically upon seeing this, and they quickly exchanged a glance with one another. Among all of the potential situations they had anticipated, this was the worst one. Have you already obtained Taoist Tianding's inheritance, Brother Han? Xiaoming asked with a dark expression. No, but my companion did. Is there a problem? Han Li replied with a nonchalant smile. Even if he were to deny this, there was no way Xiaoming would believe him, so he decided to admit it instead. Xiaoming's trio was quite surprised to hear this, and they immediately turned their attention toward Fairy Ice Soul, upon which a flash of recognition and astonishment surfaced in Xiaoming's eyes. It was clear that he had mistaken Fairy Ice Soul for the Blood Soul, and he was stunned that her cultivation base had increased so drastically in such a short time. Taoist Qingping and Mistress Wanhua had naturally also noticed this, and they were quite perplexed as well. But in contrast with this, the fact that Taoist Tianding's inheritance had already been obtained by someone else was naturally a far more pressing concern. Xiaoming heaved a resigned sigh as he said, "The 3 of us also ventured into this place for Taoist Tianding's inheritance, but with Brother Han here, we naturally can't try to take the inheritance from this fellow Taoist by force. How about we made a deal? We won't ask for any of the treasures left behind by Taoist Tianding, but we'd like to each get a replica copy of his cultivation arts, secret techniques, and tribulation transcendence methods. Of course, we'll offer you satisfactory compensation in exchange." That sounds like a good arrangement. What do you think, fellow Taoist Ice Soul? Han Li asked. I did obtain several of Senior Tianding's cultivation arts, but they were all imprinted directly into my spiritual sense through a secret technique. The secret technique also contained a blood vow restriction that prohibits me from passing on these cultivation arts to anyone else before I achieve full mastery in them. Otherwise, I run the risk of perishing from having my nascent soul explode. As for tribulation transcendence methods, I'm afraid there aren't any. According to the records left behind by Senior Tianding, he was only able to transcend so many major heavenly tribulations, as he had once consumed the seed of a cloud lightning immortal fruit. Fairy Ice Soul replied with a wry smile. Everyone else faltered slightly upon hearing this. Isn't the cloud lightning immortal fruit something that can only be found in the true immortal realm? If Taoist Tianding really did consume a seed from this fruit, then it explains how he was able to transcend so many major heavenly tribulations. However, how do I know if you're telling the truth? Taoist Qingping asked as his brows furrowed slightly. How do you want me to prove this? Fairy Ice Soul asked in a cold voice. I've cultivated a secret technique that can read one's memories without harming their soul as long as they're willing to open up their spiritual sense to me. Don't even think about it. Opening up one's spiritual sense is no different from placing one's life in someone else's hands. No one would open up their spiritual sense to a stranger. Fairy Ice Soul immediately rejected. What do you think, fellow Taoist Han? Surely you can't just expect us to go away empty-handed, Taoist Qingping said as he turned to Han Li with a dark expression. My companion doesn't wish to comply, so that will be the end of this discussion. If you don't want to go away empty-handed, you can go inside and search through the area. Perhaps you might find something. We'll be taking our leave now, Han Li replied in a nonchalant manner. What? You can't just leave? Mistress Wanhua exclaimed in a furious manner. Why not? A cold look appeared on Han Li's face and he took a step forward, releasing a fearsome aura that would strike fear into even an ordinary Grand Ascension stage being's heart. Taoist Qing Ping and Mistress Wan Hua were both forced to stumble back a few steps in the face of this formidable aura. In contrast, Xiaoming only shuddered slightly before steadying himself, but a layer of crimson light had appeared over his mask. Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly upon seeing this, and he took another step forward as his aura swelled even further. Xiaoming felt as if he were facing a ferocious ancient beast, and he gave a muffled groan as he also took an involuntary backward step. A hint of wariness flashed through his eyes, and he said, "As expected, you really did conceal most of your power during our sparring match with fellow Taoist Wan Hua. Your magic power is most likely not inferior even to that of ancient true spirit beings." Han Li offered no reply as he clasped his hands behind his back, and his aura didn't abate in the slightest as he appraised the trio in silence. Hesitant and indignant looks had appeared on both Mistress Wan Hua and Taoist Qing Ping's face. It was clear that they didn't want to give up on Taoist Tian Ding's inheritance, but at the same time they were very fearful of Han Li. After taking a meaningful glance at Han Li, Xiaoming sighed, "Let's go." "What? How can we just leave like this, Brother Xiao?" Taoist Qing Ping's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. Even the three of us combined most likely wouldn't be a match for fellow Taoist Han, so why not spare ourselves the embarrassment? "Do you have something up your sleeve that can allow us to oppose Brother Han?" Xiaoming asked in a calm manner. Taoist Qing Ping faltered slightly upon hearing this before shaking his head with a wry smile. Right at this moment, a seductive female voice suddenly rang out in the distance. "Hehe. Then how about the two of us join you as well?" Immediately thereafter, spatial fluctuations erupted in the distant sky, and two streaks of light shot forth at an incredible speed, arriving on the scene in the blink of an eye. The two streaks of light then faded to reveal Patriarch Wu Go and Fairy Huaxi. Fairy Ice Soul's heart immediately sank upon seeing this, while Han Li's expression remained completely unchanged as he cast his gaze toward the duo. "Why are you two here?" Taoist Qing Ping was stunned by this sudden turn of events. "I'm afraid that's a secret," Fairy Huaxi replied with a mysterious smile. All of a sudden, a thought seemed to have occurred to Xiaoming, and his expression darkened slightly as he said, "Fellow Taoist Wan Hua, fellow Taoist Qing Ping, examine yourselves to see if something's been planted on you." "Surely not. There's no way we would have failed to notice something like that," Mistress Wan Hua exclaimed, but she still did as suggested, hurriedly releasing her spiritual sense to examine her own body from the inside to the outside. Taoist Qing Ping also began to examine his Taoist robes and the accessories he was wearing. Moments later, Mistress Wan Hua screamed as she suddenly pulled a near-transparent flying insect out of her hair. The insect was only around half an inch in length and as thin as a strand of hair. "This is a spotless insect. No wonder I wasn't able to detect it at all. When did you plant this on me?" Mistress Wan Hua immediately crushed the insect in a furious manner. "Of course it was prior to entering the Heavenly Cauldron Palace. Otherwise, who would we have followed you all the way here? It's your fault for failing to keep your plan confidential." Fairy Hua, she replied with a smile, completely unfazed by Mistress Wan Hua's fury. "Looks like I'll have to clean out some pests once I get back. Having said that, it's not a bad thing that the two of you followed us here." "Brother Han, now that we have two more allies, have you changed your mind?" Taoist Qing Ping asked as he turned to Han Li again. "I won't repeat myself. Either get out of here now or face me in battle," Han Li replied in a nonchalant manner, seemingly completely unafraid of the 5 Grand Ascension stage beings. Such a response evoked a sense of fury in the hearts of not just Taoist Qing Ping and Mistress Wan Hua, but also Fairy Huaxi. Taoist Qing Ping forcibly repressed his own rage as he turned to Xiaoming. "What do you say, Brother Xiao? If you insist on resisting, then you'll be placing me in a very difficult situation, Brother Han. I'm aware that you possess unfathomable powers, but there's no way we'll be able to just let you and your companion leave. Let me ask this a final time. Is there any room for negotiation here? Hehe, if fellow Taoist Ice Soul could replicate a few copies of the cultivation arts she obtained, then I'd want to avoid this battle as well. However, as things currently are, I'll have no choice but to stand against you." Han Li chuckled. "Brother Han,
Seeing as you're intent on sticking up for this woman, it looks like a battle is unavoidable. Fairy Hua Shi, Brother Wu Go, the three of us will take on fellow Taoist Han. There's no need to defeat him. Just keep him occupied so Qingping and one who can capture his companion. We'll split her treasures evenly. Then make a replica copy of Taoist Tianding's cultivation arts for each of us. What do you think? Xiao Ming asked as he turned to Fairy Hua Shi. What? The three of us are taking him on together? When did the deranged devil of the Bloodbone sect become so cowardly? Fairy Hua Shi scoffed. You're only saying that because you don't know anything about fellow Taoist Han. Let me tell you. Xiao Ming's sentence was completed through voice transmission. Fairy Hua Shi's expression changed drastically upon hearing what he had to say, and she cast a wary glance toward Han Li before nodding in response. All right, my Dao companion, and I will help you keep him occupied, but I'd advise fellow Taoist Qingping and fellow Taoist Wan Hua not to get any funny ideas after you capture that woman. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. Taoist Qingping was ecstatic to hear this, and he hurriedly replied, Rest assured, Fairy Hua Shi, we definitely wouldn't do something so foolish. Mistress Wan Hua was also nodding emphatically with an eager expression. Despite the fact that 5 Grand Ascension stage beings were plotting against him right before his eyes, a faint smile appeared on Han Li's face as he transmitted his voice toward the horrified Fairy Ice Soul. At the same time, he moved one of his pinkies ever so slightly behind his own back, and a virtually invisible golden thread flashed through the air. Fairy Ice Soul's expression changed slightly upon hearing Han Li's voice transmission, and the fear in her eyes abated significantly. Go! Xiao Ming yelled as a massive crimson cloud that was around an acre in area appeared around him, following which a giant nine-eyed toad emerged amid a low roar. As soon as the nine-eyed blood toad appeared, the 9 demonic eyes on its head sprang open, releasing 9 crimson pillars of light that hurtled directly past Han Li toward Fairy Ice Soul. Fairy Ice Soul hurriedly twisted to the side in an alarmed manner before instantly teleporting over 1,000 feet away. Right at this moment, Fairy Hua Shi swept her sleeves through the air to release a series of translucent palm-sized rings, of which there were over 100. These rings emitted a faint buzzing sound at her behest before shooting through the air like a torrential storm, reaching Han Li in a flash and crashing toward him from all sides. At the same time, Patriarch Wu Go opened his mouth to release a burst of golden flames, which formed a sea of flames that inundated his entire body. The sea of flames then swelled to become a fiery wave that was over 100 feet tall, and even before the wave had reached Han Li, an indescribable scorching sensation had already befallen him, as if the very space around him had been ignited. As expected of a trio of Grand Ascension stage beings, Xiao Ming and his allies were unleashing extremely fearsome attacks, and their teamwork was seamless. They had managed to force Fairy Ice Soul away from Han Li with ease, but strangely enough, Han Li was displaying no intention to go and help her. Instead, a faint smile appeared on his face as he swept a hand through the air, summoning 3 small mountains that were each over 100 feet tall. The trio of mountains revolved on the spot, transforming into an extremely thick light barrier, and the countless rings struck the light barrier amid a string of dull thumps, but the barrier remained completely unmoved. As for the wave of golden flames, it was only able to make the light barrier flash slightly a few times, but was also unable to inflict any damage. A cold look flashed through Han Li's eyes, and he suddenly let loose a low roar as he transformed into a giant golden ape that was over 1,000 feet tall amid a flash of golden light. He then extended his arms out of the light barrier before him, then swung them viciously toward Fairy Hua Shi and Patriarch Wu Go. A resounding boom rang out as 2 balls of light, one azure and one black, were sent hurtling through the air before reaching Patriarch Wu Go and Fairy Hua Shi in a flash, then reverted back into a pair of small mountains. Even before the mountains had struck their targets, 2 bursts of tremendous force swept through the air, causing the space near Patriarch Wu Go and Fairy Hua Shi to tremor slightly. Fairy Hua Shi's expression changed slightly in the face of such a fearsome attack, and she immediately shot back in retreat, while waving a hand through the air. The countless rings instantly converged to form a giant translucent ring with a diameter of around 300 to 400 feet at her behest, then descended onto the oncoming mountain before rapidly shrinking. A burst of piercing light erupted forth, and the mountain faltered slightly before drawing to a halt in midair.
Meanwhile, Patriarch Wugo made a hand seal and the sea of golden flames nearby immediately converged toward the center to form a golden fiery giant that was over 1,000 feet tall before throwing a fearless punch at the oncoming mountain. An earth-shattering boom rang out as the giant's fist clashed with the mountain, upon which the fiery giant's entire arm exploded into golden flames. The mountain faltered slightly in midair before continuing onward, only to be greeted by the fiery giant's other fist, and the same sequence repeated itself. However, at this point, the fiery giant's other arm had already regenerated and it immediately lashed out again. Thus, one punch after another slammed into the small mountain, causing it to tremor incessantly and preventing it from making any meaningful progress. As for the nine-eyed blood toad, it was swinging its long tongue violently through the air, creating a crimson net that was keeping a barrage of giant fist projections at bay. The fist projections were being unleashed by Han Li from afar, and thus, a fierce battle ensued between the four Grand Ascension stage beings. Mistress Wan Hua and Taoist Qing Ping were ecstatic to see this, and they exchanged a quick glance, then teleported to either side of Fairy Ice Soul before she could do anything. Mistress Wan Hua chuckled coldly as she plucked a black wooden hairpin out of her own hair, which immediately transformed into a black longsword in her grasp. A layer of scorching black flames emerged over the sword's surface, and Mistress Wan Hua slashed the sword through the air, conjuring up a black fiery python that was over 1,000 feet in length, which pounced toward Fairy Ice Soul with a ferocious roar. Meanwhile, Taoist Qing Ping swept a sleeve through the air, and an azure horsetail brush appeared in his hand before being swept toward Fairy Ice Soul from afar. Countless streaks of azure light instantly appeared, covering virtually the entire sky and encompassing Fairy Ice Soul from all directions. Fairy Ice Soul's expression darkened slightly upon seeing this, and she raised a hand to summon a translucent ice shield before opening her mouth to expel a ball of energy onto the shield. The shield immediately transformed into a translucent ice barrier that was giving off a glacial aura protecting her from all sides. The azure threads struck the ice barrier like a torrential storm, but they were all kept at bay. As opposed to being disheartened to see this, Mistress Wan Hua's eyes lit up as she pointed a finger toward the black fiery WRM. The black flames on the WRM's body immediately swelled up by around twofold, and it pounced toward Fairy Ice Soul with unstoppable might. The black flames were making the surrounding temperature spike drastically, nullifying most of the glacial chi being released by the ice shield. All of a sudden, a massive bolt of lightning that was as thick as a water tank appeared out of thin air amid a resounding thunderclap before striking the black WRM's head with unerring accuracy. Countless arcs of silver lightning exploded in all directions, and the black WRM's body disintegrated into specks of black flames amid an anguished cry. "Who's there?" Mistress Wan Hua exclaimed as she hurriedly inspected her surroundings. Before she had a chance to do anything, another loud thunderclap rang out and countless arcs of silver lightning appeared before quickly converging to form a ball. Golden light flashed within the lightning and a massive shimmering golden creature appeared. Mistress Wan Hua hurriedly focused her gaze on the creature to find that it was an enormous crab that was about an acre in size with a pair of dazzling giant claws. Mistress Wan Hua was quite stunned to see this creature, and the fearsome aura emanating from the giant golden crab's body told her that this was a formidable opponent. Before she had a chance to consider where the giant crab had come from, it raised one of its pincers before snapping it shut. A semi-transparent giant pincer projection immediately appeared out of thin air before snapping viciously toward her alongside countless arcs of silver lightning. Mistress Wan Hua harumphed coldly as a massive black lion projection emerged behind her, and it opened its cavernous mouth to release a ball of black light toward the huge pincer. The ball of black light immediately exploded upon contact with the pincer, transforming into a series of fiery chains that instantly bound the pincer tightly. However, in the next instant, the giant pincers were rubbed together vigorously, and the silver lightning abruptly swelled up, eradicating the fiery chains before forming a ball of lightning that hurtled through the air. Mistress Wan Hua's heart jolted slightly upon seeing this, and he quickly made a hand seal, upon which the top of her head opened up to release a green wooden shield. At the same time, the giant black lion behind her released a pillar of black light amid a thunderous roar. The ball of lightning struck the wooden shield before being repelled,
following which the pillar of black light pierced through it and eradicated it in a flash. However, instead of being elated to see this, Mistress Wanhua's expression darkened even further as she swept her sleeves through the air, releasing countless black flying needles that formed a formation filled with surging black chi. The fact that such a casual strike from the giant golden crab had been this powerful told her that she would have to focus entirely on facing this opponent, thereby preventing her from going after Fairy Ice Soul. Taoist Qingping was naturally very frustrated to see this. Who would have thought that someone would suddenly step in to foil their plans? After witnessing the fearsome attack that the golden crab had just unleashed, he also knew that he would be able to count on Mistress Wanhua anytime soon. With that in mind, he swept his horsetail brush through the air, releasing a torrent of azure threads that was around twice as dense as before toward his target. At the same time, he raised his other hand, hurling the azure mirror forward as a ball of azure light. All of a sudden, a black and white yin-yang diagram appeared on the mirror's surface, then abruptly emerged above Fairy Ice Soul. A burst of rumbling rang out as wooden sticks that were each several inches in length flew out of the diagram before swelling to several tens of feet in length, then crashed down from above amid a flurry of azure runes. Taoist Qingping had also identified that Fairy Ice Soul had only recently reached the Grand Ascension stage, so he was exerting immense pressure on her from the get-go to try and capture her as quickly as possible. In the face of the azure runes and giant logs, the ice barrier quickly began to struggle, and finally a series of thin cracks began to appear on its surface. However, Fairy Ice Soul wasn't all that alarmed to see this. Instead, she took a deep breath before sitting down with her legs crossed, then made a hand seal. A huge snowy white turtle projection suddenly flew out of the top of her head. The turtle had countless translucent ice spikes on its shell, and its entire body was giving off a glacial aura. As soon as it appeared, it opened its mouth to expel one ball of white glacial chi after another, all of which vanished into the ice barrier in a flash. As a result, the struggling ice barrier immediately lit up, and the cracks that had just appeared were instantly sealed, thereby stabilizing the entire barrier again. "That's the glacial Xian Wu turtle," Taoist Qingping exclaimed at the sight of the ice turtle before quickly making a series of hand seals, upon which a giant Taoist priest projection appeared behind him. This Taoist robes worn by the projection had a yin-yang diagram emblazoned on its surface, and as soon as the projection appeared, countless specks of starlight converged from all directions in a frenzy, causing the projection to expand in size by over tenfold, swelling to over 1,000 feet tall. Right at this moment, Taoist Qingping made a hand seal with a solemn expression, and the giant Taoist priest projection behind him rubbed its hands together before raising them in unison, releasing a vast expanse of white lightning that surged toward the ice barrier with devastating force. Fairy Ice Soul's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, and she injected more of her magic power into the turtle projection above her, upon which it also expanded drastically, and the amount of glacial chi it was releasing increased by roughly twofold. With this increased influx of glacial chi, the ice barrier was able to keep all of the oncoming attacks at bay. Taoist Qingping's heart sank slightly upon seeing this, and only then did he realize that even though his opponent was slightly lacking in power, her ice attribute cultivation arts were extremely profound. If she were to continue to persist in her passive defense, it would be very difficult to take her down in a short time. Thus, he could only continue to attack the ice barrier with all his might, hoping to exhaust his opponent's magic power before capturing her. As for Mistress Wanhua and the giant golden crab, they were also locked in a fierce battle that didn't look as if it would conclude anytime soon. Meanwhile, after a series of probing clashes to feel out one another's abilities, Han Li and his opponents were finally beginning to display their true power as well. Seeing as the fist projections alone weren't enough to defeat the nine-eyed blood toad, a cold light flashed through Han Li's eyes, and the Provenance True Devil projection appeared behind him amid a flash of golden light before substantiating into the Provenance golden body. The three faces of the golden body were identical to Han Li's, but each wore a different expression. Han Li then let loose a long roar as he laid a hand onto the top of his own head, releasing a burst of black chi that vanished into the golden body in a flash. The Provenance golden body shuddered slightly before instantly opening its 6 eyes in unison, then abruptly disappeared on the spot. In the next instant, The Provenance golden body appeared above the nine-eyed blood toad amid a burst of spatial fluctuations, then conjured up a giant golden blade in each of its 6 hands. The golden blades were around 300 to 400 feet in length, and as they were slashed through the air, countless streaks of sword chi were released, forming a golden tornado that swept toward the nine-eyed blood toad down below. Even before the golden tornado had truly descended, it was releasing golden blade projections that were threatening to tear the surrounding space apart. Xiaoming's heart jolted slightly upon seeing this, and he didn't dare to use his toad tongue to oppose the golden blade projections. Instead, he let loose a loud croak, and countless silver runes appeared on the bulges on his back before leaving his body and quickly intertwining to form a silver net. The golden blade projections that struck the net all vanished into it in a flash, and taking advantage of this opportunity, the nine-eyed blood toad's stomach bulged before it opened its mouth again, releasing an azure ball of light that was around 10 feet in diameter with countless crimson threads on its surface. The ball of light struck the oncoming tornado in a flash, and an earth-shattering boom rang out as the golden tornado dissipated, revealing the Provenance golden body behind it. At this moment, half of the giant blades being wielded by the golden body had been destroyed, and a massive hole had been blown into its chest. However, there was no blood or flesh in the wound, and it was quickly regenerating from converging specks of golden light, while the destroyed blades in its hands were also replaced. As soon as the Provenance golden body fully recovered, it slashed its 6 golden blades downward once again. The nine-eyed blood toad didn't want to continue to fight fire with fire, and it abruptly shrank down drastically while releasing clouds of crimson mist out of its back, forming a sea of mist that inundated its entire body. The Provenance golden body displayed no intention of retreating upon seeing this, and instead, it plunged directly into the sea of mist as a gust of fierce wind. Moments later, a string of rumbling explosions rang out, indicating that a ferocious battle was taking place. A cold smile appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this, and he reached out toward the crimson mist with a giant furry hand. However, in the next instant, his expression suddenly changed slightly, and his head swiveled around 180 degrees, while his outstretched hand also clenched into a tight fist before shooting backward like lightning. Almost at the exact same moment, a gray shadow appeared behind him amid a burst of spatial fluctuations, then reached out toward Han Li's back with an azure hand. A rank odor was emanating from the fingertips of the azure hand, and it was immediately struck by Han Li's punch. As soon as the clash took place, a burst of golden shockwaves surged through the air, and the gray shadow was sent flying, having been caught off guard. However, it then immediately unleashed some type of secret technique, allowing it to twist around before flying toward Han Li again from an incredible angle. Han Li let loose a thunderous roar as he completely turned around before unleashing countless fist projections, transforming the entire space around him into a world of fierce golden wind. However, the gray shadow seemed to be completely weightless, and even though it was being sent flying over and over again by the fist projections, it remained completely unharmed while continuing to pester Han Li from nearby. Even after unleashing several hundred punches, the gray shadow still remained completely unaffected. A cold smile appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this. That's a very interesting cultivation art that's allowing you to nullify the majority of the force of my attacks. But let's see if it'll stand up to a sword strike. As soon as his voice trailed off, he withdrew his fists before sweeping a finger toward the gray shadow from afar, releasing an azure sword projection that sliced the gray shadow apart like lightning. However, the gray shadow didn't shed even a single drop of blood and merely vanished on the spot. Spatial fluctuations then erupted several hundred feet away, and another gray humanoid figure emerged. It turned out that the gray shadow had already escaped using a secret technique, and what had been sliced apart by the sword projection was nothing more than an afterimage. However, the features of the gray figure had been completely exposed, and it was none other than Patriarch Wu Go. Han Li's pupils contracted slightly upon seeing this, and he cast his gaze toward Fairy Huaxi, who was still opposing one of the extreme mountains with her rings. The fiery golden giant stood not far away from her, releasing countless golden fireballs out of its 2 hands to oppose the second extreme mountain. I see that you're using quite a profound clone technique. However, I'm rather curious, how much of your power could you possibly still be retaining in your current state?
Hanli mused with a peculiar expression as he appraised Patriarch Wugo with blue light flashing in his eyes.
What do you mean by that? Patriarch Wugo's pupils contracted slightly upon hearing this, and he finally spoke for the first time in a voice that was extremely raspy and unused, as if it had been countless years since he had last spoken. My spirit eye ability allows me to clearly see everything in a radius of thousands of kilometers around me. Even though you're using a treasure to conceal your current condition and you're able to move like a normal person, you can't hide your necrosed muscle tissues from me. How did you end up like this?
Was a restriction placed upon you, or did you willingly become like this? Patriarch Wugo's pupils contracted even further upon hearing this, and his hands had also balled up into tight fists within his sleeves. Hanli had spoken in a voice that was clearly audible to all of the Grand Ascension stage beings nearby, and Fairy Huaxi's expression changed drastically as she hurriedly yelled, "What are you doing, Wugo?
Stop listening to his senseless rambling and kill him." Immediately thereafter, the giant ring around the extreme mountain began to glow brightly at her behest, then transformed into a vast expanse of translucent sand that instantly enveloped the entire mountain, forming a massive translucent ball that hovered in mid-air in a completely still manner. She then flew over to Patriarch Wugo as a streak of light before aiming a vicious glare at Hanli. A hint of mockery seemed to flash through Patriarch Wugo's eyes as he turned to glance at Fairy Huaxi. Rest assured, his words won't be able to affect me. Sorry to disappoint you, fellow Taoist, but no one did this to me. Something went wrong while I was practicing a cultivation art, and I had no choice but to become like this in order to save my own life. Now then, that's enough chit-chat. Let's continue. As soon as his voice trailed off, he took a step forward, and his body instantly split up into two, then into four. In the blink of an eye, around a dozen identical projections had been manifested all around Hanli, and even more projections were taking shape before converging toward the center. It was as if over 100 people were charging toward Hanli at once. Fairy Huaxi's eyes lit up immediately upon seeing this, and she quickly made a grabbing motion as countless specks of light surged out of her body, then converged to form an antiquated long blade that was around 10 feet in length in her hand. The blade was slashed toward Hanli, who was immediately struck by the feeling that the space around him had tightened. An incredible weight seemed to have descended upon him, making him very sluggish and preventing him from taking evasive measures. At this point, the Patriarch Wugo's gray clones also reached him in a flash before swinging their arms through the air, unleashing countless green claw projections that grabbed toward all of Hanli's vital regions. However, Hanli remained completely unfazed, and he let loose a low roar as purplish-golden light erupted out of his body alongside countless silver runes. A series of silver formations quickly took shape, forming a suit of silver armor that encased his entire body, repelling all of the oncoming green claw projections amid a string of crisp clangs. At the same time, the giant ape swelled to several times its original size, and a layer of purplish-golden scales appeared all over its body, while a short golden horn emerged on its head amid a flash of black light. It then pulled its hand apart violently, and the space around Hanli immediately blurred and warped, as if he had just freed himself from something. At the same time, the giant blade in Fairy Huaxi's grasp exploded into grains of sand amid a dull thump. A hint of astonishment appeared on her face upon seeing this, and right at this moment, Hanli made a hand seal, following which bolts of thick golden lightning erupted out of his body in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the space within an acre of area around Hanli had been entirely filled by golden lightning. Close to 100 of the gray figures nearest to him were caught off guard and destroyed by the golden lightning, and only around a dozen managed to survive before hurriedly converging to revert back to Patriarch Wugo's true body again. A cold smile appeared on Hanli's face upon seeing this, and he made a hand seal before opening his mouth to release a silver fireball with a diameter of around 10 feet. The fireball then instantly transformed into a silver fire raven that was over 100 feet in length before flapping its wings and flying toward Fairy Huaxi. At the same time, Hanli made a grabbing motion toward Patriarch Wugo, and a burst of enormous invisible power instantly descended upon him. Patriarch Wugo's heart jolted slightly as he swept a sleeve through the air to release a bead that was enshrouded within green chi.
The bead flew up into the air before swelling to the size of a wagon wheel in the blink of an eye, then struck the tremendous force descending upon him amid an earth-shattering boom. A green sun instantly appeared above Patriarch Wu Go, and powerful shockwaves unfurled all around him. Currently, the green bead was radiating scintillating light, and countless faint golden runes had appeared on its surface. Han Li was rather surprised that the power of his grab had been nullified by a mere bead, but he then immediately lashed out like lightning with his other hand. Spatial fluctuations erupted above Patriarch Wu Go, and countless arcs of golden lightning appeared before forming a giant purplish-golden hand that struck the green bead down below amid a rumbling thunderclap. The bead was instantly enveloped by the golden lightning, and all of the runes on its surface were quickly destroyed, while the bead itself began to slowly descend while trembling incessantly. Patriarch Wu Go harumphed coldly upon seeing this before pointing a finger upward, and the bead immediately turned a golden color. At the same time, a light barrier was conjured up on its surface, and the bead managed to stabilize itself even in the face of the ferocious barrage of golden lightning. At this moment, Han Li suddenly took a stride forward, instantly covering a distance of over 1,000 feet before appearing right in front of Patriarch Wu Go, then thrust a giant fist viciously toward him. An explosive boom rang out overhead, and a burst of tremendous force that was around twice as powerful as the previous one came crashing down from above, forcing the golden bead to slowly descend once again. Patriarch Wu Go's eyes narrowed slightly upon seeing this, and it seemed that he was about to unleash some type of ability, but right at this moment, a cry for help suddenly rang out in the distance. "Get over here, Wu Go. I can't hold on much longer." Fairy Huaxi's voice was extremely shrill and urgent, and she seemed to be utterly horrified. Patriarch Wu Go's heart stirred slightly as he hurriedly cast his gaze in that direction. At this moment, Fairy Huaxi was situated within a sea of silver flames with a fire raven flying incessantly around her. She was hiding inside an extremely thick barrier of translucent sand, but the sand barrier was quickly being melted away by the scorching silver flames. These flames were far more fearsome than she had anticipated. Not only was the sand barrier unable to withstand their incredible heat, the 7 or 8 other defensive treasures she had summoned had also been melted away in mere moments. Furthermore, the silver fire raven was releasing bursts of restriction fluctuations as it flew around her, sealing the entire space nearby and preventing her from being able to get away. Now that the sand barrier was also close to failing, she had no choice but to call for help. Patriarch Wu Go hesitated slightly upon seeing this, but a decisive look then quickly appeared in his eyes. He let loose a loud roar, and his body suddenly exploded into hundreds of projections that sped away in all directions. Han Li's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, and he lashed out with a giant hand like lightning, but was only able to eradicate less than half of the projections. The rest of the projections quickly rushed over to the sea of silver flames, then fused as one to form Patriarch Wu Go's true body again. He quickly made a hand seal, and a layer of golden flames appeared over his body before he plunged into the sea of silver flames without any hesitation. A ball of golden flames flashed through the fiery silver sea in a wraith-like manner, appearing beside Fairy Huaxi after just a few flashes. Fairy Huaxi was ecstatic to see this, and she immediately pointed a finger at the sand barrier, which opened up to grant Patriarch Wu Go entry. "Hurry! My star sand won't be able to last much longer. Only your bonded true flame can oppose these spirit flames," Fairy Huaxi urged as she stared intently at the giant fire raven attacking the sand barrier. At this moment, Han Li also began to make his way toward that direction, and that was making her very anxious. "All right, withdraw your star sand, and I'll release my bonded true flame," Patriarch Wu Go replied in an expressionless manner, following which a burst of golden flames emerged to envelop his entire arm, which was suddenly thrust toward Fairy Huaxi at an incredible speed. However, Fairy Huaxi suddenly twisted away as if she had already anticipated this, then lashed out with a hand of her own, which was covered in translucent sand. The two palms clashed amid a dull thump, and both of them were forced back several steps from the force of the impact. "I knew you would try something like this. Looks like I still haven't punished you enough. I'm going to..." Fairy Huaxi's voice abruptly cut off as her furious expression suddenly transitioned into one of horror, and she shuddered as a thin azure hand suddenly protruded out of the front of her chest. The hand was locked around Fairy Huaxi's nascent soul, which was struggling desperately with an agonized look on its face. Patriarch Wu Go appeared before Fairy Huaxi's nascent soul in a wraith-like manner and appraised it in silence. At the same time, spatial fluctuations erupted behind Fairy Huaxi's body and a barely visible azure figure emerged. Almost at the exact same moment, the fiery golden giant that was opposing the other extreme mountain abruptly vanished on the spot. As a result, the extreme mountain was free to crash down from above, and the entire sea of golden flames was instantly snuffed out. Fairy Huaxi's nascent soul struggled for a moment longer to no avail, and it finally gave up in despair as a resentful look appeared on its face. I didn't think you'd already mastered the spirit substitution technique, but don't celebrate too early. If I'm going to die here, then I'm going to take you down with me. Don't forget that there's a bonded restriction planted in your body. Is that so? If that's what you were counting on, then I can tell you right now that I'd already dispelled your restriction several years ago. As for why I allowed you to do as you please up until now, it's all for that thing up your sleeve. Patriarch Wu Go said as a peculiar look flashed through his eyes. That's impossible. Arg. The nascent soul's anguished howl was abruptly cut off as the azure figure burst into golden flames before pouncing forward to envelop both Fairy Huaxi's body and her nascent soul, instantly incinerating both into ashes. Patriarch Wu Go then immediately reached forward in an expressionless manner, and an inky black formation plate flew out of the golden flames before landing in his grasp. He carefully inspected the formation plate for a short while before blowing on it, and the formation plate began to disintegrate at a rate that was discernible to the naked eye, fading into a cloud of black smoke in the end. Patriarch Wu Go then opened his mouth to inhale the cloud of black smoke, and a relieved look flashed through his eyes after he briefly inspected his own internal condition. After that, the golden flames reverted back into an azure humanoid figure. A dull thump rang out as the sand barrier was finally completely melted away, but the surrounding silver flames suddenly fell completely still, and even the giant fire raven was hovering in midair in a stationary manner with its wings folded away. Only then did Patriarch Wu Go cast his gaze toward Han Li, who was also appraising him with a peculiar expression. I don't know what happened between you and your Dao companion, but I can roughly guess some of the details. Do you still intend to continue this battle on your own? Of course not. In my current state, Taoist Tian Ding's cultivation arts won't be of any use to me. On top of that, I can tell that you haven't even unleashed half of your full power yet up to this point, so it would be nothing short of suicidal for me to continue this battle. Please excuse me, I'll be taking my leave now. Patriarch Wu Go replied in an indifferent manner, and the azure humanoid figure immediately fused into his body, upon which he sped away as a streak of light, vanishing into the distance after just a few flashes. Han Li was rather surprised by Patriarch Wu Go's decisive departure, but he naturally wasn't going to stop him. All of a sudden, an earth-shattering boom rang out in another direction, and Han Li turned toward that direction to find that the sea of crimson mist there had faded, revealing the Provenance golden body and the nine-eyed blood toad. The two were facing one another from over 1,000 feet away, and the Provenance golden body had become very dim and was missing a head and 2 arms. As for the nine-eyed blood toad, it was riddled with wounds, and only 5 of its eyes remained open, while the other 4 were all bleeding profusely. It seemed that neither side had gained the upper hand over the other. As for the other 2 battles taking place, they were still as intense as ever. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face, yet just as he was about to fly toward the nine-eyed blood toad, it suddenly heaved a forlorn sigh. There's no need to continue this any longer, Brother Han. The 3 of us concede, and we'll no longer pester you and your companion. As soon as its voice trailed off, a burst of crimson mist rose up from the nine-eyed blood toad, and its injuries were quickly healed before it reverted back to its human form amid a flash of spiritual light. Han Li hesitated momentarily before also reverting back to his human form amid a flash of golden light. The other combatants had naturally already witnessed what had just happened, and despite their reluctance to do so, Taoist Qingping and Mistress Wanhua could only disengage themselves from their respective battles before retreating back to Xiao Ming's side with dark expressions. Are we just going to give up, Brother Xiao? Mistress Wanhua asked with an indignant expression. What else can we do? Patriarch Wu Go and Fairy Huaxi are no longer here. The 3 of us have no chance at victory, Xiao Ming replied. Taoist Qingping also seemed very reluctant to give up,
but he didn't say anything in the end. You've gotten the better of us, fellow Taoist Han.
We'll only be embarrassing ourselves further if we continue to stay here, so we'll be taking our leave now, Xiaoming said as he cupped his fist in a salute toward Han Li before preparing to depart with Taoist Qing Ping and Mistress Wan Hua. You think you can just come and go as you please, Brother Xiao? Han Li asked with a cold smile. At this point, the giant golden crab and fairy ice soul had also flew over to Han Li's side, and fairy ice soul's eyes were filled with elation. Meanwhile, the giant golden crab transformed into a young Taoist priest amid a flash of silver lightning. Xiaoming's pupils contracted slightly upon hearing this. What are you trying to say, Brother Han? Why ask a question you already know the answer to, Brother Xiao? If you want to leave, then you'll have to buy your way out of here, Han Li said. Fine. Here are 3 Yin blood crystals to compensate for our actions. Xiaoming sighed as he swept a sleeve through the air, releasing a jade box toward Han Li. Han Li drew the jade box into his grasp, then inspected its contents with his spiritual sense before giving a pleased nod. The jade box was then stowed away amid a flash of spiritual light, and Xiaoming cupped his fist in a salute again before flying away, followed closely by Taoist Qing Ping and Mistress Wan Hua. Even though they could no longer obtain Taoist Tianding's true inheritance, there was still some time until the closing of the Heavenly Cauldron Palace, so if they made haste, they could still obtain some treasures from some other areas. Thank you, Brother Han. If you hadn't stood up for me, I would already be dead by now, Fairy Ice Soul said with unadulterated gratitude in her voice as she extended a deep bow toward Han Li. No need for formalities, fellow Taoist Ice Soul. Even setting aside our history with one another, I would have ensured your safety on the basis that you're a fellow human Grand Ascension stage being, Han Li said with a smile, while Taoist Xie stood beside him in silence with a wooden expression. After a short conversation, the 3 of them flew toward a certain direction. Several hours later, a light formation suddenly appeared at a certain location in the centrum amid a burst of spatial fluctuations, following which Han Li's trio emerged. After quickly inspecting their surroundings, Fairy Ice Soul said, I can sense the blood spirit's approximate location. I'll use the restriction to teleport us over to her. Han Li naturally had no objections to this, and thus Fairy Ice Soul flipped a hand over to summon a formation plate. She then cast a few incantations toward the formation plate before tossing it forward, upon which it transformed into a light formation again. The 3 of them stepped into the formation before vanishing amid a faint buzzing sound. Several hours later, the Blood Soul was situated in a pavilion, drawing a series of treasures on a wooden shelf up her sleeve when her expression suddenly changed slightly, and she promptly abandoned the remaining 2 or 3 treasures on the shelf before flying out of the pavilion as a streak of light. Almost at the exact same moment, spatial fluctuations erupted nearby and a light formation carrying Han Li's trio emerged. You've finally been freed, the Blood Soul said as she appraised the mirror image of herself with a complex expression. Thank you for your hard work and for enlisting Brother Han's help. Otherwise, the 2 of us most likely would have never had a chance to reunite, Fairy Ice Soul said with a smile. You are me, and I am you. There's no need to thank me. Now that you've been free, I can return to you, the Blood Soul said, and Fairy Ice Soul nodded in response before making a hand seal upon which the bright crimson light erupted from her body. At the same time, the Blood Soul flew toward her as a ball of crimson light before vanishing into her body in a flash. Fairy Ice Soul immediately doubled over slightly as a pained look appeared on her face, and the crimson light radiating from her body brightened as countless crimson threads shot out of her skin before disintegrating into crimson mist. Only after 15 minutes had passed did the pain on her face gradually fade, and she stood up straight again. At this moment, her appearance hadn't changed in the slightest, but her disposition had undergone a subtle transformation. I see that you're an extremely renowned figure in our human race and has had extensive interactions with this Blood Soul clone of mine. It's all thanks to you that she was able to make it all the way here, Fairy Ice Soul said with a smile. Have you already absorbed all of your clone's memories? Han Li asked. It's not that simple. I've sealed most of the memories away and have only absorbed the most important parts, Fairy Ice Soul replied with a wry smile. That's a wise decision. Now that you've recovered your clone and there's nothing else in the Heavenly Cauldron Palace that can interest us, let's leave this place. I'm sure no one could have anticipated that the palace would close early, and during the unrest we'll be able to get away safely.
Han Li said as he swept a hand through the air, and Jin Tong emerged out of thin air before vanishing up his sleeve. Almost at the exact same moment, Daoist Xie also made a hand seal before disappearing into Han Li's body as an arc of silver lightning amid a faint thunderclap. "All right, I'll begin right away," Fairy Ice Soul agreed. Thus, she opened her mouth to release a crimson jade badge, which she pointed a finger toward, and bursts of restriction fluctuations began to emanate from the badge. In the air above the Myriad Moon mountain range, a giant formation had already been set up around the giant gate that was the entrance to the Heavenly Cauldron Palace, and there were Bloodbone sect disciples situated all around the formation, while 2 grand Ascension stage beings from the Bloodbone sect were seated at its center. All of a sudden, a burst of rumbling rang out from the giant gate alongside waves of energy fluctuations. The 2 grand Ascension stage beings immediately opened their eyes, and one of them, a thin, elderly man, exclaimed, "What's going on? Is the Heavenly Cauldron Palace opening earlier than usual? According to past records, it shouldn't be closing yet." He was accompanied by a short and hideous woman, who speculated, perhaps someone obtained Daoist Tianding's true inheritance to trigger this change. In any case, let's activate the formation first in case someone gets away during the chaos, the thin elderly man decided. That is indeed a necessary precaution to take, the woman agreed. Thus, the 2 of them issued an order, and the Bloodbone sect disciples around them immediately activated their formation treasures. Rays of dazzling light rose up from the formation as it was activated, quickly intertwining to form a gigantic net that encompassed the entire sky. As soon as the net took shape, an astonishingly menacing aura surged through the area, as if there were a formidable army lying in ambush. The 2 grand Ascension stage beings of the Bloodbone sect were appraising the giant gate with intense, unblinking eyes, and all of a sudden, an earth-shattering boom rang out. The massive gate warped and blurred before abruptly exploding, and the world's origin chi scattered in all directions while the white spatial rift was slowly sealed. Spatial fluctuations then erupted where the gate had disappeared, and 2 light formations appeared from within which 2 groups of people emerged. One group was comprised of around 30 and 40 people led by a brocade-robed man with a dark expression. They had only just broken through the restrictions in one of the central areas and were about to plunder the treasures in there when they were forcibly ejected out of the Heavenly Cauldron Palace. This was naturally extremely frustrating and explained the displeased look on the brocade-robed man's face. As for the other group, it was comprised of the 5 Shuehe clones. A hint of surprise flashed through the elderly man's eyes at the sight of the 2 groups. The brocade-robed man's expression changed slightly at the sight of the 2 grand Ascension stage beings and the giant net up above, and he asked in a cold voice, "Fellow Daoist Tianjiu, fellow Daoist Di Meng, I didn't expect to see you 2 here. What is the meaning of this?" "Ah, so you were in the Heavenly Cauldron Palace?" Sect Master Feng. "No wonder it was closed early. You must have reaped some significant rewards in that palace, right, Brother Feng?" The short woman chuckled. The brocade-robed man's expression darkened slightly upon hearing this. "Are you under the impression that I was the one who caused the palace to close early? Aside from you, I can't think of anyone else who could be capable of accomplishing this," the woman replied. The brocade-robed man was furious to hear this, but he didn't know how to respond. Right at this moment, the elderly man suddenly yelled, "Where do you think you're going? Are you not planning to say anything?" In that direction, the 5 Shuehe clones were slowly backing away toward the edge of the formation. "We have nothing to say. Are you going to keep us here along with Sect Master Feng?" One of the clones replied in a wooden manner. Instead of answering the question, the rainbow light flashed through the elderly man's eyes, and he sighed. "I didn't think that the vastly renowned 5 Shuehe clones would be reduced to such a sorry state. How pitiful." The clone's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. "What do you mean by that, Tianjiu?" "What do I mean? Humph. You think your blood puppet body can escape the detection of my glazed illusion eyes? Why don't you reveal your true form?" The elderly man harumphed coldly. "What? Blood puppet?" The short woman and the brocade-robed man both turned toward the 5 Shuehe clones with alarm and wariness in their eyes upon hearing this. The clone reverted back to his wooden expression and chuckled, "Hee hee. The resounding reputation of the glazed illusion eyes is truly warranted. I've already cultivated the blood god arts to such a degree, yet I still wasn't able to fool you. Immediately thereafter, a streak of crimson light shot out of the back of each clone's head, then converged to form a blurry crimson humanoid figure with shimmering green eyes that were giving off an indescribably ruthless aura. The elderly man took a deep breath and declared, "It is a well-established rule across the entire Blood Sky continent that all those who cultivate the blood god arts are to be killed." As soon as his voice trailed off, he made a hand seal before pointing a finger upward, and a rumbling thunderclap rang out as 6 bolts of crimson lighting appeared in the air before crashing down toward the 5 Shuehi clones and the crimson figure. At the same time, a loud buzzing sound rang out from the entire formation, and thick pillars of light erupted into the sky all around it, creating a massive cage of light, while the gigantic net up above also began to slowly descend. A burst of cackling rang out from the crimson figure's body, and he swept a sleeve upward, releasing 6 streaks of crimson light that destroyed the 6 bolts of lightning in a flash. Immediately thereafter, countless bursts of crimson mist surged out of his body, sweeping up the 5 Shuehi clones before speeding away toward the edge of the cage of light as a sea of crimson mist. The elderly man's expression darkened slightly upon seeing this, and he quickly switched to a different hand seal, upon which a white sword projection that was several thousand feet in length erupted out of his body. He then fused as one with the sword projection before hurtling directly toward the sea of crimson mist, while the short woman turned to the brocade-robed man and asked, "Sect Master Feng, that man has cultivated the blood god arts. What do you plan to do?" "Humph, there's no need to goad me. Demeng, all those who cultivate the blood god arts are sworn enemies of our blood Dao sects and must be killed, so of course I'm not just going to stand by and watch," the brocade-robed man harumphed coldly in response. He then instructed his disciples to release the treasures in their hands, which transformed into giant runes of different colors that began to fly erratically through the air. The brocade-robed man chanted an incantation, and the runes quickly converged along a set trajectory before rapidly intertwining, and within mere moments, a golden formation that seemed to be filled with countless sharp blades had taken shape above him. The short woman was quite pleased to see this, and she swept a sleeve through the air to summon several spirit beast bracelets. Around a dozen massive crimson doves flew out of the spirit beast bracelets, then also pounced toward the sea of crimson mist in the distance at the woman's behest. As for the giant pillars of light that seemed to be extremely far away, they began to slowly converge toward the center under the combined efforts of all of the Blood-Bone sect disciples, and a fierce battle ensued. "We've finally come out, but we still appear to be in the myriad Moon Mountain range," Hanli remarked as he strode out of the light formation and inspected his surroundings. "While preparing the teleportation formation, I had already done my best to teleport us as far away as possible, even though we're still in the myriad Moon Mountain range. We should be on the very outskirts," Fairy Ice Soul said as she also inspected her surroundings with unbridled excitement in her eyes. Anyone who had been trapped in a certain place for so many years would be ecstatic upon being freed. Even if someone were to detect our presence here, it would be too late for them to catch us. I'll summon Zhu Guo and Patriarch Hua Shi to this place right away. Do you have any plans, fellow Taoist Ice Soul? Are you going to return to our human race?" Hanli asked. "I've only just reached the Grand Ascension stage, so I'll need some time to consolidate my cultivation base, and I have to refine the treasures I just obtained. As such, I plan to cultivate for a few years in a secluded place before returning to our human race." Fairy Ice Soul replied, clearly having already thought about this. "That's not a bad idea. However, news of the fact that you've obtained Taoist Tian Ding's inheritance will definitely spread very quickly, so you'll have to be careful," Hanli cautioned. "Rest assured, Brother Han, I may be inept compared to you, but I'm still a Grand Ascension stage being, so I'm sure I'll be able to keep myself safe even against powerful enemies as long as I don't fall into any perilous regions," Fairy Ice Soul replied with a smile. "I'm glad that you're confident in your own abilities. I'm going to stay on the Blood Sky continent for a while longer, and I may even make a trip to the Thunder continent, so it could be a very long time until we meet again. Look after yourself in the meantime," Hanli said with a smile as he extended a parting salute. Fairy Ice Soul hurriedly returned the salute, and after also wishing Hanli well, she finally took her leave before departing as a streak of light.
Once she had vanished into the distance, Hanli made a grabbing motion to summon a silver talisman, which he gently waved through the air, upon which it immediately disintegrated into a plume of smoke. After that, Hanli descended onto a certain mountain and began to meditate under a huge tree, awaiting the arrival of Zhu Guo and Patriarch Huashi. Around half a day later, a triangular flying carriage appeared in the distant sky amid a flash of spiritual light, and its passengers were none other than Zhu Guo and Patriarch Huashi. Hanli reopened his eyes before rising to his feet. Shortly thereafter, news emerged from the Bloodbone sect, stating that the blood clones formed by the 5 Shuehe clones had all been destroyed and the mysterious cultivator of the blood god arts had also been killed. However, Tianzhou and Di Meng had sustained severe injuries in the battle, and only less than half of the disciples who had accompanied them managed to survive. As for Sect Master Feng, he had perished during the battle. At the same time, a rumor began to spread, detailing the fact that a female Grand Ascension stage being from a foreign continent had obtained Taoist Tianding's inheritance, and this naturally attracted a lot of interest. Strangely enough, there were no rumors about Hanli at all. It was as if he had never even appeared in the Myriad Moon mountain range. A year and a half later, 2 Grand Ascension stage beings of the Blood Sky continent were hovering in the air above an extremely secluded valley in the Qiyun mountain range, appraising a thin young man with an astonished look in their eyes. The young man wore a set of black robes, and he had a pair of thin and long eyes that struck the beholder with a very peculiar sense of emptiness. The young man was currently holding a severed head by its hair, and beneath his feet was a flowing river of blood that stretched as far as the eyes could see. The head had a set of refined and handsome facial features, and even in death, there was still an incredulous look etched onto it. The river of blood was around 300 to 400 feet wide and extremely viscous, but wasn't giving off any bloody odor. Instead, it was releasing an aroma close to that of sandalwood, and those who inhaled scent would immediately feel more alert. A body that had been dismembered into several pieces laid at the black-robed young man's feet, and his legs were plunged into the river halfway up his shins. However, he was as steady as if he were standing on solid ground, and he was appraising the 2 Grand Ascension stage beings before him with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Among the 2 Grand Ascension stage beings, an imposing purple-armored man seemed to have finally repressed the fear in his heart and roared, "What did you do to us? How did you debilitate our powers so significantly? There's no way Taoist Yen you would have been killed so easily had he been at full power. Do you realize that Taoist Yen you was an elder of the He Lien Trade Guild, one of the premier powers of the entire spirit realm? You killed a core member of the He Lien Trade Guild. Even with your powers, your fate is sealed. What's this trade guild supposed to be? If they want to die, then they can come and find me, and I'll make them a part of this river just like you two are going to be. As for how your powers were restricted, that has nothing to do with us. The refinement of the Myriad Spirit Blood Seal has only just been completed, and it's still unable to restrain its own aura as it pleases. You've simply been unwittingly intimidated by its aura." The black-robed young man replied in a nonchalant manner. "Nonsense! What kind of treasure could restrict our powers with its aura alone? Even a profound heavenly treasure can't achieve something like this," the purple-armored man countered. "You don't know anything. Profound heavenly treasures may be powerful, but their powers depend on the realm that they were born in. How much power could a profound heavenly treasure from a small realm like this one possibly possess? Ants like you can't even begin to imagine how fearsome profound heavenly treasures born in higher realms are." The black-robed young man replied with undisguised disdain in his voice. The purple-armored man faltered slightly upon hearing this, but a thought then occurred to him, and he yelled, "What insolence! I've never heard that our spirit realm is a so-called small realm. It seems like you're from another realm, but even so, do you really think you can oppose the power of an entire realm on your own and slaughter living beings as you please for a blood sacrifice?" Instead of being enraged to hear this, the black-robed young man carefully considered the purple-armored man's words before replying in a serious manner. "It would naturally be impossible for me to slaughter all of the living beings in this entire realm, but if all of the other Grand Ascension stage beings in this realm are only around the same level of power as you three, then it wouldn't be too difficult to kill all of you given some time." The purple-armored man's expression darkened slightly upon hearing this. Right at this moment, his companion, an elderly man with snake patterns all over his body, suddenly transformed into a giant green four-winged snake before flapping his wings vigorously and flying away as a green thread. In the blink of an eye, he was already over 10,000 feet away, and it seemed that he was on the cusp of escaping. How foolish! Do you think a mere grand ascension stage being like you can escape from my myriad spirit blood seal? The black-robed young man cast his gaze toward the fleeing snake, then uttered the word seal, and a mountainous seal projection suddenly appeared above the flying snake amid a flash of crimson light before descending in what appeared to be quite a slow manner. In the instant that the giant seal projection appeared, the flying snake was somehow completely immobilized and could only look on helplessly as the massive projection descended onto its body. As soon as the flying snake came into contact with the seal projection, it let loose a blood-curdling cry, and its body instantly disintegrated into specks of spiritual light alongside the nascent soul of the elderly man within it. These specks of spiritual light were then all absorbed into the seal projection, and as a result, the rather blurry projection became a little clearer. However, in the next instant, the seal projection vanished into thin air in a flash. Even though the purple-armored man had been through countless ordeals and had great mental fortitude, he couldn't help but be struck by a sense of despair upon seeing this. The black-robed young man was unfathomably powerful, and his own powers had been severely restricted, so there was no chance of victory for him. Even so, he certainly wasn't just going to give up. While the black-robed young man's gaze was still directed toward the distance, the purple-armored man let loose a thunderous roar, and a giant projection with the head of a dragon and the body of a horse appeared behind him amid a flash of azure light. As soon as the projection appeared, it opened its mouth to release countless balls of azure lightning amid a string of rumbling thunderclaps. At the same time, he swept both sleeves through the air, releasing around a dozen treasures of different descriptions that exploded in unison as soon as they were released. A dozen or so massive balls of light that resembled scintillating suns emerged before crashing directly toward the black-robed young man with unstoppable might, while the purple-armored man's physical body detonated into a cloud of blood mist to reveal his nascent soul. The nascent soul took a deep breath to instantly absorb all of the blood mist into its own body, then suddenly disappeared into thin air amid a flash of crimson light. In the face of the fearsome attacks being directed toward him, a cold smile appeared on the black-robed young man's face, and he made no effort to evade as he slowly extended a palm forward instead. A burst of thunderous rumbling rang out, and a giant rainbow light barrier suddenly appeared around 100 in front of the young man. The balls of lightning and scintillating suns struck the light barrier before exploding violently, sending an enormous burst of energy erupting into the heavens, threatening to tear apart and devour everything. In the face of such a fearsome explosion, the rainbow light barrier only flashed slightly but remained completely resolute, keeping the explosive force at bay. Right at this moment, the entire sky suddenly dimmed, and a semi-transparent giant hand emerged out of thin air. The hand was smooth and translucent with countless golden runes flashing over its surface, and it made a grabbing motion, upon which the entire sky tremored violently as a burst of indescribable power descended from above. Tens of thousands of feet away, the purple-armored man's nascent soul was suddenly forced to stumble out of thin air. Even though it had already fled this far, its teleportation had suddenly been disrupted by the burst of power descending from the heavens, thereby forcing it to reveal itself before the alarmed nascent soul had a chance to try and teleport away again. The massive hand in the sky swooped down upon it before gently pointing a gigantic pillar-like finger at its head. In the face of the giant finger, the nascent soul disintegrated into specks of spiritual light before it even had a chance to make a sound, and the specks of light were all absorbed by the huge finger. The black-robed young man then waved a hand through the air, and the rainbow light barrier before him crumbled away, but instead of immediately departing, he turned toward a certain direction and said, "You've been watching for quite some time now. Isn't it about time you two came out?" However, he was greeted by nothing but silence. "Humph, so you insist on making me force you to reveal yourselves?" The black-robed young man harumphed coldly as he pointed toward that direction in a casual-looking manner. Red light flashed in the distance, and a bolt of crimson lightning came crashing down, causing the nearby space to ripple violently. "You knew we were here all along?" A stunned voice rang out, seeming out of thin air. Immediately thereafter,
A man and a woman appeared amid a flash of spiritual light. Both of them were wearing white robes, and the man had golden and silver spirit patterns etched on either side of his face, which bore a strong resemblance to Han Li. As for the woman, this was an icy beauty with skin as fair as snow. These two were none other than the six-winged frost centipede and the ice phoenix who had been forced to accompany him on his journey. They were originally on the Thunder continent, but they had somehow made their way onto the Blood Sky continent. You think your pitiful concealment abilities can fool me? What a joke. Having said that, the two of you are quite interesting. Both of you possess mutated ice attribute true spirit bloodlines. That's very rare even in the true immortal realm. I'm in a good mood today, so I can spare you too. From now on, you can be my spirit slaves. I just so happen to be missing a couple of servants to run my errands for me in this realm. The black-robed young man said as he appraised the duo with a hint of intrigue in his eyes. Spirit slaves? You really are a true immortal. But that's impossible. The true immortal realm had lost contact with all other realms countless years ago. How could a true immortal arrive in this realm? The six-winged frost centipede exclaimed in an astonished manner. The ice phoenix was also quite bewildered to hear this. Humph, you think we've lost contact with all realms? We've only lost contact with this small cluster of realms. On top of that, the true immortal realm isn't actually unable to contact your realm. It's just that a heavy price would have to be expended, and it simply isn't worth it under normal circumstances. The black-robed young man harumphed coldly in response. The heart jolted slightly upon hearing this, and having witnessed the power displayed by the young man to easily slay those three grand Ascension stage beings, he was almost fully convinced that this man was indeed a true immortal. However, there was no way that he would ever agree to become a spirit slave for anyone. The black-robed young man could see the indecision in the eyes, and he chuckled. I'll give you 10 breaths to consider. If you don't agree, There's no need for that. I can give you an answer right now. You're dreaming if you think I'll become your spirit slave. I wouldn't consider it even if you kowtowed to me right now. The six-winged frost centipede retorted with a hint of mockery in his eyes. How dare you speak to me like this? The black-robed young man could barely believe his own ears, and an astonishing baleful aura erupted out of his body before sweeping forth in all directions. The surrounding space twisted and warped violently in the face of this baleful aura, and there were even thin white spatial rifts appearing as if this entire space were about to be torn apart. The six-winged frost centipede immediately slammed a fist into his own chest upon seeing this, following which a translucent bead encompassed within a ball of blue blood essence was released out of his mouth. As soon as the bead appeared, it transformed into a pair of translucent wings that instantly attached themselves to his back. At the same time, he swept a sleeve through the air to release a burst of glacial light that swept up the ice phoenix, then transformed into his frost centipede form. However, in addition to the 3 pairs of wings on his back, there was also a 4th pair formed by the bead. He flapped his 8 wings in unison and immediately shot forth as a white thread, vanishing into thin air in a flash, leaving only the sound of an object whistling through the air in the extremely far distance. Such an astonishing movement technique came as quite a surprise even to the black-robed young man, but his expression quickly returned to normal as he scoffed. How foolish! Do you really think this movement technique will allow you to escape from me? As soon as his voice trailed off, the river of blood beneath his feet surged upward in a frenzy before being absorbed into his body down to the very last drop within the span of just a few breaths. As a result, his aura was enhanced by severfold, yet just as he was preparing to give chase, countless purplish-golden runes suddenly appeared around him before forming a shimmering golden chain that sprang toward him in a flash. His expression changed slightly upon seeing this, but for some reason, he made no effort to evade. Thus, the chain wound itself around his body, and the fearsome aura that he was releasing instantly dissipated. At the same time, his face paled slightly as he threw up a mouthful of silver blood essence, and only then did the purplish golden chain disappear. He cast his gaze toward the direction that they had fled in, and murmured to himself, "This may only be a small realm, but as expected, I still can't contend with the restrictive power of an entire realm. Having said that, even if I only use a small portion of my power, there's no way those two would be able to get away. There has to be an interval of several months between blood sacrifices anyway, so I might as well take this time to have some fun with those two.
I hope they'll actually put up some decent resistance so they can entertain me for a while. As soon as his voice trailed off, he swept a sleeve through the air and a rainbow cloud appeared beneath his feet before carrying him through the air.
He wasn't flying very quickly, and he seemed to be very calm and relaxed. 2 days later, the six-winged frost centipede and the ice phoenix were meditating in a crude temporary cave abode erected within the belly of a small mountain. After a long while, the six-winged frost centipede finally opened his eyes before exhaling a burst of white glacial chi.
The ice phoenix also opened her eyes upon sensing this before appraising him with a complex expression. Have you recovered the energy you expended earlier? Even the average Grand Ascension stage being wouldn't have been able to easily unleash that movement technique. It's a good thing that you obtained the treasure that formed a fourth set of wings for you.
Otherwise, there's no way we could have escaped. Humph, I didn't just sit around and twiddled my thumbs during my years in the primordial world.
I encountered several significant opportunities during my journey, and there's no way I'll be willing to become a spirit slave to anyone, even a true immortal.
As for the energy I expended, don't worry about that. The plain Een star chi that I absorbed is still within my body, so I can replenish my energy in no time. However, if I can track down the plain Een race and learn their method for communicating with the power of stars to attain a true immortal body, I'll be able to contend even with a true immortal. The six-winged frost centipede harumphed coldly. I guess you can only blame your bad luck.
The plain Een race had always resided on the Thunder continent since ancient times. Who would have thought they would suddenly decide to mass migrate to the Blood Sky continent?
Even so, surely it would be delusional to count on them to help you oppose a true immortal, the Ice Phoenix said in a cold voice. If this were a true immortal at the height of his powers, then there would be no hope for me at all. But a true immortal that descends into this realm will be restricted by the power of the realm. As such, he'll only be able to unleash 30% to 40% of his power at most, which would make him comparable in power to only some of the more powerful true spirit beings, and that's definitely manageable. Just give me several more centuries and... Crap! He's catching up again! The six-winged frost centipede suddenly exclaimed as his expression changed drastically. He immediately swept a sleeve through the air to release a burst of glacial light, which dragged the ice phoenix over to his side. He then opened his mouth to release that translucent bead, transforming into a giant eight-winged centipede before fleeing out of the cave abode as a white thread. A short while later, the black-robed young man appeared in the distance atop his rainbow cloud.
He appeared to be moving quite slowly, but that wasn't actually the case at all, and he arrived above the mountain after just a few flashes.
He glanced down expressionlessly at the mountain, and a cold smile appeared on his face before he flew away atop the rainbow cloud again, departing in the same direction that the six-winged frost centipede had fled toward. It seemed that this true immortal really did have a way to track the duo. Even after such a long time, he was still able to find their location with unerring accuracy. Thus, the pursuit continued.
Due to that movement technique being used by the six-winged frost centipede, there was a vast speed disparity, but no matter how much distance was opened up between them, the black-robed young man would always be able to catch up in a few days like a cat toying with a mouse.
The six-winged frost centipede was extremely alarmed by this, but no matter how he examined the ice phoenixes and his own body, he couldn't find any tracking marks. Only then did he realize that he had underestimated this true immortal, after all. As such, he could only continue to expend the plain Een star chi that he had recently manifested to flee from their pursuer. 3 months later, the six-winged frost centipede was on the verge of collapse, but the black-robed young man suddenly disappeared and didn't reappear for several days. The six-winged frost centipede and ice phoenix were naturally ecstatic to see this, thinking that they had finally shaken off their pursuer. Thus, they hurriedly found a secluded location where the six-winged frost centipede was able to replenish his own energy, but half a month later, the black-robed young man appeared in the nearby area again, and the two of them could only continue their life on the run.
In a secluded hall in the headquarters of the He-Lien Trade Guild on the Blood Sky continent, Bai Ing was seated behind a purple wooden table appraising a jade slip that he had just received with a dark expression. Moments later, he finished reading the contents of the jade slip before setting it down, then clapped his hands together, and a blurry humanoid figure immediately appeared amid a gentle breeze. The figure extended a deep bow toward Bai Ying, who asked, "What happened? Why did it take you so long to report fellow Taoist Yan Yu's death to me?" According to our sources, Senior Yan Yu met up with 2 other Grand Ascension stage seniors before venturing into the Qiyun mountain range to investigate the disappearance of the 8 nations and 19 sex populations. However, it was only several months later that we received news that they had tracked down the suspected culprit. After that, no further news was received. Thus, we ventured into the Qiyun mountain range with the sole badges of those 3 seniors, but not long after we entered the mountain range, all 3 badges shattered in unison. Only then did we realize that the 3 of them had already fallen, but their deaths had somehow been concealed. After investigating for around another month, we finally tracked down the residual auras of the 3 seniors in a secluded location, and it seemed that a fierce battle had taken place there and that they had all perished at around the same time, but they only seemed to have a single opponent. This is an extremely important matter, so we didn't dare to report back to you until we were sure that our information was correct, the blurry figure explained. It's quite incredible that someone was able to repress the reactions of soul badges even if it's only for a short time. At the very least, I've never heard of something like this in all my years. Fellow Taoist Yan Yu and the others were only considered to be average among Grand Ascension stage beings, but there are definitely no more than 10 known beings on the Blood Sky continent capable of killing all 3 of them at once on their own. Aside from myself, none of the other elders of the guild would have been able to accomplish this. It looks like the culprit behind the blood sacrifice is a truly fearsome being, Bai Ying said with a cold look in his eyes. If the culprit had only sacrificed the nations and sects of the Qiyun mountain range, then that would be the end of the matter. With his fearsome might, none of the other powers would be willing to seek revenge against him. However, we've just received news that he appeared again in the Great Dragon Nation around half a month ago and created another boundless river of blood by sacrificing the entire population of that nation. As a result, the Bloodbone sect and several other major powers were forced to step in. Apparently, these powers have been interacting frequently these past few days, and they seem to be planning to assemble a devil-slaying squad of Grand Ascension stage beings to hunt down this menace. We've also received letters from the involved parties requesting for our trade guild to join them, the blurry figure explained. So the Bloodbone sect and the other super sects are finally willing to step in. It looks like things are truly escalating. Our trade guild will stay out of this matter for now, but we can't just not do anything. I'll get Elder June to join this devil-slaying squad, but to prioritize his own safety above all else and take care not to directly oppose that menace. Our trade guild has already lost fellow Taoist Yan Yu, and that's a severe blow. Bai Ying decided. Yes, I'll notice Elder Jean Yiming right away, the blurry figure said with a respectful bow. Also, it's almost time for our match against the Infernal Realm. So begin making preparations and summoning our representatives. If it weren't for the fact that I have to stay in the guild and prepare for the upcoming match, I would be tempted to see for myself just what kind of menace has sacrificed so many living beings, Bai Ying harumphed coldly. Rest assured, Senior, I'll get everything arranged. Among our representatives, Elder Wen Xinfeng is in this area and Master Lei has already arrived on the Blood Sky continent and is in temporary seclusion in one of our trade guild's branches. According to our sources, Senior Han seems to be traveling around the Tidefall grassland area in search of the ancient altars nearby. The only concern lies with Senior Xianxia. Ever since he entered the legendary Thousand Steps maze a year ago, he still hasn't returned. Could it be that he's been trapped in there like everyone else? The blurry figure speculated in a hesitant voice. Rest assured, Xianxia's powers aren't inferior to my own, and with his steadfast nature, there's no way he would have ventured into that maze had he not had full confidence that he would be able to escape from it. Once the agreed time arrives, I'm sure he'll show up, Bai Ying replied. In that case, I'll send out messages to Master Lei and Senior Han, then get the members of our branches to arrange their teleportation to the entrance of that small world, the figure said. All right, go ahead. Bai Ying agreed with a slight nod. Spatial fluctuations erupted in front of the wooden table once again, and the blurry figure vanished after extending a parting bow. Following his departure, Bai Ying reached out toward a pile of jade slips on the table in an absent-minded manner. However, right at this moment, a dull thump suddenly rang out from within his body, and his expression changed drastically as his outstretched hand stiffened in midair.
Only after a long while did he take a deep breath before withdrawing his hand and pressing it against his own waist. A green jade box immediately flew out amid a burst of green light, then hovered in the air before him. The surface of the box was riddled with countless spirit patterns, as well as several golden talismans that were flashing with faint spiritual light. Bai Ying's expression changed slightly as he quickly made a string of hand seals before pointing a finger toward the jade box, upon which the golden talismans were removed at his behest. The lid of the box also flew up on its own, revealing a strange-looking flat round disc. The disc was as pristine white as jade with a crimson formation engraved on its surface, at the center of which was a black and white yin-yang diagram. The disc seemed to possess some type of mystical property that struck the beholder with a sense of captivation. Only after appraising the disc for a long while did Bai Ying grit his teeth before reaching into the jade box. As soon as his finger came into contact with the red formation, it immediately cracked as if it were extremely fragile, and the yin-yang diagram at its very center completely shattered at the same time. I didn't think the legends would ring true. I've been using my blood essence to refine this treasure ever since I reached the Grand Ascension stage. Who would have thought that it would actually display a premonition? Could this have something to do with the upcoming match against the Infernal Realm, or am I about to face another tribulation designed by fate? Bai Ying murmured to himself as he stared at the round disc with a dark expression. After a long silence, Bai Ying harumphed coldly. Humph. My life is in my own hands, not in the hands of some predetermined fate. Even if this treasure really is as accurate as the legends suggest, there's still a chance that I could survive. However, I'll definitely have to prepare some more measures in addition to the ones I've already prepared. He then released a burst of green light from the jade box, and the box itself remained unharmed, but the white formation plate within it immediately disintegrated into dust. Above a certain giant lake in the renowned Tidefall grassland on the Blood Sky continent, Han Li and the others were flying through the air in a nondescript flying boat. Han Li was standing at the very front of the boat in an expressionless manner, while Zhu Guer and Patriarch Huashi were standing behind him with dejected expressions. A short while ago, they had just tested the final ancient altar on the grassland, but were disappointed to find that it still wasn't the one they were searching for. All of a sudden, a clear buzzing sound rang out from Han Li's body. His expression changed slightly as he released a blue formation plate out of his sleeve, and around a dozen shimmering silver characters appeared on the object's surface. Let's go to the nearby Pegasus city, Han Li immediately instructed. Patriarch Huashi was rather surprised to hear this, but he immediately obliged, controlling the flying boat to fly toward another direction. What happened, Senior Han? Could it be that the match against the Infernal Realm is about to begin? Zhu Guer asked. Han Li hadn't told her everything about this upcoming match, but he had revealed some inconsequential information about it to her. Thus, she didn't know the exact details involved, but she did know that Han Li had to fight a certain group of powerful beings at a certain time and place. That's right. I benefited from the He Lien Trade Guild in the past, so I can't revoke my promise now, Han Li replied. Even with so many Grand Ascension stage beings among its ranks, the Trade Guild is still requesting your assistance. It's clear that this is going to be no ordinary match. Please be careful, Senior Han, Zhu Guer said in a concerned manner. Don't worry, with my current powers, there shouldn't be many beings in the world who can pose a threat to me. Even if I can't defeat my opponent, I'll definitely be able to at least get away safely, Han Li said with a confident smile. Both Zhu Guer and Patriarch Huashi were quite reassured by Han Li's display of confidence. Half a month later, Han Li's trio arrived at a giant city on the outskirts of the grassland. In contrast with normal cities, there were rows of thick dark green bamboo trees planted outside the city wall to form another wall of bamboo that surrounded the entire city. There were gray Pegasus statues that were over 100 meters tall, situated at roughly 500-meter intervals along the city wall. And not only were they extremely lifelike, all of them were in different poses. Instead of landing at the city gate, Han Li's flying boat flew directly over the city wall before crashing into the invisible restrictions over the city, much to the astonishment of countless low-grade and mid-grade cultivators down below. However, the flying boat only descended slightly before continuing on toward the center of the city. That's a Grand Ascension stage, Senior. Many of the people down below immediately exclaimed. The astonishment on the faces of the guards on the city wall also transitioned into respectful expressions upon seeing this.
There was no way that a body integration stage being would be able to allow a flying boat to completely disregard a city's flight restrictions. Only someone at or above the Grand Ascension stage would be able to accomplish this.
Most cities had rules prohibiting outsiders from flying in the city, but Grand Ascension stage beings and even some powerful body integration stage beings could naturally ignore such rules. Of course, the number and caliber of powerful beings guarding a city differed from city to city. Pegasus City wasn't a huge city, but there were no Grand Ascension stage beings within its walls. There were only several body integration cultivators in the city, and the guards certainly wouldn't dare to oppose a Grand Ascension stage being. Thus, Han Li's trio quickly arrived in front of a massive building at the center of the city that bore the symbol of the He Lian Trade Guild before the flying boat was stowed away. As soon as they began to descend from above, 2 rows of people immediately emerged from the building with respectful expressions.
All of them extended deep bows toward Han Li, and a gray-haired elderly man who appeared to be around 60 to 70 years of age said in a respectful voice, "We pay our respects to Senior Han.
We were made aware of your imminent arrival several days ago, and have already prepared the teleportation formation. Would you like to take a rest before setting off, Senior Han? I see your trade guild is very efficient."
"There's no need for any rest. Prepare for teleportation right away," Han Li instructed. "All right, please come with me, Senior," the elderly man replied with another respectful bow.
Han Li nodded in response before making his way toward the entrance of the building, followed closely by Zhu Guer and Patriarch Hua Shi. A short while later, Han Li arrived in a secluded underground hall, at the center of which stood a silver formation that was riddled with spirit runes.
Han Li quickly inspected his surroundings, and his brows furrowed slightly as he asked, "Will this formation take me directly to the small world?" "Indeed, Senior, Master Bai Ying arranged for all of our trade guild's representatives to meet in the small world," the elderly man replied. "In that case, I'm sure the preparations on fellow Taoist Bai's end are complete." "Begin the teleportation," Han Li instructed with a smile before stepping into the formation, as did Zhu Guer and Patriarch Hua Shi.
The elderly man gave an affirmative response before summoning an azure jade badge, which he waved through the air to release a streak of silver light that vanished into the formation in a flash. In the next instant, the entire formation began to emit a faint buzzing sound, and Han Li's trio vanished amid a flash of silver light. Silver light flashed within a formation surrounded by lush greenery in another world, and Han Li's trio re-emerged. "You've finally arrived, Brother Han. How have you been these past few years?" A voice rang out from behind the nearby trees, following which one of the trees suddenly split apart into 2 people.
The duo was comprised of a green-robed elderly man with a smile on his wizened face and a young brocade-robed woman who was quite elegant and refined appearance and was holding a small silver beast in her arms. Han Li could sense a familiar aura from the elderly man, and he asked, "Fellow Taoist Bai Ying?" "That's right, it's me. I hope you aren't holding any grudges over the test I implemented during our first meeting. We'll be counting on you during this match," Bai Ying said with a smile.
"Of course, Brother Bai. I agreed to participate in this match, so I'll be sure to do my best," Han Li replied with a smile. Bai Ying then turned to the young woman beside him and introduced, "This is Elder Wen Xinfeng of our Trade Guild's panel of elders, and she hails from the Illusion Heart sect. Her powers rank near the top of all of our elders on the Blood Sky continent, and she's also one of our Trade Guild's representatives for this match." "The Illusion Heart sect?"
"I've heard that this is the largest sect in the northern region of the Blood Sky continent. The sect doesn't have many disciples, but all of them are top-tier beings at their respective cultivation bases," Han Li said as a hint of surprise flashed through his eyes.
Having roamed the Blood Sky continent for several years, he had become rather familiar with some of the major powers on the continent. This was a powerful being from a sect that was not inferior to the Bloodbone sect, so it was rather counterintuitive that someone like her would join the He Lian Trade Guild, and that was the reason for his surprise. Wen Xinfeng seemed to have sensed Han Li's befuddlement, and she smiled as she explained, "The founding father of our sect came from our trade guild, and ever since our sect was founded, it had always been a strong ally of the trade guild. So it's only natural that I became an elder of the guild." "I see, that does make sense," Han Li said as an enlightened look appeared on his face. "Please come to my abode to take a good rest, Brother Han." There are only 2 months left until the match against the Infernal Realm, and fellow Taoist Lei and fellow Taoist Xianxia should be arriving soon. If you have any needs, feel free to state them, and our trade guild will do our best to fulfill those needs. Bai Ying said as he led Han Li's trio toward a small path. I'll be sure to do so, Brother Bai, Han Li replied with a smile. Thus, the group soon emerged from the surrounding forest before arriving in front of a massive cluster of buildings akin to a stronghold. This is one of the large settlements our trade guild has set up in this world, and it's the one closest to the area controlled by those beings of the Infernal Realm. Their territory is only hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, and the match will be taking place on the border between the territories under each side's control. When the time for the match comes, the armies of both sides will also be mobilized, so as a safety precaution. Bai Ying began to introduce the current circumstances while leading Han Li's group toward the stronghold. There were over 100 armored warriors stationed at the gate of the stronghold, and there were also some human-beast hybrid puppets that were roaming the city walls, which were over 1,000 feet tall and resembled sheer cliff faces. Lights of all types of different colors were flashing above the stronghold, and restriction fluctuations encompassed the entire area, making it apparent that the stronghold was very tightly guarded. With Bai Ying leading the way, the guards at the gate naturally weren't going to stop them. Instead, they quickly extended respectful bows before backing away to either side, granting the group entry to the stronghold. Around an hour later, Han Li found himself situated in a secret chamber on the top floor, small stone pagoda at the center of the stronghold. He was currently seated with his legs crossed, meditating to prime himself into the best condition, while Zhu Guer and Patriarch Huasher were standing on guard duty in shifts outside. 2 months passed by in the blink of an eye, and on this day, Han Li was meditating in his secret chamber when Zhu Guer's respectful voice sounded outside the secret chamber. Senior Han, Master Bai Ying is inviting you to go and see him, and the messenger says that the match is about to commence soon. Han Li opened his eyes and replied calmly, All right, I'll be there right away. This could be a dangerous trip, so you and Huasher can stay here for now. Immediately thereafter, he rose up as a streak of azure light and vanished through the door of the secret chamber in a flash. Around an hour later, Han Li arrived at a hall at the center of the stronghold, which was also the largest building in the entire stronghold. There, he met Bai Ying, Wen Xinfeng, and a silver-armored man with a cold expression. This is Brother Lei Yuan, the manager of our trade guild on the Thunder Continent, so his status is identical to mine on the Blood Sky Continent. Fellow Taoist Xianxia encountered some trouble during his trip here, but he should be here tomorrow at the latest. For now, we'll be going on ahead. Does anyone have any objections? Bai Ying asked after introducing the silver-armored man to Han Li. You're responsible for this match, so I won't intervene in any way, the silver-armored man replied in an expressionless manner. Han Li and Wen Xinfeng didn't have any objections either. Thus, after a brief discussion, the group made their way out of the hall, where orderly rows of armored warriors were already waiting for them. Furthermore, there were around a dozen giant flat flying treasures above the stronghold that resembled a series of islands, and following an order from Bai Ying, all of the armored warriors immediately rose up into these islands. That's all the troops we're taking with us? The silver-armored man asked as his brows furrowed slightly. Of course not. These are only the troops we're presenting on the surface. As for all of the other troops, they've already been sent to a predetermined location half a month ago. If those ghostly beings are harboring any ulterior motives, we'll make sure they don't get away alive, Bai Ying replied. The silver-armored man nodded in response upon hearing this. Only after all of the armored warriors had entered the giant flying treasures did Han Li and the others fly into the largest of the islands. In the next instant, all of the flying treasures were activated and set off toward the distance. Half a day later, the group of flying treasures arrived above a peculiar mountain range. There seemed to be an invisible line running along the entire mountain range, with the area on one side of the line resembling a lush green paradise, while the other was filled with surging black qi and gusts of yin winds. The giant islands drew to a halt over 100 kilometers away from this imaginary line, following which groups of armored warriors began to exit the flying treasures. They immediately sprang into action, releasing all types of formation tools to begin constructing a giant super formation down below. There were also some who were hurling balls of light of different colors up into the air, and large sections of city walls, as well as buildings of different descriptions began to descend from above, forming a small stronghold in the blink of an eye. At the same time, a series of armed puppets were released from the storage bracelets of the armored puppets, and they immediately began to patrol the city walls. Meanwhile, Han Li and the others had emerged from their giant island and were appraising the imaginary divisive line from afar.
Those 5 mountains that resemble fingers will be the venue for our match. Once the match begins, each of us will go to a mountain, and once everyone is in place, the formation masters from both sides will activate the 2 protective restrictions set up in advance. Only when one side concedes or has perished will the 2 protective restrictions be deactivated, Bai Ying explained with a serious expression. Could those ghostly beings have tampered with the restrictions in any way? When Xianxia asked. Rest assured, both the restrictions are identical and quite simple. After they're set up, the formation masters from both sides will cross-examine the restrictions to ensure that nothing is amiss, Bai Ying explained with a smile. If one battle concludes very early, will the victor be allowed to participate in other battles? Han Li asked. This wasn't discussed, but this match was set up to fight for ownership over this realm, so it should naturally be a reflection of both sides' overall power, Bai Ying replied in a meaningful voice. Even though the response was rather vague, a knowing smile appeared on Han Li's face as he replied, I understand. There are no rules for this match. You can use whatever means available to kill or defeat your opponent. Of course, at our level, defeating an opponent of the same caliber may not be that difficult, but it would most likely be very hard to actually kill an opponent. On top of that, our opponents are going to be very powerful, and their cultivation arts and secret techniques are all very different from ones that we normally see, so do be careful, Bai Ying cautioned. Rest assured, Brother Bai, it's not like I haven't faced these ghostly beings in the past. I've already specifically prepared several treasures that'll suppress their abilities, and I'm sure these treasures will be effective even if our opponents are more powerful than normal ghostly beings. When Xianxia replied with a smile as she stroked the small beast in her arms. Bai Ying was ecstatic to hear this. Your abilities already have a suppressive effect on those ghostly beings. Now that you've also prepared some special treasures, I'm sure your chances of securing victory will be very high. I wouldn't be so sure of that. I've heard that the 10 monarchs of the netherworld are the most powerful ghostly beings in the entire infernal realm. They're definitely going to present very stern opposition, when Xianxia replied with a shake of her head. Haha, you're far too modest, Fairywen. Our opponents are no ordinary beings, but neither are we. I'm sure the outcome of the match will be in our favor. You can all go and rest for now. I'll send out some people to set up the restrictions on the 5 mountains once fellow Taoist Xuexia arrives. I'm sure those ghostly beings have also arrived on the other side. Bai Ying said as he cast his gaze toward the surging black qi on the other side of the divisive line. At the same time, there were close to 100 white mountains that were each over 10,000 feet tall, hovering in the sky several hundred kilometers within the vast expanse of black qi. The mountains were surrounded by countless ghostly shadows and Yin souls. Someone with a spirit eye ability would be able to see through these Yin winds to identify that these white mountains were piles of countless white bones with flames burning all over their surfaces. There were also some openings on the mountains, through which powerful ghostly beings were entering and exiting incessantly. In contrast with all of the other mountains, the Bone Mountain at the very center had thousands of armed ghostly beings patrolling around it. Within a crimson hall at the very center of the Bone Mountain were several indistinct black shadows discussing something while seated on black chairs. Why have the 5 of us been made to come all this way just for a small world? Aren't we overestimating them? Just give me an army of 1 million troops and I'll raze their entire stronghold to the ground. There's no need for this farcical match, a tall and broad figure said in a cold voice. Don't underestimate them. If they were that easy to deal with, then the ghostly monarchs overseeing this matter wouldn't have sustained injuries during their battles against the powerful beings of the other side. And our forces wouldn't have been prevented from being able to progress beyond this point. They're definitely going to be sending out the most powerful beings among their ranks as well, so don't get complacent. If we lose here, we'll become laughing stocks to the others, and we'll have to answer to Brother Ming Xiong. A slender black shadow retorted. That suits me just fine. My 5-Yin Lockhart hammer just so happens to be missing the soul of a powerful being as a tool spirit. If I can kill one of them, then that issue will be resolved, the first figure replied in a nonchalant manner.
It's a pity that Brother Mingxiong is in the midst of a battle against the Night Ghost race over another Yin realm and can't make it today. Otherwise, with his powers, our opponents wouldn't have any chances. A third shadow side. The Night Ghost race is very powerful, and it's said that their chieftain possesses unfathomable powers, so only Brother Mingxiong can oppose him. In contrast with the small world, which will require many years of evolution before it becomes truly valuable to us, that Yin realm is naturally more important, the slender figure replied. Seeing as we're all here, all of us will be participating in the match in a few days. With our powers, our chances of victory should be at least 70% to 80%. The main issue is whether the other side will abide by the agreement and hand over their territory to us after we win. Have you prepared all of our backup measures, 7 Orifices Monarch? Another black shadow spoke for the first time in a sinister voice. The other black shadows reflexively sat up straighter and fell silent upon hearing this voice.